screw it.
I'll do my best. Sunrise at Saratoga. Stunning sight no matter how many times you've seen it. What you don't see often is that. Fans at sunrise, hundreds of them, lined in front of a racetrack, all waiting for that one moment. And just like the horses, when the gates open, yeah, you better make running if you want good seats, because showtime's fast approaching. The opening act, moments away of the greatest show on turf. Among the greatest showmen for decades, Wayne Lukas leading role today. This is Saratoga Live. So good to be back. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So glad you could join us for this first day of the 155th season of racing at Saratoga. Now, the first race in just over half an hour, the first of about 400 races you'll see this summer, all of them right here on Saratoga Live. Now, you know what to expect. It's racing at the very highest level. It's the best horses, trainers, and jockeys. But this is what really brings Saratoga to life. It's all about the fans. More than 25,000 expected. You don't see 25,000 there, but we promise they'll be here. More than 1 million attended last summer. As you saw, they don't mind waking up early. The fan base, a massive part of what makes Saratoga, Saratoga. As I welcome in two of my colleagues. One of them's kind of my friend. They're two of the biggest Saratoga fans I know. New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, champion jockey Richie Migliori. Andy, how many opening days for you?
Well, some version of 49. The first one I went to was 1975 when Najana won the Schuylerville, actually. And I missed a few in there when I actually had to work for a living. But now that I don't have to work for a living, I don't miss opening days anymore. It's just one of the few days in life and few events in life that never disappoints. It is so great to be back in Saratoga, and no matter how much anticipation you have for it, it's always better when you get here.
And that's the thing, Richie. Opening day, it represents something different to everybody involved. For the horsemen specifically, for the trainers, for the jockeys. What is this opportunity, day one of a 40-day Saratoga meet? What does it represent?
Well, it's an opportunity to write your own little paragraph of history in the greatest racing place, certainly in North America, and to me, the entire world. For 40 days, you're going to have the best horses, the best riders, the best trainers, best owners, and hopefully the best broadcast team on display.
Let's not go
Fortunately,
crazy.
we have them to carry us. We aren't quite that good.
First race just after 1 o'clock. Today's races brought to you as always by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Race 2, tune in for that. I mean, don't miss the first race, but make sure you see that. First 2-year-old event of the meet. Late Big 5 starts in the 6th, and the main event, race 9. Grade 3 Schuylerville. Big part of that Schuylerville story, the presence of trainer D. Wayne Lukas running Saratoga Secret, Maggie Wolfendale at the coach's barn earlier today.
And Lafitte, this barn specifically, back here in the quiet corner of Oklahoma, has been the summer residence for the Wayne Lukas stable since the mid-'80s. And today, he will be looking to win his 7th Schuylerville. To give a little perspective about how long the career has lasted for Wayne Lukas, he won his first Schuylerville the year I was born in 1986 with Sacoista, and his last in 2004 with Classic Elegance the year I graduated high school. So he's looking to put the record 7th win to his long resume today with Saratoga Secret, who won her debut by a widening 3 lengths at Ellis Park. And I think she ranks very well amongst the field of 7 for today's Schuylerville. Guys?
And Maggie Lukas almost won that 7th Schuylerville last year. Second was Summer Promise, 6-5 post-time favorite. Field for the Schuylerville, 105th running, 4 scratches, changing the complexion of the race. By the way, Tom Amos also well represented a closing act with Tyler Gaffleone. Number 7, Wine on Tap, the favorite, 5-2 on the morning line. Andy, the complexion of the race changes with the defections. Who has impressed you the most thus far.
I was very impressed with Carmelina's debut down at Parks. Now, she broke a fraction of a step slow, and she can't do that from the rail. But with the scratches, she is potentially the controlling speed in this race. And her trainer, Butch Reed, when he comes to New York, he comes here with a purpose. I'm a fan.
Shades of a Vequist, Butch Reed. And we'll see how that all unfolds in the Schuylerville as we welcome in fifth member of our broadcast team, Sarah Ebaldwi, standing by with a lot of new friends in the picnic area. Yes, Sarah?
Scratch number 9, Dancing Diana, and scratch 10, Mila.
Thank you, Lafitte. Yes, so I'm looking at a lot of new individuals here at the picnic area, and one of the best things coming up as far as Saratoga is being able to come over to the track. The opening day excitement is palpable here, out here in the backyard. Plenty of people running here early, setting up shop outside, coming in to be in the backyard and set up their picnic areas. Everyone's just so looking forward to the season here at Saratoga, and this is one of my favorite places to be as well, Lafitte.
Great stuff, Sarah. Thanks so much. Fans here at Saratoga, as mentioned, about 25,000 expected this afternoon and 1 million expected over the course of the summer. So what better time to get involved if you haven't just yet? Join Naira Bets. Get involved. When you do so, use that promo code SPA200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NairaBets.com, to earn your $200 deposit match. Gorgeous afternoon in upstate New York. Field for the opener. Not the claiming event of years past. Solid allowance race. Mile and an eighth. They'll break right in front of the fans, and that is not by coincidence. The current favorite, Bustin Bay, 9-5 key scratch toned up, is out. When we return, the man who'll call that first race. And everyone after that, Frank Mirahmadi, the new voice of Saratoga. He joins the show as we're just getting started. Opening day from the Spa on Fox Sports 2.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blame continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000.
485,000. Thank you.
Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Watch me do my thing. I said, watch me do my shake, shake. Woo! Watch me do my shake, shake.
New at Saratoga this summer, Naira just dedicated the brand new Backstretch Healthcare Clinic. Helps expand existing services offered to members of the Backstretch community. The ribbon cutting ceremony taking place on Tuesday.
We couldn't be more grateful to be able to provide end-to-end services for the backstretch workers and give them the care that they deserve and what they need. Everything from primary care, women's health, men's health, behavioral health, as well as addiction medicine if it's necessary.
Something that impacts people's lives so personally as healthcare, I think it's so gratifying. She loved the backstretch workers. They were her family. And this was Mary Lou's dream, and I'm just fulfilling her wish.
Around here is here because of Mary Lou Whitney. And Andy, she would have loved this as much as she did care for the backstretch workers.
No question about it. But the reality is there's an argument that we're here because of Mary Lou. And it's not a myth. When Saratoga was sort of withering a bit on the vine, and there was talk of staying down in New York during the summer when they had far bigger crowds down at the Big A than they had here, Mary Lou did a lot of stuff to convince the socialites to come back to Saratoga and sort of help revitalize Saratoga and bring it to where it is today.
That's what a lot of people don't understand. Years ago, Saratoga was always awarded 40 racing days. Years ago, they would defer 16 of those days first to Jamaica Racetrack and then Aqueduct later on because they handled more money down there. And those 16 days paid for the 24 days here. It's completely changed.
Absolutely. And you could see that sort of as things changed in the 70s into the 80s.
The Backstretch Healthcare Clinic, that's not all that's new here at Saratoga as we check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
Behind the voice. Lafitte, I am here with the man behind the voice, the new voice of Saratoga Racecourse, Frank Mirahmadi. Frank, how excited are you to be calling your first season here at the spa?
I can't believe it. Let's put it that way. It's one of those things I never even dreamt of. My dream job, of course, is Santa Anita Park, my favorite place on the planet Earth. To get this is just, it's a big compliment they're giving me. And it's a big honor that they've put upon me. And so my job is to deliver for the fans. It's a very emotional day.
What race in particular are you looking forward to calling the most?
It's so funny. A lot of people ask that question, and I always say that it's such an amazing list on the stakes schedule. But I'll tell you one race that just, and maybe it's Tom Durkin's great call of Carson Hollow and you coming to the wire together. I think it has to be the Test. And the late, great Luke Kreitbos one day, many years ago, like 96, I was talking to him, and I said, we were talking about something, and I said, there's this race in Saratoga called the Test. And he looked at me and goes, I know what the Test is. So I always think of him, God rest his soul, whenever I think of the Test. So I think, to me, that's going to be a very special race.
You mentioned Tom Durkin. You mentioned Luke. You can impersonate all these people. Are we going to hear those voices here this year at the spa?
Absolutely not. That went by the wayside years ago. And Tom Durkin is inimitable. The one thing that Tom Durkin did here is just... It's impossible to describe. His vocabulary, his delivery, his personality. I'm honored to be anywhere near a booth that he occupied. And I know one thing, as I was talking to Jonathan the other day, I know one thing. I'll never be the best announcer at Saratoga. I just want to show respect and celebrate the winners and let those who win enjoy that moment because I'm winning with them. My job is to celebrate winners on a daily basis, and I get to do it here in the summer, and it's an incredible honor.
Frank, that's what it's all about. We are honored to have you.
Thank you, Maggie, so much. It's a pleasure.
Lafitte?
It's just going to be fun. Excited to have Frank on board. Does a great job. Will do a great job, guys. Yeah, he's come a long way since that first call back at Hollywood Park about 31 years ago.
Just does a great job, and he's so into the game. I think that's one of the things we can all pride ourselves in, and just how passionate we are about it. And that passion comes through.
No question about it. Frank's a good friend of mine. Thrilled to have him here.
Something else new at Saratoga, Andy. I thought of you immediately when I saw this, the Harvey Pack Stakes right at the end of the meet.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's really great, just 2 years after Harvey passed away, to have a race named for somebody that was incredibly popular in racing, but particularly up here as well. And he's somebody who played a major role for a lot of horse players. I first met Harvey in 1976. He was a great supporter of mine. I had the pleasure of working with him, both back in the 90s, but also doing the handicapping seminars for the Daily Racing Forum over at Ciro's. And he had a great personality, and as funny as entertaining as Harvey could be on camera, he was even funnier off camera, and a lot of fun, and very popular up here. And I feel as though naming a race for Harvey is a tip of the cap to the horse players, because he was a horse player, and he was popular among the horse players, and couldn't be more excited that we've changed the name of the lucky coin to the Harvey Pack here on closing weekend.
May the horse be with you. We're checking with Sarah.
I know, then we got another
Out here in the backyard with some diehard Saratoga fans. I'm out with Lynn, Lauren, Susan, Michael, and another little one as well who have been coming to opening day for many years in a row. Lynn, can you tell me a little bit about what the opening day tradition of Saratoga means to you?
Sure. Back in 1951, my father, who is known as Saratoga Charlie here at the track, started coming, and he has come every single year since then. I've been at every single Saratoga opening day for my entire life, except one I had to miss because I was pregnant with my twins. And it's a tradition. Every year opening day, we have family that comes from many, many different places, and it's normally a very large gathering. So it's a great tradition every single year.
I know, I see you out here with all the photos hung up. Everybody's gathered around. This is just such a great place to be, and the energy for opening day is unmatched. What part of the meet are you looking forward to the absolute most?
I think just getting together with family. We don't see each other tons, so it's nice to be together all in one setting.
Lafitte, it's all about families coming together and enjoying opening day.
The families, the friends, the tradition, it's such a big part of it. The fans here at Saratoga as we get closer to post time for the first race of the brand new season in that historic paddock. The horses will arrive when we come back. Plus, the man who's won Saratoga's biggest race no less than 6 times, Javier Castellano, 6-time Travers winner, and now Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winning jockey. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's Dayta's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's Dayta has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's Dayta.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
Nominate. Nominate now.
Nominate. Nominate now.
Nominate now.
Have you nominated yet?
Nominate now.
Don't miss out. Nominate today.
Nomina hoy para los premios de la industria.
Nominate now.
Nominate your employees today.
Who are your unsung heroes?
Have you nominated?
Visit TIEA.org and nominate a deserving candidate today.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
My favorite part of Saratoga is everything.
Excitement here and the people coming here with their families, kids from all ages, from 7 to 77.
As a child, my father would bring me up here almost every day of the meet to watch the races when he would come up and stay until about the 3rd race, and then we go home. And the camaraderie and the people that are in this area are just so great.
First time that I rode here and the meeting was over, when I left, I was very upset because I was not upset because I have a great time over here, but I was upset because I was leaving.
My favorite part is going in the winner's circle here, of course.
Welcome back to Saratoga.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to everybody that comes to Saratoga.
Welcome back, Saratoga.
Now the Morley girls. Welcome back, everyone, to Saratoga, and welcome back to Saratoga Live. Very shortly, the field for the opener, the fillies and mares will make their way through that gauntlet into the paddock. we'll get set for the first race of 10 on the afternoon. Richie, when you would wake up on this morning, back during your riding career, what was going through your mind knowing that you were going to perform in front of this big crowd and getting ready for a first day of a brand new meet?
Just complete excitement. A little bit of butterflies. You know, you're going to play to a packed house every single day. And you just want to get off to a fast start, Andy. You want to, you know, set the tone for the rest of the meet, particularly when it was a shorter meet, 24 days. Whoever got off winning seemed to get the best of it. The owners are here. They want the guys that are, the riders that are successful.
I think everybody feels the same way at Saratoga, whether you're a rider, a trainer, for me being a bettor, being here, and a handicapper. Saratoga is the greatest challenge there is in racing for everybody. And as a horse player, it's an incredible challenge. And you haven't been to Saratoga and been involved unless you've gotten your butt kicked up here. So that's when you're successful and things go well, it's extra special.
You know who didn't get their butt kicked last year was the owner of that filly and the trainer of that filly. Chad Brown, leading trainer, owned by Seth Klarman, last year's leading owner here at Saratoga. Chad Brown, who's won 5 of the last 6 training titles, has that runner in the first virtual reality. Andy poised for another big meet just 15 minutes from where he grew up.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to say it's a fait accompli, but these trainer titles come down to Chad Brown and Todd Pletcher virtually every year. And you could say Chad Brown's the favorite, but weather is going to play a big role because Chad Brown is very turf dominant.
Sure.
And if we get more rain than normal, he'll lose some wins. Todd Pletcher's always incredibly well set up with off-the-turf horses. So he picks up a few, but a lot of it also comes down to 2-year-olds for Barnes here.
Bite your tongue, beautiful weather. We'll take it on this gorgeous Thursday in July for opening day. Richie, as for the Saratoga riding title, Arad Ortiz may have come up a win shy at Belmont, but he is the defending champ here.
Yeah, and listen, he came up a bit shy at Belmont, but he traveled quite a bit. He had a suspension he had to serve, and him and his brother both rode tremendously well the entire Belmont spring meeting. It seems like Irad has a little bit of that Angel Cordero in him, and he gets to Saratoga, and as intense as he already is, he gets even more intense.
He's got to be a little bit wound up being in the jocks room for the first race. How's he not in the first?
Riding 8 today is Arad Ortiz. His title defense, as Andy mentioned, does not begin here. First mount in the second race. And Andy, last year for Flavien Prat, first full summer at Saratoga, a big one, tying with Luis Saez for second in the WinStar jockey standings.
I feel as though this is one place where Richie and I, and we agree on a lot of things, believe it or not, are on the same page. You watch Flavien Prat ride, and to me, and I know you've said this many times, Richie, you can't find a flaw in his game. No. He does everything well.
Yeah, he's the most well-rounded rider. He does everything well. A couple of things I think get overlooked. One is how strong he finishes on horses. You know, in a room full of strong riders, he fits right in there with the upper echelon. But there's no weakness in his game. He does everything well.
And the colony gets that much tougher in the summer. Like Tyler Gaffleone is here from Kentucky. Luis Saez was riding in the spring in Kentucky. Saez is here. He won a title 3 years ago.
Yeah, and it just tightens up. Any loose ends, any mounts that might slip through the cracks, you've got 3 or 4 other guys that are showing up that are just as good of riders. It's just about opportunity.
And the great thing about it is you become spoiled. Riders here don't become that relevant in your handicapping because there are so many great riders in that room that it rarely is really an issue. You look down and go, I wish this person wasn't riding the horse. They're all so good. Christian Torres, who we saw be impressive down at Oaklawn, not going to be easy to get the business that'll put him in a fronting position, but he can ride that kid, and I'm looking forward to seeing him as well.
Sure.
Manny Franco, who won a Travers, 'Tis the Law when nobody was here as 2020, rides that filly. Virtual reality. Andy, what do you make of her chances this afternoon?
Well, I've already had my first bad opinion. I like the number 3 you scratched, and I was sort of between virtual reality and Sabra Tough. And I thought because Sabra Tough was was stake-faced, that maybe she'd be a shorter price, but they're betting Chad Brown, not surprisingly. They're also betting this horse, Bustin' Bay, who's coming off a huge win last time out. I wonder, Richie, I want your opinion as well. Do we think she'll be as proficient in a more demanding mile and an eighth 2-turn race here?
I don't, personally. I think that mile and an eighth around 2 turns is absolutely stretching Bustin' Bay a bit too far. And people say, well, she got a mile and a 16th around 1 turn at Belmont. It's a completely different race.
Very different. Bustin' Bay favored 9-5. Also here, Javier Castellano. Finally, that first Derby win aboard Mage in his 16th attempt. Richie, like John Elway getting that first Super Bowl in year 15.
Yeah, absolutely. And Javier had some live mounts through the years. It wasn't like he rode a hit parade of no-hopers. I mean, he actually rode horses with legitimate chances. It underscores how hard it is to do. I'm of the belief one race does not define your career, but I'm sure it feels good to him that he got that one and the Belmont.
Derby winning jockey, Belmont Stakes winning jockey, Javier Castellano making his way into the paddock with Maggie.
20 years up here at the spot, two riding meet titles. Javi, arguably coming off the best spring you ever had into this Saratoga meet. What are your goals?
Absolutely, Maggie. I'm being blessed to be riding the top of the games, especially here in Saratoga. Been more than 20 years. I have a great meet, a spring summer, win the Derby, win the Belmont. I'm looking for another try in my career.
That would be a record 7 for you. You have 2 likely horses in the Travers. I know a lot has to go into picking which one. But Javi, is there a chance you could assert yourself as one of the leading riders up here too?
Absolutely. That's what we're all looking for here. That's the best meet in the world. We try to win the race every single day with everybody fighting for the leading jockey.
Javi, best of luck here. Let's get things underway, much like you did last year, winning 3 on opening day.
Thanks a lot, guys.
All right, Javi aboard Ocean Gateway here, Lafitte.
Came out guns blazing last season, did Javier Castellano. Quick glance at what happened opening day. Favorites did well. Castellano did well. Handicappers did well, Andy, despite that $89 bomb. Average payout was $16.40 on the afternoon.
And obviously an $89 horse added about $10 to that or $9 to that. So you get a lot of opportunities in Saratoga. You have to be patient. You have to find your spots like anywhere. But there's a lot of competitive, interesting races. Look at today's 7th race with all these horses. I think the 7th or 8th, might be the 8th race, excuse me. No, the 7th race particularly. It's a classic Saratoga race, a starter allowance race. Horses coming from all over the country, trainers coming in here. And that's the puzzle of Saratoga. Horses that haven't been running against each other all year long. New trainers, new faces coming in. It's such a great challenge for any horse player.
Another challenge and an offer from Naira Bets. You want to take advantage of this. The free-to-play contest, they're here. A free way to play Sport of Kings from anywhere. No deposits required, but real prizes awarded. Get in on the action. Free-to-play.nairabets.com. A gorgeous shot of Saratoga, among the oldest active sporting venues in North America. The first race in 12 minutes. You remember what you did, Andy, in last year's first race? Your handicapping?
I actually had the winner.
Royal Tryst, 13-20.
I actually had the winner. It was actually
I
voted
reminded
well.
the audience so you didn't have to.
I managed to make it through the summer without embarrassing myself last summer. And I think, you know, it's my greatest fear coming up here. It's so tough and competitive, and you just want to, you always want to do well. But it's like Richie's talking about. You really want to do well up here, and it's a relief when you get one out of the way like that. But it's not a sprint. It's a marathon.
And these war horses have arrived into the paddock. We check in with Maggie standing by.
Lafitte, they are tacked and ready. Jocks are here for this opening race, first race on opening day, I should say, as virtual reality. She's taking a lot of money here in her second start for trainer Chad Brown. She just got up in the shadow of the wire, going the 7-8, so hinting at a filly that would want to go further than that distance. If anything, she's actually a bit sharper and obviously more tucked up, having that race under her belt. So while she had to be kind of ridden along throughout that 7 furlong distance, I think she's a lot handier. She is into the bridle a bit earlier, having the experience, and 2, getting the extra ground. Let's talk a little bit about Sabra Tough, who has been in tough company for most of her career. 3rd off the bench now as a 3-year-old. She, I think, wants and should get forward position here. I think she runs her better races when she's involved early. So going the 9 furlongs, she has every right to be with Raylu Gutierrez in the saddle. I just wish she had grown a bit more. She doesn't look that much different than what she did as a 2-year-old, but no doubt about it, Lafitte, she gets the class relief.
7-2, Sabra Tough, indeed, facing tougher. 10 minutes out till this first race. Real quick, Andy, Sabra Tough, your thoughts on her chances?
Oh, I think she's definitely a player in this race. There are 3 3-year-olds, Virtual Reality, Sabra Tough, and Ocean Gateway, and they're all sort of interesting players in their own right, horses with room to improve, as opposed to the more established runners in Mia Be a Star, Honey Money, and Bustin' Bay.
Her sire, a Whitney winner, Cross Traffic, Sabra Tough. 10 minutes out, closing in on post time for the first race. on opening day of a brand new season at Saratoga. The song of summer rings different in this quiet Adirondack town when the Triple Crown flies by, and Frankie had his turn to sing. The tune of 50,000 footsteps walk the 150-year-old path where ghosts of legends wander this hallowed ground. Now, a new dawn has risen, and the magic of this place comes alive. 40 days of suspense, excitement, agony, and triumph await. Legacy forever cemented in the annals of time. What song will be sung this time around? Welcome to Saratoga. How can you not love this place, this crowd, on this day? And the best part, this is only the beginning, day one at Saratoga. Welcome back, everyone, alongside New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, champion jockey Richie Migliori. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. So glad you could join us for this opening day at Saratoga. Richie, aside from having been a jockey, you're a student of the game. You love the history of the sport. What's going through your mind as we get set to do this all over again?
Just so excited to present the best racing to the best racing fans here in Saratoga, and how serious we take educating. Not only do we want to be entertaining and give it good information, we want to educate. We want to bring a different perspective and open people's eyes and minds to things they may not have looked at before, Andy.
You want to find the things that you love about the game and find a way to express them to others. And to me, Saratoga, aside from all the normal great things, it's like a big surprise package. Somewhere in this meet, there's at least one incredibly memorable moment awaiting you. It's a question of what it is and when it is, but it'll happen.
Even Andy gets a little sentimental on opening day here at the Spa. The first race, post-parade brewing, updated odds. The key scratch toned up is out. 6 of them. You wound up with virtual reality. Yes, Andy, currently 2-1. Does that feel like a fair price?
You know, I don't love the price on the one virtual reality. I thought Boston Bay might be a stronger favorite here, but at the end of the day, the Chad Brown factor comes into play.
Something you touched on moments ago, just a big difference. That one-turn mile and a 16th Belmont Park, how much more demanding this 2-turn mile and an 1/8 is here at Saratoga.
Yeah, and it's interesting because these races can be more favorable to front runners because the paces are often slower.
And they break right in front of the fans. This is such an exciting moment for the fans that they'll all be up there pressed up against the apron, being able to see the first race of a brand new season start right in front of them.
You think about all these people that have waited, the anticipation of this day, opening day, right? To have them break right in front of them and draw them all the way in, right?
And you're also right on top of the races here, whether you're on the apron or even in the grandstand.
9-5 currently. Boston Bay, post-parade, virtual reality. There she is, last summer's leading owner and trainer, Seth Klarman, Chad Brown.
She's going to have to improve off her debut from a speed figure standpoint, but the feeling always was she would get better with more distance and more time. Well, let's put up her shut-up time today.
Mia be a star, apprentice Jamie Torres seeking a first-ever win at Saratoga.
Yeah, it would be nice for him to get off the mark quickly. This is a tough Hickory mare, 48 starts, almost 400,000 in earnings, and she's run well here in Saratoga.
Honey Money, we saw, there's the favorite, Boston Bay, 9-5 current favorite.
Listen, I'm not going to knock her chances. She can win, but she has to get extra distance. But her best race is faster than these, and Linda Rice, her trainer, is coming off a huge training win at the Belmont meet.
Sabra tough. Good to see Raylo Gutierrez here opening day.
Yeah, I saw that smile from a mile away, Raylu. She's a major player here. Ran well in Saratoga last year, gets class relief.
Ocean Gateway, as Andy touched on, Javier Castellano, 3 wins opening day last year.
She's a little bit like virtual reality with a few more races, but she's going to have to get faster. She's also going to have to put that last race behind her at Pimlico when she totally bombed as a heavy favorite.
Back to Maggie with Chad Brown, who has virtual reality in the opener.
So pleased to be joined here by Chad, and we've seen you win many training titles as of late, Chad. When you go into a meet, do you think that you have the stars aligned, the horses ready to take down another one?
You know, every meet's a little different. Saratoga is a whole different animal, as you know. You know, the best trainers, horses, jockeys, so competitive, and so many things to deal with weather and racing luck and big fields and trips and such. So, you know, I feel like we have another good group of horses. We know it's going to be competitive. What I've learned over the years is to be patient. It's a long meet. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So you don't want to overreact and push or press too early if things aren't going your way and make more mistakes or compound problems. You play the long game, and, you know, we're going to have our share of good luck and bad luck along the way, I'm sure.
A lot about those deep breaths and pressing the reset button. How about virtual reality here in this opener, stretching her out in her second start from 7 to 9?
You know, I know the figure came back a little slow in that race, but she trains like a true two-turn horse. She has always been one we've liked. It took a little while to get her to the races. She should love the distance. We'll see if she can step up in class and run against older horses in just her second start. That'd be my one concern.
All right, Chad, we're wishing you the best of luck here. Let's start the meet with a bang.
Thank you very much.
Chad Brown, guys, looking for yet another meet title here at his hometown of Saratoga Springs.
Well documented, Maggie, having grown up in Mechanicville, about 15 miles away from Saratoga. Andy, talk about pressure. The bar has been raised so high. The man who won more races than any other in a single season in the history of Saratoga, I believe, 42. It feels as though anything short of another Saratoga title feels like a disappointment because of expectation.
And I don't think you get to that level for any trainer or any rider in this game and anybody without sort of feeling that pressure, right? Putting a lot of pressure on yourself. And, you know, I obviously know Chad fairly well. And it's a lot of pressure. It's a pressure cooker, but you want to be in a pressure cooker, because if it's not a pressure cooker, that just means you're not doing very well.
You might want to check your pulse if you're not feeling the pressure coming into this meet. And listen, he and Todd have the most horses, and they're both great at what they do. So obviously they're going to be tough to beat for anybody, and Chad keeps putting it together.
And it's also the numbers. You know, Mike Maker was doing well earlier in the meet. Last year was leading, or maybe 2 years ago. Can you sustain those numbers? Those guys have shown the staying power. But I think Linda Rice has got some horses, because she had claimed a lot of horses at Churchill. And even though she did very well at Belmont, she'll have some firepower. But can she stay with the two big guns? Well, one year she won the training title up here, so she's done it before.
11-time New York Racing Association training title. Victories for Linda Rice. As for Jose Ortiz coming off the riding title, Richie, his mounts this afternoon, some live ones, including Carmelina in the Schuylerville, the quick Pennsylvania-bred filly drawn inside.
Yeah, and Andy talked about how she broke a bit slowly first time, still showed that good speed, 4.5, got a good figure. Butch Reed's not a guy who just ships in here for no reason. If he puts his horse on a van, it's because he believes they really belong.
Vequist.
Vequist.
Yeah. 2-year-old filly champion in 2020, trained by Butch Reed. Getting closer to post time, back down to Sarah, and those fans gathering, getting ready to watch the first race of the meet break right in front of them.
And I'm down here with someone that I actually happen to know, Lafitte, as we get ready and closer to the first post of our opening day race. And with Kyle Levy, I know that you are an excited fan yourself. You've been counting down the seconds to opening day at Saratoga. What does it feel like to finally be here moments before they break from the gate?
My heart is pounding a lot. We've been counting down the days for about 300 days now, and we're finally here. Race 1 at the Spa. It means so much, so much to me. Seriously, the town, the people, good music, good drinks, good food, and amazing racing. So I'm fired up to be here, seriously.
Can't beat that. And, you know, I know you're a little bit of a handicapper as well. Do you have one particular horse you like today?
I got a few I like today, but I'll give you one. Second race, shout out CJ Thoroughbreds. Look at the 7, Sugar High. Bill Mott, first-timer. A lot of first-timers in the race, but I think he's got a shot. 8-1. I would play it. Play it into the doubles if you want. That's a big fan of the doubles.
Kyle's ready to go. He's got a play for you and everything. We're close to post time for race 1, Lafitte.
Sugar High, a Saratoga High, as they have reached the gate for the first race of the brand new season and the new voice of Saratoga. Frank Mirahmadi standing by. This is all part of the tradition. We'll be checking in with Frank Mirahmadi in just a moment. The horses like us out. They get to the gate, and now they make a circle and go the other way.
Yeah, I think we should talk about how the race is expected to be run here, Richie. You have to think the 4 Honey Money is going to be aggressive going the lead. But virtual reality, especially with an aggressive rider like Manny Franco, I think you're going to see her from the rail try to get good position behind her, with Buston Bay maybe sitting third on the outside.
Well, virtual reality coming out of the 7/8 race where she laid up close, right in behind the pace. Yeah, I think Buston Bay isn't a horse that really wants to pass horses, right? Doesn't she seem to do better when she's forward?
I think she'll be stalking. Honey Money is the fastest horse, so assuming clean breaks, she's supposed to be in front. But I don't think that Manny Franco's just going to cede the lead. Also, talk a little about getting the rail in these 1 1/8 races. What an advantage it can be cutting the corner quickly.
Short run to that first turn, Lafitte. You want to get your position going forward. No more important thing than in Saratoga, getting your position going forward and saving ground.
It's amazing sometimes how you'll see them going, and like a horse who's got the 5 or 6 post looks like, oh, that horse is going to the lead. And the guy in the rail sitting about 4th, and that horse cuts that corner and suddenly ends up in front. It's a huge advantage.
Trend that we noticed early on in the season last year was this was a demanding track, a tiring track. We were introduced to Chocolate Gelato in the second race on opening day. We have maidens and 2-year-olds in the second race today. And Chocolate Gelato was dull in her debut. There were 7 2-year-old fillies in that race. The one with experience won. And what we kept hearing from horsemen was a simple fact that the track was that much more demanding, that early on, that experience, a fitter horse might be better off than the horses that have more talent and upside moving forward.
I'm not sure that's the case this year. We'll need to see for sure. But listening to horsemen, the horses aren't getting as tired in the works. Watching horses work this morning, I was out early. Horses are finishing with their legs up underneath them. I don't think it's as demanding a racetrack as it was last year.
Yeah, you never want to have preconceived notions. You want to watch the races. I do the track trends for our website, the program, and you don't want to say, oh, I think it's going to be this or I think it's going to be that. You want to see how it plays. And one thing we get from Glenn Kozak, our track super, Brian Jabelman takes care of the tracks. We see a lot of very fair racetracks in New York.
Sure.
The days of big biases existing for long periods of time are long gone here. It is rare. Back in the day, Richie, you remember the speed tracks of Saratoga. We almost never see them anymore.
It's all you want. Fair track.
Fair track.
Now we're all set. The new voice of Saratoga, Frank Mirahmadi, with the load-in call of the opener.
Thank you, Lafitte. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment we've all been waiting for. You know the drill. When the horses leave, we will all say it together, and they're off at Saratoga. Ocean Getaway has taken up her spot, and they're off at Saratoga. And virtual reality gets the first call of the meet and shows the way into the first turn, flashing sharp early foot. Buston Bay comes away in second. Honey Money is in third. And then it's Ocean Gateway fourth. 4 lengths off the lead. Mia Be a Star and Sabra Tough is at the back of the field. So it's Manny Franco and Virtual Reality leading comfortably by 1.5 lengths with Buston Bay in pursuit second. 2 more. Ocean Gateway on the outside of Honey Money. They're a joint third. The opening quarter went in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Mia Be a Star is racing about 6 lengths off the lead, and Sabra Tough at the back. Virtual Reality continues to show the way, getting mild pressure from Buston Bay. Virtual Reality lets it out a notch. Once again, leads by 1 length. It's 2 more back to Honey Money, who's by herself in third as they head to the half-mile pole. Ocean Gateway is down on the inside. Mia Be a Star with 5 to make up. Sabra Tough has trailed throughout. 48-4 for the half mile around the far turn. And it's still Virtual Reality carving out all the fractions, leading 3/4 of a length. Buston Bay set down, trying to get by in second. They've started to separate from the rest. Honey Money, 4 lengths back in third, followed by Ocean Gateway on the inside fourth. Mia Be a Star advancing into third now within 4 lengths of the lead and coming with a dangerous bid as the field turns for home. Virtual Reality, 1.5 lengths. Buston Bay did her best, hasn't gotten to her yet. Another 4 back to Mia Be a Star, who continues to grind away in third. Virtual Reality has to finish the job. Buston Bay comes to her now, and Mia Be a Star. Buston Bay surges to the front, and it will be Buston Bay. Jose Ortiz picking up where he left off at Belmont Park. Virtual Reality in a photo with Mia Be a Star. Sabra Tough finish fourth.
Jose Ortiz and Linda Rice picking up right where they left off at Belmont Park. Buston Bay in a battle of attrition, the favorite in the opener. That's Saratoga.
I didn't think Buston Bay wanted a mile and eighth. I certainly didn't think she wanted a mile and eighth in a hard chase throughout. Virtual Reality made the lead from the inside quite easily, aided by that post position you talked about, Andy. Looked like she had the race won. It kind of outpaced Buston Bay at the 3/16 pole, but Buston Bay just kept grinding, and Virtual Reality, maybe just a second start going a mile and an eighth cost her.
It feels like she didn't quite get the last 16th to a mile. Looked like she was going to hold her off, and I agree, Richie. Buston Bay stalking outside. It really felt like the speed was going to hold in there, but her more experience, she had no problem with the distance. And the way the race was run, the forward horses did well, but we did see that late run from Mia Be a Star, who doesn't win that often, but she's usually fairly competitive and ran well. Virtual Reality ran a little bit better, but not well enough to beat Buston Bay and Linda Rice, the leading trainer.
Virtual Reality, Richie, this left-handed crop here, is she responding to the crop or just fatigued and swerving in it, and I'm spent?
She was tired at that point, and if anything, she wilted from that pressure. Sometimes you're better off kind of holding them together. You can see her take that step out, jump back to her left lead. Very unlucky horse in this race was the 6, Sabra Tough. Squeezed at the break and actually rallied well.
Let's get over to Maggie.
Well, guys, you're talking about the track trends and the biases that aren't usually apparent. The one thing that has been apparent, though, the last few years is the fact that this main track is awfully tiring because it's not worked as much. You know, it doesn't open up as early. So, therefore, when there's more racing, it tightens up. It gets a little quicker. These fillies and mares, we're laboring to get to the wire. And two, I think the fact that we saw the winner just a more experienced horse, Buston Bay, than Virtual Reality, and more conditioning. I think that's why we saw her come out on top. So look for these dirt races to be a little bit on the slower side with these horses kind of just laboring the last bit of these races, guys.
You could see it unfolding, Richie. It wasn't going to be an electric finish. Like I said, a battle of attrition, and in the end, Buston Bay had just enough left to surge late and take down the first race.
Well, Buston Bay making her third start, and Virtual Reality making her second start. The 3-year-olds in here combined for 13 starts, where the 3 older mares combined for 117 starts. They have a lot more foundation.
Who helped you with that math?
I got a calculator.
Something to keep in mind as we get set for the first 2-year-old event of the summer. That's next. From Saratoga, 5, 1, 2, 6 results. Reaction plus, when we say the stars are here, we mean the stars are here. Mage, Derby winner, he's on campus. So what's next? And Cody's Wish. Best horse in training, Grade 1 winning Machine. Next stop, the Whitney. You're watching Saratoga Live, off and running in the 155th season.
It's 1,000 words fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the vernacular in a way that it was not.
We started with some 21 organizations, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
Just tuning in? Want to play the races? Don't have past performances? Equibase has you covered. Follow along, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. Right to the winner's circle. Maggie Wolfendale standing by.
Yeah. Pleased to be joined by winning owner Steve Sigler of Winning Moose Stable and Buston Bay. Steve, you said that you talked to Jose Ortiz in the paddock and you couldn't have asked for a better effort today.
Correct. He just got the horse to relax. I don't think she's ever won at 1 1/8. So you're in against a tough competitor, Chad Brown, Clarovich Stable, Manny Franca from the one post, and they used that to their advantage. And we followed, and Jose used all of his strength, all of his wherewithal, all of his tactics, and was able to wear her down. So just a terrific compliment between Jose and Linda, and an amazing training job since we claimed this filly. She just wants to win, and it's lucky to own a horse like this.
Well, how about your trainer? I mean, she's won 4 consecutive NYRA meet titles. She's a leading trainer here at the spa now, too.
You know, with trainers, they all give extra efforts. It's an incredible taxing job to maintain, be a psychiatrist, to be a trainer. You have to manage your owners, your help, the horses. So it's a formidable task, but one that she exceeds. Like in Major League Baseball, there's guys that hit 350, there are guys that hit 250. They give the same effort, but you have that extra talent to be able to have that 100 points more. Well, that's what I attribute to Linda. She has that extra something special that transcends to the horses, to our help, and to everyone within our organization.
She's awfully clever and shrewd to boot. Well, congratulations. I know you have your partner in crime, your grandson, who's always here, and enjoy this win on opening day.
Thank you so much, Maggie. You have a good meet, too.
I hope so. I'm going to try, and we're going to try not to melt out here, but it's always hot in the winner's circle, Lafitte.
It's always comfortable in the winner's circle. Buston Bay, 540, the favorite here. Not the $13 winner Andy gave out last year in the first race of the meet. A horse to watch, Richie, the 4th place finisher, yes?
Yeah, if you go back and watch the trip from the 6, Sabra Tough, I mean, she created her own problem, not breaking particularly sharp, got squeezed, and then was having a hard time finding a real clear path the last 1/8 of a mile. I think she would have been more comfortable if she got outside.
Forwardly placed horses find less trouble.
Of course.
This is exciting. First 2-year-old race of the meet, maiden special weight, potential stars of tomorrow. 2-year-old fillies, 5.5 furlongs. Current favorite, couple of them at 2-1, Lady Blitz and Lady Moscato. Andy, last year, as we touched on earlier, this was the race that we were introduced to Chocolate Gelato. Like, she didn't win on this day, but eventual Grade 1 Frizette winner. How good is this group supposed to be?
It's a good question. Echo Zulu debuted on opening day 2 years ago, and she's a champion. She'll be returning in the Honorable Miss as well. I think one thing that's interesting is Todd Pletcher has 2 in here. The public right now, and probably in all likelihood, is going to gravitate to the one that's owned by my racehorse. My racehorse people bet their horses, and Irad Ortiz, more importantly, is riding this horse. And Irad's horses are habitually overbet. And they're maybe not going to go to the 4 Soka, Flavian Pratt riding, thinking, wouldn't Irad be riding the better one? I'm not so sure it's going to play out that way.
This is where it all starts. 2-year-old fillies next at Saratoga, and a heads up. Yeah, we're spending a lot of time this summer on Fox. Big Fox. 6 straight Saturdays, starting with the Coaching Club, American Oaks, all culminating with the Travers, August 26th. Summer at Saratoga only on Fox. And that Travers is the target for Kentucky Derby winner Mage. Unraced since finishing 3rd in the Preakness Stakes, but he's here at Saratoga. He's training at Saratoga. Next race not confirmed. It's either the Jim Dandy or the Haskell. We do know the Travers is the long-term summer goal for the Derby winner Mage. And here's what else we know. Mage's little brother, his full brother, is training here. His name is Dornock. There he is, the 2-year-old. Trainer Danny Gargan says, quote, "This is the best horse I've ever trained," unquote. Expected to enter July 22nd. That's in a grass race, but he'll enter main track only. For now, just remember the name, look for the name, Dornock. And when he does run, don't be surprised if you recognize one of his co-owners. 15-year Major League outfielder Jason Worth won that title with the Phillies 2008, hit some big home runs. Dude was clutch. Played with Paul LaDuca in LA for a couple of years. Have to get them together, Richie. You know, whether it was Wayne Gretzky, decades ago, or Victor Martinez. I think it's always fun for the mainstream sports fan to watch the horse racing at Saratoga or anywhere else and seeing these athletes that get involved and take interest.
I love that crossover, whether it be an athlete or Toby Keith at Belmont running a first-time starter. I just think it shows people that racing is cool, and racing is very cool.
Certainly cool up in Saratoga. Saratoga is that popular restaurant that people go to because people go there, and that's the whole thing here. I have a question. How many of the best 2-year-olds have ever trained that you've heard about from trainers over the years in Saratoga have actually turned out to be the goods?
I will answer that question when we come back from commercial, because we have to move. 2-year-olds will be in the paddock when we come back. Andy just mentioned that, Philly. Remember this opening day moment 2 years ago, Saturday. Echo Zulu's debut, eventual 2-year-old filly champion, and Arad Ortiz, Saratoga's defending champion rider. First ride of the meet. Next on Saratoga Live. Coverage continue on Fox Sports 2. We'll be right back.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And it is Pretty Birdie in front here, 2.5 lengths. Mainstay on the outside is all out in second with less than 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is Pretty Birdie trying to hold off Mainstay as they come down for the finish in the Schuylerville. It is Pretty Birdie, jockey Louis Saez, wearing the colors of the Mary Lou Whitney Stables.
What a moment with fans back for the first time in nearly 2 years. Pretty Birdie, Mary Lou Whitney, homebred, winning the opening day Schuylerville. Not that we ever took the fans for granted, but if we did for one moment, like that summer reminded us what a big part of Saratoga the fans really are.
Yeah, I mean, it was incredible to be here during the pandemic, just to come up here and come to Saratoga. But it was a little bit lonely here, and there was something missing. We remembered what it was on the opening day in 21, and it was great to have them back.
Around 25,000 expected on this afternoon. We're talking favorite opening day moments. Maggie is with us. For you, Maggie, opening day moment, what comes to mind?
Well, you guys kind of teased it right there. In 2021, opening day, when fans were allowed back here at the track, I'll never forget riding the pony over to the paddock in 2020 behind, I can't remember what grade of stake it was, but behind that field, and there just being nobody on the walkover, and it feeling so eerie and so quiet. And when fans came back, yes, Lafitte, you realize how much you do appreciate having the crowd that we have here at Saratoga. There's nothing like it. The enthusiasm. You can walk up to anybody in this backyard, anybody in the grandstand, and they'll have a pick for you. They'll have an opinion. That's what makes Saratoga great. Everybody's here for the racing and the sport.
Passionate, educated, incredibly insightful. This fan base at Saratoga, and for you, and we talked at the top of the show, how many opening days you've experienced here at Saratoga. Do you have a specific moment, one that comes to mind?
No, they're all great. It's always great to get back here. I always feel like that first time I drive into town before the meet starts, and I know I'm basically going to be here for 2 straight months, at least at this point, and you know how great it's going to be. And just getting here on opening day, honestly, you sit around all year after Labor Day waiting for it, and somehow it never disappoints.
Richie, for you and all the time that you've spent, whether it's as a fan or certainly riding here for all those years at Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, for me, there were so many moments, but my first summer ever, 1981, rode all 9 races, sloppy track, finally got my first Saratoga win in my 9th mount, the last race of the day on Hilarious for Walter Kelly. But if I had to pinpoint one, winning the Schuylerville opening day on How About Now for Barry and Cheryl Schwartz, Michael Hushin. You know, to win the opening day stake, kind of, we talk about setting the tone. She came from off the pace. You could see her moving on the outside, moving into 3rd now in those iconic black and white colors of Barry's. And she moved up, Andy, like she was going to swallow the field. And then she kind of stalled right in here. And I was like, oh, no, we're going to hang. I gave her too much to do and made up too much. And then she kind of reasserted herself, got it done, and this was a really nice way to start the meet.
And that looks like William T. Young for Wayne Lucas down on the rail, doesn't it? Those William T. Young silks. I remember this, Richie. I was here for it and happy for you as well.
And we're making memories today on this opening day, Saratoga. Over to Sarah.
Here by the Modelo Bar, one of our new features available for this meet, and I'm here with Michael, one of our bartenders. Michael, can you tell me a little bit about the new offerings available at the Modelo Bar?
Yeah, we have a different variety of, we have Modelo cans, Modelo on draft, we have White Claw, Corona seltzers, and we have also these beer cocktails that were made with Modelo draft. We also have a Modelo on draft and Corona and Pacifico on draft, yes.
So we have pretty much everything you could possibly be looking for over at the Modelo Bar. Opening day, the excitement, the fans coming back. What does opening day mean for you?
Nothing better. It's my 22nd year up here. I love it. Nothing better. It's the best place in the world. Can't beat it.
All right, excellent. Nothing beats opening day, Lafitte.
See you there after the show, Andy. That'll be your new favorite opening day memory.
What, go in the bar? Yeah, no comment.
Maggie has commentary on these 2-year-old fillies in the paddock. Maggie, what are these freshmen showing you? Are the children behaving themselves?
So far, so good. You never want to speak too soon, though, Lafitte, that's for sure when it comes to the 2-year-olds. But nice group assembled here, though several with experience. We'll take a look at the one taking the most money right now for Todd Pletcher. That's number 5, Lady Blitzen here, who debuted at Monmouth. And Monmouth likes to label their track a little bit better than I think it actually was. When you watch that so-called wet fast surface, wet fast sealed surface, it looked sloppy. And just watching her over it, she just didn't look as though she was handling it that well. She kind of found her stride eventually late when she extricated herself a little bit more off the outside, got clear of the kickback a bit more. But I like what I'm seeing here. She's a big, well-developed daughter of Audible, and she looks fit. She looks strong. She looks as though she should be quicker, a bit more so than that first race would suggest, because she's strong behind the saddle. Now, Todd Pletcher, he'll send out another one here. That's number 4, Soka, daughter of Speightstown. Gosh, I love Speightstown so much. The dam was very versatile, too. She was great at stakes place on a dirt mile, great at stakes place on the turf. Also, this one, there's some precocity with being a half to Double Thunder, who won a graded stakes at the Bashford Manor as a 2-year-old. She looks like a precocious type. You know, she's small, compact, typey looking, and she's pretty sharp. She's been the voicey one of this group, kind of screaming, but she doesn't seem nervous whatsoever and has settled down since they've gotten the tack on her. Though the classiest acting so far of this race is number 7, Sugar High, a daughter of Twirling Candy. And Twirling Candies, they're a little bit more on the more lean side, and that's what she is. She looks like your typical Twirling Candy. There's not really much to report on when it comes to pedigree, but she's taking some money on the board, and she just looks fit. I love the way she's acting here. She's handling herself so well, like she's been here, done that before, and I think that goes a long way when we're dealing with these first-time starters. Lafitte?
Words out, live on the board. Sugar High, 5-2 co-favorite. We mentioned, yeah, Saratoga opening day. It's here. You can earn $10 when you bet $100 on Saratoga races 1 through 5 today. All you have to do is opt in at NYRABets.com. Riders up in a moment. Andy, who'd you wind up with on top, who graduates? And maybe it's Lady Blitz, who is currently 5-2. Let's take a look at her debut. Mid-June, Monmouth. She's 6-5. Andy, Lady Blitz didn't break, and she's going to wind up paying the price.
It was a first-time starter, and frequently if they don't break, they'll break very much better in their second starts. But I wondered watching this race if she took a lot of money more because it was not just Todd Pletcher, but also my racehorse. Because frankly, this wasn't a very good field. Now, it was a wet track, and maybe she just didn't handle that well in her first start, but she was green, and it's unusual for a Todd Pletcher horse to not be that professional first time out. And I feel with Irad Ortiz riding her and my racehorse owning her, she is due to be an underpriced horse in this race. So to me, she's one you want to bet against. Of the ones that ran, I would prefer Lady Moscato. But honestly, I take Sugar High. She's my top choice over Soka.
Getting crushed 5-2. And Richie, with that experience, though, something certainly to build on, considering everything she did go through in her debut.
Well, and you brought it up earlier, Lafitte, how, you know, last year, horses with experience and racing and maybe a little more conditioning.
Specifically 2-year-olds.
You know, particularly 2-year-olds. I prefer Lady Moscato. She's got a tremendous pedigree. She ran well on debut. Didn't like that she didn't change leads through the stretch of that start. But I thought it was a good enough race to build on.
Lady Moscato, Andy, her debut mid-June. Ellis Park. Lady Moscato was the 5-2 favorite. I can't tell if she's like in tight or just kind of unsure and uncomfortable.
I thought she was just sort of second best in this race. The winner in OXO, first-time starter, was just able to wire in here and get it done. She didn't run badly. She took a lot of money first time out. We'll see if she can improve from it. The thing is, these were slow races. Now, experience is a great equalizer, and they rate to improve off that. But both these horses are coming out of fairly mediocre maiden races, and if there is a talented first-time star in this race, I'm fairly confident that that horse will win. For me, I'm hoping it's Sugar High or the 4 Soka.
5-2. Lady Blitz, 5-2. Lady Moscato, called to post in a post parade. First 2-year-old race of the meet. Classy Mischief, one of several fresh faces.
I believe she's after 63 caliber, a stakes horse trained by our friend Tom Amos.
Number 2, Empire Island out. Big scratch. Number 3, Clearly a Test. The Britland stable debuting Louisiana bred.
Well, Jose Ortiz's chances of sweeping the card rest on this horse, and it's interesting that he took them out, so maybe that's a good sign.
And Soka, Eclipse thoroughbred first-time starter. Maggie liked what she saw in the paddock.
Yeah, half to the stakes winning Double Thunder, so the mare's a producer. Good connections, Flavian Pratt. Lots to like.
Yeah, Lady Blitz, powerhouse connections, the edge in experience.
Yeah, but an underlay because of the connections all around, trainer, jockey, and the owners here. I'm looking to beat this horse.
Number 6, Lady Moscato, Luis Saez, Wayne Lucas. They've won some big races together at the Spa over the years.
They have, and this is a half to Salty, a Grade 1 winner. The mare's a prolific producer, and I like her. I think she can build off of the first race.
Sugar High. Maggie loved what she saw in the paddock. Handicappers there, loving her as well.
I picked her on top in here, and the fact that a Bill Mott firster on dirt has taken this much money has to be considered a good sign.
26-1 outsider tapped the keg. Katie Davis, first ride of the meet.
Yeah, out of a mare that has had 3 to race, all winners, so she is a producer. She's going to have to show more than, I guess, what she's been showing as far as the board goes.
And finally, Honey Dijon on the outside. Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle, 10-1.
This is from the family of Cynthia Phipps horses, actually, if you go back a ways. And Gervin was pretty good last year in his first year as a sire, but Joe Sharp has started 12 first-time stars in the last 5 years on the dirt for 2-year-olds. Not only is he 0 for 12, he has never hit the board, and 2 of them were short prices.
So he's due.
He's due, or they usually need a start. I'll go with the latter, but he is due.
Brad Grady, homebred, campaigned. Gervin, former Haskell winner. See what Honey Dijon does in her first start. And for Irad Ortiz, Richie, last year's Saratoga leading rider, that Angel Cordero riding title, a 4th. He'll defend it. That begins here, and his mounts this afternoon. Some live ones as expected. They will be bet and Wine on Tap. He'll ride the favorite, the featured Schuylerville.
Yeah, pretty good dance card there. He missed the first race and rides the rest of them.
He'll get over it.
6-1 Morning Lion is the longest price that he's riding.
Well, that's because every horse he rides seems to be about a point or two lower than it should be. Portos is a dangerous horse in the drop down, running with scissors, coming off a not a great effort, but good enough to be the horse to beat in that race. I think the next race wide open. I'm not worried about opening day for Irad. I think he's going to do pretty well at this meet.
Didn't win a race last year. Oh, no, he did. He won the Schuylerville. He actually did. He was like 1 for 10.
Well,
just
Javier
in
was
the
winning
Schuylerville.
every race,
Javier won 3 races,
didn't
a sign of things to come. And the 7 Sugar High, who you wound up with on top. Andy, how much, just as a handicapper, a lot of viewers that don't necessarily follow horse racing on a day-to-day basis, watching on a day like this, first-time starters, how much attention do you pay to the board?
A lot. I mean, you have to factor in a lot of things. Now, listen, you'd like to be betting horses at big prices all the time, but for Bill Mott, a trainer who doesn't win with a lot of 2-year-old firsters on the dirt, and his horses could be any price. This is legitimate money. And for this horse to being bet is probably a good sign. Now, keep in mind, the 5 and 6 didn't run that well in their debuts, so it's not surprising that firsters are taking some money. What's interesting is the 4 are taking no money, and I think that could be a mistake with Soka.
6-1 if you like her. Back down to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at number 9 here, that debut for Joe Sharp. Those are some pretty telling stats that Andy just brought up. I do feel like you typically want Joe's horses more so when they're on the turf. And 2, yes, it feels like they need starts. And looking at not Sugar High, number 9 in here, Honey Dijon, she looks as though she'll benefit from a start. But she also looks as though she could be quick, and she has an advantageous outside post. But let's talk about that filly on your screen right now. That's number 7, who, I'm sorry, Andy, I'm also picking her Sugar High. She continued her classy ways out on the racetrack. And over that, number 7, Sugar High, she is such a good mover, as you just saw on your screen previously there. But I just really like what I'm seeing from her. I'm a little concerned that maybe she wants to go further than this, but again, I think there's a lot of talent in there. As we'll check in with your favorite number 6, Lady Moscato. She was a little revved up to saddle. You know, it's something I like to look for with the second-time starters. Are they a little rattled by that first start? And I would say yes at first, but she settled in nicely once she got onto the racetrack, and it often feels like Dwayne Lucas's horses build on those efforts. I mean, how many second-time starters have we seen win here at the Spa just because they improved so much with the start under their belt? And she's your typical Lucas-looking trainee, big, burly, sharp. So I have no problems with her being the favorite and would prefer her of the ones who have run. Livy?
And the current favorite, Maggie and Lady Moscato. Louis Sias here at 2-1 for Wayne Lucas. And amazing looking back at the Schuylerville history. He and Todd Pletcher both represented today, both with 6 Schuylerville wins. His first back in 1986 with Sakawista. We're still talking about Wayne Lucas at Saratoga trying to win 2-year-old races in Schuylervilles.
His longevity in the game is absolutely remarkable, and it's kind of the situation you never can tell if he's sort of out of the game, and he came back with a vengeance when he won the Travers with Will Take Charge a number of years ago, and we just can't shake Wayne. He just keeps sticking around, and he keeps winning.
He has the favorite here, Lady Moscato, 2-1. Richie, clearly a test now. Looking at the board, she is cold, 12-1, but Jose Ortiz, the Belmont title, and a win in the first, trying to sweep the early double.
Yeah, they have a stakes-winning mare. Jose Camejo was making some noise around here last year, this time. A lot of his horses were running well.
And a Louisiana bred. You don't see a lot of Louisiana bred 2-year-olds making their debuts here. Clearly now the sire was a terrific sprinter a number of years ago. He's standing down in Louisiana, I'm going to assume. We don't see too many of his horses, but see if a horse can run a little bit. Jose Camejo is a dangerous guy. Keep an eye on him. Interestingly enough, the 7 Sugar High keeps taking money now. Is it sort of that effect that people are being drawn in? They're all looking and saying, look who the live firster is. I'm getting in on this one. Or is it really money that knows? I guess we'll find out in a couple of minutes.
And a challenge, Richie, for that filly. Classy Mischief, Derby and Belmont winning jockey Javier Castellano. For her first experience in the afternoon, she has to break from the rail. How tall of an order is that?
It's tough. And if she doesn't break sharply, it's a very short run to the far turn, and the horses come over very quick. So you've got to be either in there or out of there. You can't be halfway there because you will get shuffled back completely. Very well bred, though. The mare is produced, the 63 caliber you talked about, as well as Gunmetal Gray.
And it's interesting because the numbers are good for her 2-year-old firsters breaking from the rail. They do fine, but I totally get it. You'd rather not draw the rail. You've got to break out of there. You're at a disadvantage. Look, you want to break out from any post, but you have options if you get a little left from the outside. You don't have a lot of options. You get a little left from the inside.
2-year-old fillies. Opening day, we were introduced to My Miss Aurelia for Steve Asmussen, eventual champion. Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly winner, Echo Zulu. A couple of years ago, Chocolate Gelato last year, the Grade 1 Frizette in this very race, second race, opening day, always looking for that next potential blossoming star.
One of the beauties of Saratoga, we're always seeing the stars of tomorrow being unveiled up here.
Yeah, we saw some 2-year-olds in New York, more turf racing in general, but this is when they start coming out in Saratoga, and the East Coast top 2-year-olds will very often debut at the Spa.
2-year-olds taking center stage, post time for the second on opening day from Saratoga. Frank Mirahmadi standing by.
Thank you, Lafitte. Here is Sugar High walking into the gate, followed by Tap the Keg, Soka, Lady Blitz, awaiting her turn is Lady Blitz for the My Racehorse stable, Honey Dijon to the outside. Honey Dijon going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lady Moscato and Clearly a Test are both out very alertly. On the outside here, Sugar High, and Sugar High will press Lady Moscato into the far turn. Lady Blitz not far behind, a length and a half off the pace in third. Honey Dijon, orange colors fourth with 3 to make up. They're followed by Tap the Keg as the field rounds the far turn. Tap the Keg is about 4 lengths off the lead. It's a big gap back to Clearly a Test, who's now toward the back of the field alongside Soka. They're coming to the quarter pole. The opening quarter clicked off in 22 2/5 seconds, and Lady Moscato has been prominent from the moment the gate opened, hounded throughout by Sugar High on the outside. These two come to the 8th pole together. Sugar High on the outside. Lady Moscato digging down deep. Sugar High puts her head in front and starts to edge away. Confidently ridden as well. Sugar High in a sparkling debut. Sugar High cruises home, wrapped up to win it by 4 widening lengths. Lady Moscato second best. Lady Blitz was third. Clearly a Test finished with interest fourth.
Yeah, remember her name, Sugar High. That's why all that money poured in. In her debut for Hall of Famer Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, Sugar High making short work of her freshman rivals in the second at the Spa.
Very professional, very sharp, put herself in the right spot, stalked Lady Moscato, had the benefit of a race, and was just much the best, powered away. Second start in a row, Lady Moscato just would not change leads, hanging on the inside lead. Now, it didn't cost her the race, but if she's going to be more effective as a racehorse, she needs to learn how to switch leads, Andy.
Yeah, it's always good. When you see Bill Mott win the first-time starter, it's a very good sign. This horse is often a leader race or so, and maybe that's a big reason for his success and the embarrassment of riches in a barn that is just incredibly potent, featuring perhaps the best horse in the country in Cody's Wish that we're looking forward to seeing in the Whitney. This horse was a much the best winner, and you win that first 2-year-old race at Saratoga, that's when you start dreaming.
Found that next gear in the stretch. Easily cruising away from her rivals, CJ Thoroughbreds right here. Junior Alvarado asked the question, she has the right answer.
And an instant answer, too, and did everything professionally on her proper lead, was waiting on Junior every step of the way. What do you want me to do? And this was a really nice debut. And
the ears.
The ears up, and, you know, looking at her from a physical perspective, Maggie talked about it. Looks like she'll probably want to go further, and just how pretty she moves. Great mechanics on her stride. She really pointed herself out.
And Bill Mott will have to decide whether to go to the Adirondack coming up in a few weeks, or if he's going to wait, like so many of them have done, for the Grade 1 Spinaway at the end of the meet. It's a good problem to have.
That loaded stable, Lead Power, more like Goddess. Cody's Wish, pointing at the Whitney. But first things first, Mott, youngest trainer ever elected into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame, has a 2-year-old with talent by the name of Sugar High. Results, reaction, when we come back, that was early this morning, the running of the bulls. They break, they open the gate, and they rush to that picnic area to find the best seats, take in the best racing in North America as our coverage on opening day continues on Fox Sports 2.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
How do you become the gold standard in racing partnerships? One horse, one partner, one victory at a time. Congratulations to all our partners who have made West Point the gold standard for the last 3 decades.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. It's opening day at the spa, and we are proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm here on Fox Sports. Well, the first 2-year-old race in the books, and it went to Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, who joins me now in the winner's circle as his very talented 2-year-old filly, Sugar High, gets the job done emphatically, Bill. She exuded class as soon as she walked in the paddock today.
She's been a nice filly from the very beginning. We've had her since March down in Payson Park, and she's never taken a step backward. I mean, she's done everything right, done a, good disposition, and she's shown that she can run, which she exhibited again this afternoon.
She put some real distance between her and the rest of the field, and she's built like a filly that could relish a little longer.
I mean, with her disposition and her stride, it seems like one that, you would imagine that she could get a mile anyway. So we'll see.
She's just one of possibly the future stars, but you have a lot of star power in your barn already. Let's talk about Cody's Wish. I think he, if not the best horse in this country, but definitely the most popular. Talk a little bit about the plans for him up here at the spa.
He is a popular horse, and we're very fortunate to be able to train one that good and such a nice horse. But he's been training forwardly, and since his win in the Met Mile, we've been considering the Whitney, and I think that's where I think we're going to reach out, give that a try. It's at 9 furlongs. He's never won at 9 furlongs, but I think now that he's older and more experienced, I believe it's within his realm. I think we've got to find out. There's not a lot of other races that we would want to run in right at this point in time, so we're going to give the Whitney a try, and he's been training great. He's doing well on a daily basis, and So we're gonna get ready.
I can't wait to see him. Many people can't wait to see him. But Elite Power, too. He's your star sprinter as he's riding that win streak into the spa. Are we doing Vanderbilt and Forgo?
We're doing the Vanderbilt, yeah. And if that goes well, obviously back to the Forgo. And he's been doing well. He's done nothing wrong. He went to Saudi Arabia, won the race over there. He came back, won his first time back, and you know, as long as he continues to do well, both those races are on the agenda for him.
Oh, Bill, we're looking forward to it. Wishing you more continued success. Congrats here.
Thank you.
Sugar High, put that in your stable, and one to remember for the future, Lafitte.
Yeah, so lots to unpack there. Maggie, thanks so much. Thumbs up. Junior Alvarado, big smile, understandable. Sugar High, first things first, Richie. How impressed were you by her? How much potential does she have moving forward?
Very impressed. They're very professional, showed a lot of talent, and Bill Mott's not a trainer that cranks them up to win first time. They win first times because they have natural ability. She should improve with this effort.
Kind of Cody's wish question. We'll get to that in a moment. Andy, you had the winner in the second race. Sugar High, well done. Turning the page.
Everybody.
A win is a win. Not easy to come by at Saratoga. We've established this. First look at grass racing. Turf Sprint, $35,000. Restricted claimer, non-winners to lifetime. 5 is out, mostly harmless. Andy went with?
I like the 6 Saratoga Gaze in here. We'll talk about it more, but I think
that
there's
we will.
some interesting things about her in here.
Coverage continues. There's the handshake. Will they be in the winner? So Todd Pletcher. 14 Saratoga training titles on the resume. 6 Schuylerville wins on the resume. Looking to make it 7 with this filly. Wine on Tap, the favorite in the opening day feature. Welcome back, everyone, to Saratoga Springs.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Forgo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Here comes Sweet Loretta, bearing down on the far outside with a furlong to run. And Sweet Loretta has taken the lead. Made Me Shiver has given way. Fun is next, Harlan's Thunder and Olive Branch. And they're all going to chase Sweet Loretta to the wire. Sweet Loretta, strong in the Schuylerville.
She was strong in the Schuylerville. Sweet Loretta, 2016, most recent of 6 for trainer Todd Pletcher. She'd parlay that win to a victory in a spin-away closing weekend via dead heat, Sweet Loretta. And that brings up the question of how productive the Schuylerville has been over the years. The Schuylerville productivity, last Schuylerville runner, not winner, but runner, to win the spin-away. As we mentioned, Sweet Loretta, the Frizette, day out of the office. For the juvenile fillies, all about Dwayne Lucas and Take Charge Brandy. She won that championship off that huge upset in the juvenile fillies, and the last Schuylerville runner to win the Kentucky Oaks, Serengeti Empress, for Tom Amos in the greatest post-race celebration in the history of post-race celebrations. This year's edition, 105th running, 2-year-old fillies, 6-furlong sprint and 4 defections, changing the complexion of the race. Let's start with the favorite in Wine on Top. In fact, we start with Carmelina, drawn inside at 5-1. Jose Ortiz, the very fast Pennsylvania bred.
She's got to break sharply, more sharply than she did in her debut, but she's fast. And with the 4 scratches, we lost some of the speed, and that's going to help her chances a great deal.
Trained by Butch Reed. Sound familiar? Vequist fans, Carmelina. Speed from the inside. Number 2, Becky's Joker. Like, why not debut in the Grade 3 Schuylerville, the first-time starter?
Well, she comes in off a 34-4 3-furlong workout, best of 19. I always like to see horses kind of at least take on maidens one time before they jump into the deep end of the pool.
Speed.
She's better right around her barn mate is the second race.
Speed in the pedigree, so watch her early on. Becky's Joker. Number 3, Union Sioux, runner-up to Clean Act, is out. Correction, Saratoga Secret at 4-1 morning line.
Interesting to see an Arrogate win it first time out at 5.5 furlong, considering the kind of stamina he brings to a horse for Wayne Lucas, and I think she's a major player here.
Number 6 is Closing Act, the Astoria winner at Belmont Park.
She's 2 for 2, and I like the fact that she's been able to win from off the pace in both of her starts. That shows you that she has tenacity. She certainly is a filly that has overcome some adversity, breaking slow on debut. Slow figures, but she hasn't done anything wrong yet.
And the favorite in Wine on Tap, expensive filly, impressive debut win at Belmont.
She got it done first time out and got a nice buyer figure of 76. For what it's worth, Todd Pletcher, believe it or not, has struggled. His second time starting 2-year-olds that broke their maidens their debuts up in Saratoga. He's just 1 for 17 over the last 5 years.
Surprising. Seeking that 7th Schuylerville win. Kiss for Luck. Second at 2 for Butch Reed, not as quick as her stablemate Carmelina.
Yeah, got a slower figure, but ran well on debut. Also showed speed. She has options from the outside though, so I would expect her uncoupled stablemate, the 1-horse Carmelina, to show more speed.
We touched on the scratches there for the Schuylerville. And Wine on Tap coming in. Andy, how impressed were you by her debut and what she showed you at Belmont Park for Todd Pletcher?
You know, I'm not sure. I'm really not. It doesn't feel, on face value, that figure's very strong. I don't know about the field that she beat that day, and I kind of want to see her do it again. And, you know, Forte came into the Saratoga Special last year off a very impressive maiden win for Todd Pletcher, and really it's the only bad race he's ever run. Now, I don't think he ran that badly, but he ran like a horse that kind of needed the race, believe it or not, and it propelled him to that big win, not only in the Hopeful, but obviously the Breeders' Cup. I'm going to take a wait-and-see approach. I prefer Carmelina and Saratoga Secret.
The idea that she was able to at least, she had the tactical speed, but it wasn't just a front-running effort. She passed a horse.
If I could ride one horse in this race, it would be Wine on Tap. I think she won going 5 furlongs just because she's talented, not because she really wanted to run 5 furlongs. Now, she only gets to go 6 today, but it is another 220 yards. And he has the look of a filly with a lot of upside to me. I think she's going to be heard from, especially when they start going a mile or more.
The pedigree, Andy, Pike Tappet out of a quality road mare. It's impressive if she can win a stakes race in a 6-furlong sprint, considering, yeah, she is designed to thrive at longer distances.
Pedigrees are funny with 2-year-olds early in their career. Look at the 5 Saratoga Secret. An Arrogate, you think of those horses as going longer as well, and you talk about the Tappet. So 2-year-olds early in their career sometimes do a lot of running outside of their pedigree. You would think that theoretically they'd be better as they go longer. We'll see if that's the case, or maybe they're just precocious.
Or if this trend potentially continues, the last 9 Schuylerville favorites have been defeated. They've run well on several occasions, but fact is, you have to go back a ways to find the last Schuylerville favorite to deliver on opening day. Summer Promise, second last year at odds of 6-5. Saratoga Secret now, her unveiling, Richie. Late June, Ellis Park, Saratoga Secret. You can see she's being ridden and has to be reminded to stay straight.
Well, and I think that has a lot to do with, first, A, being green, and B, a pedigree that wants to go further. So you're having to keep after her to make her do something that maybe doesn't come as natural to her, having to show that kind of speed. Look, all good horses have one thing in common, Andy. They possess speed. It's how they learn to use it.
There are a lot of 2-year-olds that'll show speed early in their careers that end up being deep closers. I remember Crypto Clearance being a bullet early in his career, and when he was successful later in his career, he came from 100 behind.
Stone closer. And for Dwayne Lucas, he and Todd Pletcher, each with the 6 Schuylerville wins, most recent Classic Elegance. But Sakawista, Andy, and what she eventually did, she was a defeated favorite in the Juvenile Fillies in '86, but she made amends the following season at Hollywood Park.
She did. She found a very speed-friendly track as the lone speed, and actually my only weekend ever at Hollywood Park when she won the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
He couldn't wait to bring up Sakawista and then her winning that Breeders' Cup, because I rode her the previous start and got disqualified her on her in the Ruffian and lost the mount. You couldn't wait to bring that up.
You know what the good news was, though? You were riding at Aqueduct, where you're home that day. You
oh, yeah,
had
that was
a big
wonderful.
Day.
Actually, I think I got hurt.
My old man got beat.
Got hurt.
My old man got beaten her in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, and she was the favorite. Don't sweat it. No sweat. As for Carmelina, though, yeah, if she breaks sharp from that inside, Andy, she brings some serious heat to the party.
She's speed, and she's fast, and she's good. She actually was entered, apparently, and Acacia was telling me this earlier, against Kiss for Luck, her uncoupled stablemate, in her debut, and I think she was a late scratch running off. Should have probably won that day. Well, she got it done in here, and we'll see if she can come back and even improve on that effort. I prefer her chances. I love her speed.
Smarty Jones fans, right? Pennsylvania bred.
I love her work pattern ever since, too. I mean, just steady, 48s. And how can I not root for a horse named Carmelina?
Naturally.
Naturally.
Of course. Inside speed. That's the Schuylerville, the opening day traditional feature. 2-year-old fillies taking center stage later this evening. You'll see it right here on Saratoga Live as our coverage continues on opening day. Horses in the paddock for race number 3. First look at turf racing. 5.5 furlong turf sprint. We'll have the paddock report, riders up in the post parade. The 3rd race coming up next from the Spa.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Here's Maiden coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Right a hold of Maiden. Maiden has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Maiden to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Day 1 of 40. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Invite still stands. Get involved. Ira Bets join today. Take advantage. Use that promo code SPA200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NaraBets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Time for the Paddock Report. Acacia Clement standing by. Acacia, very happy opening day to you.
And to you, Lafitte, so happy to be here on what's turned out to be a gorgeous Thursday afternoon. And taking a look at horses in the paddock for this turf sprint, we'll start with my top selection, which is the number 8, Leanna B. And if you're looking to say, okay, she won a maiden special weight at Monmouth last time out, and then now we see her in here for the claiming price. Why is that? I think it's just very sharp scheduling and management by trainer John Kimmel. This is a horse that was running for $40,000, 2 back at Aqueduct, not able to seal the deal that day, found a soft maiden special weight race where she was protected last time at Monmouth where she got the win, and now he puts her in the logical location. She's compact, she's stout, she looks quick, and I think she's going to be the lone speed in here, and I do think that this is the right spot for her. The number 6, Saratoga Gates, cuts back in distance, and she went to the front last time out. That was stretching out, and she just doesn't really want to go so far. I think that she's not as quick as Leanna B, but she doesn't need to be too far back, and she is sharp here in the paddock. Always one that can be a little bit revved up, get a little bit hot before her races, and right now she's keeping a lid on it. I wouldn't want to see her get any more keyed up than she is right now, but I do think cutting back in distance, not to mention the drop in class, will suit her. The number 1, Fabulous Fanny, wasn't a horse I had initially had on my radar, but she's taking some attention, and I spoke to trainer Robertino Diodoro about the decision to try turf. He said when he was looking for the condition book and mapping out races for his runners, he found the perfect level, the perfect distance, and then saw it was on the grass. And he looked up the pedigree for this horse and said, the dam was a stakes winner, 4-time turf winner. Let's give it a try. And she has a turf hoof, a flatter pancake-like hoof, slacker pasterns. She also wears an extension blinker in that the right eye is fully covered. They added that last time because she has the tendency to drift. Lafitte?
The adjustments Richie trying to make in order to get these horses to just simply run straight, a challenge in itself.
Yeah, absolutely. And just think power steering, right? You have a car that's hard to handle. You get power steering, they get easier to handle. That's what trainers are trying to do with the equipment. You see
that's what she was talking about.
Yeah, that extension blinker on the outside. The conventional wisdom is that horses won't run to where they can't see. As somebody who rode these horses, that's false.
Saratoga Gaze. Andy, her last turf sprint, late April, Aqueduct, what went down there?
Well, you know, the chart comment says jostled 7/16. Now, I didn't see it, and I have nothing but respect for the chart callers here, but what I did see is a horse in the green silks that was completely and totally blocked throughout the entire stretch run, to the point when her rider, Kendrick Carmouche, he just couldn't do anything. He's trying to ride her, he's trying to look for a spot, and he's trying to be patient, and every time a little opening shows up, the pink horse comes over in her face, and basically, Kendrick just had to eat her in this race. So it wasn't being jostled the 7/16 that was her problem. It was not finding room to get throughout the stretch. And she's run fast enough to win it, and I like her chances today.
It's got to be a frustrating feeling, Richie.
Well, think about yourself stuck in traffic and wanting to get someplace, and you just can't because there's too many cars in front of you. It's the same thing in racing. More frustrating because you're trying to win. You're trying to get there first.
There's money involved.
Right. There's a bag of money at the finish line. I want that bag of money.
We'll see a horse coming up in today's 4th race. Same situation, Pocamuca. Luis Saez had to eat her last time. He could not find room.
See if she can find clear sailing today. Saratoga Gaze, the lukewarm 3-1 favorite. $35,000 claimers, restricted, non-winners to lifetime. They're all for sale. All one for something. First look at grass racing, fillies and mares. And by the way, because I'm just being told now, there may be some inbound weather, could be some inbound weather, and for that reason, post times may be accelerated as the program continues. We get later on in the afternoon.
Chasing weather in Saratoga is a full-time job. Hopefully it won't come, as it often doesn't. Fabulous Fanny's a funny horse in this race, huh? Down the inside. I mean, you don't expect to see Robertino Diodoro moving the turf. You don't see it that often. A trainer has most successes on the dirt.
The equipment and that extension blinker Acacia was touching on with Fabulous Fanny. Coming off that blowout win and now on grass. They make the turn. Another look at Fabulous Fanny, who debuted here in August of 21 and hasn't been back since.
Yeah, well, once again, I'm just not optimistic of her chances on the turf going here for the first time. Robertino's trying to do something off a big dirt win. She was fast last time. Surprised he's looking at the surface.
9-2 currently. Rosemary potatoes, I see them on your menu all the time, Mig.
I make a pretty good rosemary potato.
don't
That
mess
being
around.
said, rosemary potato's trying sprinting on the turf for the first time, and we'll have to improve.
Diva ready for your old debut in races last November.
Yeah, listen, if you like her, she's a big price. I don't like turnbacks in the turf. They rarely work.
Smoking Hot Kitty at 7-2. Manny Franco, she has won on this turf course.
Yeah, and closed well last time, albeit for 30,000, pretty much the same race this time. She'd like to see some pace up front.
Saratoga Gaze needs to find clear sailing.
Yeah, and to me, she's the horse to be. That was a great video to show just when a horse just has no place to go.
There's Kendrick Carmouche winding up Devilly, 1 for 21 lifetime.
Tried Devilly last time, and she was extremely disappointing, and she just doesn't have races that are fast enough to compete on the turf. She's a price if you like her, a big one.
Leanna B, 7-2 currently with Luis Saez aboard.
Speedy filly should be forward. Luis Saez, a speedy jockey, likes to be forward. I think they're a good match.
Case explaining why she's in this spot, coming off the maiden special weight win and showing up in a claiming event. Linerite at 9-1 with Jose Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, I think she's a big price. I didn't really like her chances, but she's run fast enough that perhaps she's not impossible if you like her at a big price.
On the outside, La Aguililla, 1 for 36 lifetime. That's the bad news. The good news, Rat Ortiz takes over.
I actually thought she was a little interesting. I thought her turf sprints were good enough to be somewhat competitive here, even though she's never won on the turf.
She likes to run third. She's been third 12 out of 36 times. So you key her third in the tries, Richie.
Don't leave her out of your trifecta, especially with Ortiz in the saddle. We check in with Sarah hanging out in the treehouse. Sarah, what's going on?
Up here in the treehouse, one of the many places available to enjoy a bite to eat or something to drink. Another new place to be at Saratoga, only recently added last year. Christina is with me. You've been to the treehouse before. Can you tell me a little bit about what it's like to be up here?
Oh my gosh, I would just say first, the history is amazing. I've been coming here since I was a little girl, and to just see the growth of this place, people from all over coming and enjoying. You get to view the grounds, everybody's smiling faces. It's really a good time.
And what are you going to be enjoying today? What's the best part about opening day for you?
Oh my gosh, well, I got to say, and we're off at Saratoga, so that was fun. Placed a few bets. I haven't won yet, but I think just enjoying the atmosphere and everybody smiling in a good mood. Everybody wants to be here. That's the best part about Saratoga summer.
Perfect. Absolutely one of the best things about being here, the treehouse.
Yeah, Sarah, you can see it. It's the second year since constructed. Richie, just the views from up there, the horses in the paddock, when they make their way front side, the vibe, just a cool spot to spend the afternoon at Saratoga.
I'll be candid. I had my doubts about it, but I've had the opportunity to get up there and see the view and look at it and the way the horses have reacted to it, which means they haven't reacted to it. I think, honestly, it's another nice addition to Saratoga.
It's just another thing that's been terrific that we've done here to improve Saratoga while not taking anything away. And yet another thing that I read about on Twitter before anybody had ever seen it. There was a horrible idea and a terrible thing we were doing that nobody had any complaints about it after they saw it and they went up there. It's a terrific spot. And that's the thing we try to do in Saratoga. Make improvements, add without subtracting.
Check in with Acacia, who's going with Leanna B, currently 7-2. Acacia.
Yes, Lafitte, I'm hoping she gets loose in here and is able to wave goodbye to this field, but wanted to talk about a horse that just missed last time, and that's Smokin' Hot Kitty. Horacio De Paz claimed this horse and cut her back in distance, which I think was really the wise move. I always had my doubts about her going long. I think that sprinting is what she really does prefer. Now, that said, she is really on the muscle and really revved up today. Brought her in with cotton in her ears, and trainers will do that to try to muffle out the sound because that's something that horses will really react to quite a bit. And she's a horse that often carries a lot of condition too, and this is by far the most tucked up I've seen from her. I don't know if it's perhaps something that's out of character and can be taken as a bit of a negative, but I'm hoping that she's able to channel that energy out on the racetrack. I do like her staying with a sprint, but hopefully she's not expending that energy before the race even begins, Lafitte.
Save something for the race here. Smokin' Hot Kitty at 7-2. And Acacia, for the summers that you've spent here at Saratoga, opening day, the excitement, is there a particular memory, a moment for you that comes to mind, your favorite opening day memory?
Well, I cheated a little bit, Lafitte, as it's not quite an opening day memory, but more of an opening weekend memory. Right here in this very winner's circle in 2015 was the place that I met the man that would become my future husband. After Hard Not to Like won the Diana in 2015, it was my very first weekend working in horse racing, and I was doing Saturdays for the Horse Racing Radio Network, and I interviewed Christophe Clement and met his son that I didn't know existed at that time in the winner's circle in Saratoga, and it took us about 4 more years before we started dating, but started our relationship here in Saratoga as well, and now been married about 1.5 years. And so Saratoga always has a very special place in my heart for very personal reasons too.
4 years, dogged determination, Miguel. Well done. I thought she was going to say, absolutely. I thought she was going to say maybe like first show with us, but meeting your future husband, that's acceptable.
Listen, I think there are a lot of stories like that in Saratoga. Obviously, the horses bring us here, but then we wind up creating other relationships and friendships. And I proposed to my wife right in front of Lyrical Ballad.
Really? Did you buy any books there?
I can't read.
Close second for occasion must have been.
Great bookstore, people don't know. Used books.
Close second must have been working on the pregame show with you earlier today, opening day Talking Horses.
Oh,
that had to be a close second.
Just as when we go over our worst moments in Saratoga, mine sort of speaks for itself, Lafitte.
Andy, you have the 10 here, La Aguililla,
I have
on the
the
outside
6.
as your second selection. Why?
Because she seems to hit the board and do well in her races, and she's run well in turf sprints before, and I'm not thrilled with anybody here besides Saratoga Gaze. I think Liana B could be dangerous in the front end, but it feels like the 10, whatever her name is, she'll get a piece of this.
Don't you think Liana B gets loose here?
Yes, I think she does. And one of the things about Luis Saez is he rides speed horses like speed horses, and you can usually count on him to do that. I don't love the races that she's coming out of. I don't think she's reliable, but I think she is the speed and the one to catch. I'm hoping Saratoga Gaze will catch her.
At 3-1, wide open. The bookends, Richie, we're touching on La Aguililla, but down on the inside, you had a thought on Fabulous Fanny, and again, that extension blinker she'll be racing with today.
Well, Fabulous Fanny showed enough speed on the dirt last time that if that was to translate to the turf, she'll be forward. The problem is with that extension blinker in the inside post, it's tricky because that outside eye's covered, and it really limits their peripheral vision, right? So it's up to the rider and the assistant starter to make sure that the eye that's unencumbered with the blinker cup, the inside eye, sees the brake. Horses don't react to the bell. They don't react to that noise. They react to the movement of the doors.
And dirt speed does often not transfer to turf speed, and she's never been on the surface before. That's a big factor as well.
New voice at Saratoga, Frank Mirahmadi. First turf race of the afternoon, filing into the gate. It is post time. Frank.
Liner right. And La Aguililla. How's that, Lafitte? They're in the gate. And they're off. And Liana B is sent right to the front and opens up a couple of lengths in a hurry. Fabulous Fanny comes through on the inside second. Saratoga Gaze is in third. Then La Aguililla in fourth. Followed at the rail by Rosemary Potatoes, who's 5 lengths off the lead as they move into the far turn. Smokin' Hot Kitty is on the outside. Diva Ready has plenty of work to do at this stage. At the back of the field are Liner Right and Devilly. Around the far turn, Liana B blazes the opening quarter in 21 4/5 seconds. Here's Saratoga Gaze, though, looming menacingly as the field turns for home. 3 back, La Aguililla on the outside of Fabulous Fanny. And Saratoga Gaze runs right by Liana B in the center of the course. Smokin' Hot Kitty starts to rally, as does Diva Ready, splitting horses with a nice late bid. A 16th to go. Saratoga Gaze 3-length lead. Here's Diva Ready closing with every stride, and Diva Ready runs her down. Tight photo for second. It's very close between Saratoga Gaze and Liner Right. Behind them was Smokin' Hot Kitty.
Fresh and dangerous, 4-year-old debut, off since last November. Javier Castellano, Diva Ready in the third at Saratoga.
Trainer Bob Caceres, a guy that knows how to win races, been winning races for as long as I can remember. She worked out a good trip after having to alter course there and find a gap, but boy, she did finish Our selection, Andy, Saratoga Gaze, did the dirty work, put away the speed of Liana B, and then just got leg weary.
Yeah, you could say that she probably, as it turned out, moved a little soon, but it's not like anybody else made up any ground. And give Placeres and Javier credit, a good ride by Javier, but also a horse that just, and actually the 6 finished 3rd in there. Diva Ready, she had never gone this short. She hadn't run in a while. Her last race was a disaster. He had her ready today, and if you had her, she was a big price at 7-1.
7-1. Knollwood Stables, Diva Ready. It felt, Richie, like she only ran about 75 yards when Javier Castellano gave her cue late. Just found that extra gear and exploded late.
And that's what determines good turf horses, and particularly good turf sprinters. They have acceleration. They can quicken that way. And he was trying to work his way to the outside and then just realized that's not going to work. Saw the gap to the inside, altered course, and she accelerated immediately.
I think we saw a pretty quick pace in there because you see how the pace really collapsed, and obviously the number 8 horse completely ineffective here getting past, and it took a toll on Saratoga Gaze, but you can't really knock it. She had her chance to win and didn't get it done. One of the things I like about the 5.5 furlong turf sprints in Saratoga, and we run quite a few, closers do well in them.
Yeah.
People think, oh, they're short and closers can't get up.
Yeah.
That is a total misnomer. In fact, I would argue closers do better in these 5.5s than they do at 6 at Belmont.
That closer did well. 3.964. Liner Right did get the photo for second. 7-1. Diva Ready. Javier Castellano won 3 races opening day last year. Let's see what kind of damage he does the rest of the way. A first tally of the brand new meet in race 3. So if that was a closer, she is not. She is fast. And how good was she last year in Italian? Just too fast to catch. Out for a title defense. The first grade 1 of the meet, the Diana, on Saturday. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Poppy Flowers putting in a late burst. Here they come for the finish. Here is Nagarok, who takes off. Nagarok will roll. Nagarok.
Out of a Galileo mare, this dual surface star has sired juvenile stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
It will be good night to win it by a length and a half.
It is all shotgun Hottie as she pleases.
Disarm draws even. Disarm takes from that win. But Echo Zulu opens up by 2, now by 3. Echo Zulu looking good. Geared down to win it by 4.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. That's not Saratoga. It's the Big M, Meadowlands. Big night at the Big M on tap. Meadowlands Pace, Fox Sports 1 on-site coverage. Terrific field assembled. The Meadowlands Pace Saturday night on Fox Sports 1. Top-class thoroughbred racing in the afternoon. Standard bred in the evening on Saturday. Here, opening day, and lots to smile about for Javier Castellano. Diva Ready, Richie, impressive upon return.
Was impressive. She did get paced to set up her late run, but she had to negotiate traffic. A nice ride by Javier Castellano.
Starting off where he was last year.
Trainer had it ready. Bob Thesaurus in the winner's circle, standing by with Acacia.
Diva Ready was ready, Lafitte. And Bob, first race since November. Talk about getting this filly ready to roll because she just inhaled this field.
No, she ran very well. We're very happy with her. The time off did it great. And we tried on the dirt when the turf ended last year and wasn't her forte.
She's run on both surfaces, as you mentioned, a variety of distances, too. Talk about finding the right spot for her since you claimed her.
Well, she appeared like she wanted to go further, but she trained like she wanted to sprint. I was a little apprehensive sprinting her. I had her in a lower last week, you know, for the same race and trying to get her going, and they canceled racing because of the air quality, so this seemed like a good place to come.
It was meant to be, and now you've got a win on opening day. How special is that?
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Lafitte?
Bob Caceres strikes opening day. Diva ready. We've touched on it in the past, Richie, but how important it is, in this case, Javier Castellano, and for the jockeys to get off to a fast start here at Saratoga.
Absolutely. Listen, everybody's paying attention to what's going on here. So many of the owners spend the summer here. They want the riders that get off to the quick start, and Javier's riding well. And for Bob Caceres, that was career win 2,307. I mean, I remember him winning races at the Great Barrington Fair when I first started out.
Great Barrington Fair. Sounds like a long way from...
Only 45 minutes from here.
Just 45.
Only 45 minutes.
I spent a lot of time at Great Barrington Fair as a kid.
Yeah. All right,
I saw things there. If I didn't see them, I wouldn't believe they happened.
Caceres spent some time there as well. Won races there and still winning races here at Saratoga, having won the third. Turning the page to the fourth. And post time for this one, we believe, around 2:48. 2:48 post time for this fourth race. Back to the, well, for the inner turf course, mile and the 16th. Take out numbers 1 and 7. Salima currently 9-5. Again, around 2:48 post time for the fourth race at Saratoga. On Saturday, the first grade one of the meet, it is the Diana, featuring top class fillies and mares. And Andy, a race that Chad Brown has had a stranglehold on for years and seemingly has a stranglehold on going in on Saturday.
When you have 4 of the 5 runners and seemingly nobody wants to take them on, and they can't beat you if they don't take you on, and you've also got in Italia, who is arguably the best filly or mare turf horse in the country, and she started her 5-race win streak, all grade 1s, with an incredible performance in this race just last year.
She's been a machine. Brown training 4 of the 5. Richie, and this is what Andy's referencing last year, the speed in Italian. This was in the Just a Game at Belmont, and when she got on a roll, she became, as he said, a grade 1 machine.
She not only has speed, she has stamina. She ran fast early, she ran fast in the middle, she ran fast late in the Just a Game as she did in the Diana last year.
I should say it's not a 5-race win streak. She got run down at the wire in the Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf, trying to get a mile and 3/16. But you know, that's Just a Game. All you got to see that race is the start. I mean, she just breaks out of the gate like a shot, and not only is she better than them and faster than them, when you break a length or length and a half in front of them, what an advantage you have. She's an absolutely terrific filly, and while market segmentation may be coming off a grade 1 win, she's going to have to improve to beat this runner.
What she did last year, she'll try and defend that title on Saturday in the Diana, but her stablemates are out after her. How about market segmentation, as you mentioned in her win in the New York?
Nice run here, but it was going a mile and a quarter. And to give you just an idea, in Italian goes a half in 45 if she wants to. Market segmentation, as nice as her run was in New York, went a half in 50 and a fifth. That's 26 lengths slower.
She took advantage of a very strong rail with the rails coming down last time and really had everything her own way. As you say, Richie, be able to control in that slow pace. What I think could work in her favor, if you're looking to be optimistic, is I think she's better going shorter. I actually don't think she's necessarily going to be a better horse going longer. Now, we'll see if that turns out to be the case. She's going to sit behind in Italia in all likelihood, but she's not winning this race if the good in Italia shows up. Nobody else is.
No.
So everybody in here is going to hope she has an off day. Maybe she will one of these days. Doesn't seem likely, but they're not beating in Italia unless somehow they improve immeasurably or in Italia just doesn't show up.
Yeah, I think that's more to the point. It's in Italian's race to lose. What really accentuates, now we already said, Chad's got 4 of the 5 runners in here. It's for 4 different owners. That's strength.
Listen, Charlie Whittingham, I remember how much they praised him when he ran 1 through 5 in California in his heyday. And you can't beat the guy if you don't play against him. Chad Brown brings 4 different owners into this race. It's not his fault. Nobody else wants to play.
It would be an 8th overall for Brown. The opening week stakes schedule. Schuylerville later today. Tomorrow, a couple more with the Coronation Cup and the Wilton Stakes. A trio on Saturday, headlined by the Grade 1 Diana. And on Sunday, the quick call for older turf sprinters. Coverage continuing on opening day. It's a beautiful day for now. Again, they are accelerating post times. The fourth race will go off at 2:48 with potential incoming weather. Much more on opening day from the Spa. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Saratoga for me has always been Christmas in July and in August, and the attraction, the feel that you get, the town, the horses, the atmosphere, just the best place to be by far.
There's nothing like Saratoga. It's historic. Racing is great. Great horses, good people.
You know, there's so much history and tradition here. This is where you got to be.
It's electrifying. I mean, you know, especially if you're lucky enough to be able to race a horse here, win or lose, you know, win is the icing on the cake for us.
It's a lot more peaceful than a lot of other racetracks. It's very picturesque, obviously, as well.
The families and the kids are running around, and you see that they really show the love for horses.
Welcome back to Saratoga.
Welcome back.
Welcome back, Saratoga. It's our time of the year.
Welcome back to the Horsemen, the fans, and welcome back to our viewers on Fox Sports 2. Live look just outside the paddock. The fans here at Saratoga for opening day. Richie, you hear it time and time again. Christmas in July and August, describing what Saratoga means to so many within the industry and the fans.
It just speaks to the anticipation of getting here, getting to this timeless town that has all the amenities of a big city and yet still has that small town feel to it, and the history here. And that it's that way every day. You wake up every day with that anticipation. Andy, you said it, that you might see something great today.
Well, it's also the town itself, right? You've got the restaurants downtown, the bar scene downtown, so many people, a lot of racing people downtown. It's an all-encompassing experience. You don't just show up in Saratoga and go to the track for the day and then go home somewhere. You stick around. You enjoy downtown as well. This town has it all. It's a truly magical place.
So he's saying he's going downtown.
It's a school night. We have day 2 tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, I get my work done there.
Welcome back
Worry
to
about
our
yourself.
viewers just rejoining us on Fox Sports 2. Some technical issues. I blame him. Fourth race. For those just rejoining, post time is at 2:48 for the fourth race. Accelerating post times with some inbound weather for this fourth race and the remainder of the afternoon. Salima, who's pictured in 6-5, Andy, revisiting her winter memories last fall at Aqueduct. That was on a softish turf course, what turned out to be a daylight win.
Yeah, she was very good last year. The one thing I'd say is, though, the worst race she ever ran was her return race off a layoff up in Saratoga last year. And she's going to have to be on top of her game because there's some competition here. I believe if Salima runs her best race, she's going to win this race, and I did pick her in here. But coming off a layoff, even though Chad Brown is sensational with turf routers off of long layoffs, it always has to be a bit of a concern, especially with a short-priced runner. But when she's good, she's pretty good.
And Chad Brown, they trust, currently 6-5, Richie Salima.
Yeah, well, the first thing when I look at horses coming off of layoffs, I look who the conditioner is. And when it comes to Chad, it doesn't play in. I don't factor it in anymore. He's just too proficient at getting horses ready off the bench.
Acacia's in the paddock. We're looking at the favorite, Salima, acting up just a touch there. But let's start with number 2, Encased Salima is rusty for some reason. Your thoughts on Sister O'Toole, Saddle Towel 2, but she'll break from the rail.
It's probably a horse that needs more distance.
Lippy, as Sister O'Toole will break from the rail, as you mentioned, she's one that I haven't seen since March of last year when she raced at Gulfstream. To be honest, she's never been the one that I've been the biggest fan of, because as she races, she tends to really kind of not take her racetrack with her, so to speak. She'll not carry her weight from race to race. She'll get pretty warm beforehand. And the layoff, which is what I was hoping, has really done her well. She's carrying great condition coming back here in her first start as a 6-year-old now. And I think that that's really the key for her, maybe spacing races. And perhaps this is a bit more of a prep race for her to go a little bit longer in the future. But I do like what I see from her coming back in her first start of this year. The number 3, Poca Mucha, she is a horse that I'm laying eyes on for the first time today, but boy, did she have a trip last time out. She doesn't seemed like the easiest horse to ride. She was a little bit antsy in the gate early on, and then she got pretty keen. She was really pulling on Luis Saez that day too, and looked like it took her a little bit of time to get into stride. But also, she just then had nowhere to go, and she looked like a filly that was reticent to go in between horses, and with no room, he just kind of protected her. Now, she's been a little bit sharp since she's come into the paddock as well. It's gotten very windy down here too. I don't know why, but sometimes wind will really kind of rev horses up and get them a little bit keyed, and so she's been kicking out, but hopefully once they get the tack on her, she'll be able to settle a little bit more, because I think if she gets a cleaner trip today, she's a major player and a horse that I'm very intrigued to see on the track, Lafitte.
All right, Acacia, so something to watch from Poca Mucha. First, whether or not she relaxes early on for Joel Rosario, Andy, which was not the case in her most recent. This is what she's talking about. And then the traffic she incurred at Ellis in her latest.
Yeah, traffic is a tough thing. Now, Saratoga Gaze didn't get it done last time, though she ran a lot better. And I don't know what she would have done here, but she did win here last year with Joel Rosario. In fact, beat another Peter Brandt horse, this one owned by Peter Brandt's wife in this case. But she was totally blocked and never had a chance to run. So what she might have done, who knows?
The assignment, Richie, early on for Joel Rosario, getting her to settle and then navigating in what traffic, these inner turf races. Of course, you want to be on the most talented, but racing luck in finding a clean trip, a challenge as well for the riders.
Well, I think that it's really important to point out that there's a difference between a bad ride and an unlucky ride. And they just got unlucky. Saving ground, turf racing, you want to save ground. Yeah. He just didn't find a gap when he needed it.
No question. You put her in the right spot. You just got to sometimes get a little lucky or not get unlucky.
Yeah.
Circling back, Andy, to Sister O'Toole, the layoff for trainer Graham Motion. How has he done statistically in these situations over the last 5 years?
He's done great. He's 25 for 104, 6 to 12-month layoffs and turf routes with a very strong ROI. Now, you look at this horse, and it's very fair to say she does her best running going longer. So there is a real good argument that she's using this race as a prep for bigger and longer things going forward. But I don't think we want to discount how well Graham Motion does. I mean, that is a healthy stat. It's a lot of starters, it's a lot of winners, and it's a big ROI for a trainer who takes money, Graham Motion. So I think it's interesting. She'll run fairly well here. You know, one of the keys to this race is what does Star Divine do, and why is she going long again after she failed so miserably trying to go long last time?
We'll continue that conversation. We're looking at Chad Brown. Acacia, what's going on with Salima here, the favorite and the saddle adjustment?
Not an adjustment, actually, Lafitte. She's a quirky type of filly. My notes from last year were that she was just all over the place. And what they've done is to saddle her on the walk. It's best to keep a horse moving when they're being difficult. So he's lucky that there aren't other horses in the shed row there. And they're now doing the overgirth once they've got the regular tack on. And they're just going to keep her moving. So she doesn't stop. She doesn't have an opportunity to get really nervous. And that's the best thing to do with a horse that's a little bit flighty, a little bit quirky, and a bit nervous. And while she's been a bit antsy in here, she's much better than she was last year. And now they've got the tack on, but Chad's got his hands full with California Queen, his other runner, who's also a handful to saddle, Lafitte.
Chad Brown with his hands full in this one.
And it's difficult to saddle a horse on the walk. Usually what the valet will do is he'll make up the saddle towel, the saddle pad, everything's all in place, put it over the horse's withers, and then they'll tighten the girth as the horse walks. A lot of these horses that get flighty like this, particularly fillies and mares, if you stop them, their tendency is to go in the air, and then you run the risk of them losing their balance.
All the while trying not to aggravate further. Salima, 3-2, the current favorite. We're thinking post time in about 6 minutes. 6 minutes to post till the 4th race here at Saratoga as our opening day coverage continues on Fox Sports 2. Stay tuned.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Welcome back to Saratoga on opening day. All right, so yeah, we just got riders up. We have a few moments here for this 4th race. Reminder, by the way, in the Saratoga contest, we're going to want to feed you a competitive edge with live money handicapping contests nearly every week. Register now to win cash prizes and seats in the next week's $300 contest. Registration ends 5 p.m. Friday. Visit NYRA.com/contest to learn more. Post parade in a moment for the 4th. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. So the idea was to accelerate post times. Clearly that's not going to happen as we're showing post time, and we haven't had the post parade yet for the 4th race.
Yeah, I don't think it's going off at 2:48. I have a lot of bad opinions. I think that one's going to be right.
Do not kill the messenger. Do not.
Be lucky to get it at 2:52, the original post time.
I mean, Salima, who is 6-5. There's the 2 and Sister O'Toole. Key to riding these 2-turn grass races, Richie, on the inner turf course at Saratoga.
Position and saving ground, and to me, working out the trip. If you save all the ground on the first turn, that gives you the license if you need to lose a little the second turn to avoid losing momentum.
Pretty good run to the first turn, so at least they have time to sort of get themselves in position, and likely Stardivine will be leading the pack early, the number 4.
At 7-2. Post parade for the 4th. And Messidor, Javier Castellano looking for back-to-back grass wins.
Mile and 16th might be a little far, but she's had major excuses in her recent races and is not impossible in here.
Number 2, Sister O'Toole. The stats say, look out, Graham Motion off the bench.
Yeah, and the flip side of the 1A Messidor is that this might be a little short for her. Is this maybe a prep for the Weah, which she ran so well in 2 years ago here?
Andy loves Weah. Pocamucha. Let's see if Joelle Rosario can get her to settle down early on.
If Joelle can get her to run as well as she did when she won here last August 3rd, she has a chance to upset the favorite. I considered picking her on top and made her my second choice.
Star Divine, 4-1. I read Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, stretched out to the 1.8 mile distance last time, set a very slow, controlled pace, and really just didn't stay the distance.
She's a sprinter.
Favorites on the engine. Salima, even money, Flavian Pratt for Chad Brown.
She's a little overbet, all things considered. Her best race makes her the winner of this race, and probably a fairly likely winner, but awfully short.
Keisha mentioned both Brown runners can be a handful. California Queen, there she is, and Manny Franco.
Yeah, hard-knocking German-bred mare that always feels like she kind of gets there and just hangs a touch to me.
Field for the 4th. We have a few moments here. Chad Brown, Andy, the other runner. Your thoughts on California Queen if she's going to be successful today?
I actually completely agree with my friend Richard Migliori. She has trouble sealing the deal. Now, she has run some fast races, but the reality is her faster races were also in 2021. She's run sporadically over the last couple of seasons, and she just seems like she's getting a little older. She's just not quite as good, and a horse like Salima could have that move forward. Maybe even some others here, but particularly Salima. But she's a big price if you like her. I'm not trying to talk you off her.
Check in with Acacia.
I wanted to touch on the 1A Messidor. I spoke to Christophe Clement too back when she ran in the license fee about the decision to run the 6 furlongs, and he said it was a lack of opportunity. Trainers can only run a horse whenever there's a condition that their horse fits, and he said I prefer 7 furlongs or a mile, but the races that she's eligible for and stakes quality were shorter at Belmont. So that's why her last 2 races were going 6 furlongs, and as Andy mentioned, she has had trips. She has much more scope to her frame. Going a little bit longer is much better. And Javier Castellano has also said that she handles more ground at Saratoga better than shorter races because of the tight turns here.
Your top selection, Mig, Messidor.
And agreeing with Andy that I wonder if a 1 mile to 16th isn't stretching her past her outer limits. I just went with her as an alternative because she has recency. And Javier Castellano rode her to a really nice win here, going a mile last year.
And she beat a very talented Evie Jets that day, who's a multiple stakes winner since that race. Maybe she's improved, but she was always pretty good. She had a ridiculous trips in her race. Her last race, she was out in the middle of the racetrack. You wanted to be saving ground that day. She never had a fair chance. So while it looks like she's come back in 2023 and kind of stunk, I don't agree. I think she's had massive excuses. As we say, we can run 7 furlongs at Belmont Park around 1 turn here. The options are more limited. If she can get the distance, she is a horse that has a chance to win here at a fair price.
It's a big adjustment, Richie. The options for horses that do thrive at that extended sprint distance, 7/8 of a mile, and the options they have here, either a 5.5 furlong sprint or a 2-turn mile.
That's the beauty of Belmont Park. You can run 5 furlongs to any distance, basically, at Belmont Park, where here the configuration of the track just dictates that, you know, it's 5.5 or 2 turns.
And it also should be noted, we have a great goal ahead of us and a tremendous job in getting that money, almost $500 million to rebuild Belmont and bring racing into the future down at Belmont Park. But in order to get it done, we got to suffer a little bit. We're not going to be racing at Belmont in the fall. Last year, this year, the end game is going to make it all worthwhile, but you have to take a little pain to get that gain.
Rad Ortiz not getting overbet here, 9-2, Star Divine. But again, the question, the distance.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder, you know, Mike Maker's a guy who has made a career out of getting horses to stretch out and go long on the turf. But I thought her last race, she had every opportunity to do it.
And maybe you say it's a good sign that Mike is doing it twice in a row, as badly as she ran last time. She'll be in front. She's IRAD. I just don't. I think stamina is a massive, massive question for her.
Filing into the gate, all set for the 4th on opening day. Frank Mirahmadi standing by post time for the 4th.
California Queen. She'll be the last one to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Messidor gets the first call, and here comes Star Divine, and Star Divine sprints away at once to lead it by 2.5 lengths. Salima will get into a tracking spot second, followed by Messidor, who's now racing in third. California Queen fourth and 4 lengths off the leader. Then they have another couple of lengths to the 2 back markers. Sister O'Toole and Poca Mucha. 24 and 3 for the opening quarter. Star Divine is the pace setter, opens up 3. Salima tracking comfortably while in hand second. 2 more back to Messidor, running along in third. Then it's California Queen in fourth, the gap of 4 back to Sister O'Toole and Poca Mucha. They get into single file mode as they run down the backstretch behind the pace-setting Star Divine. 48 and 2/5 seconds for the half mile. It's Star Divine taking him into the far turn with Salima still yet to be called on second. Another 2 back to Messidor, running by herself in third. California Queen is next at the rail. Poca Mucha is starting to advance within about 4 lengths of the lead and riding the rail too. Poca Mucha passing horses one by one as the field turns for home. Star Divine, Salima is asked now and up to challenge in second, and here's Salima up to take the lead inside the final 1/8 of a mile. Star Divine back to second, followed by Poca Mucha and Messidor far outside California Queen. It's going to be Salima a length and a half, and Salima wins it by almost 2. Poca Mucha rallied into second, followed by California Queen and Messidor.
Just too much Salima off the bench. Impressive in her 4-year-old debut. Here is the favorite. Delivers for Chad Brown, Flavia Pratt. We'll see a lot of that this meet.
Not only the best horse, well prepared by a terrific conditioner in Chad Brown, gets the perfect trip under Flavia Pratt. Could not get a better trip using the 4 Star Divine as a pacemaker.
And I think they felt like if we lose, it's because Star Divine somehow wires the field, so let's stand behind her. Now, obviously, that wasn't going to happen in here. Salima was just the best horse. 4 to 5, a little short, to be honest with you, but she got it done impressively. And Poca Mucha, she really spices up the exacta. She got the clean trip today.
Cold exacta for you, well done. As she completes.
Nice to finish right round out that exacta. Messidor absolutely does not want to go this far. She had a perfect trip following the winner and just flattened out.
And the closers in these races, they are flattens out. Yeah. She really is the unfortunate recipient of this circumstances. She's run okay, wrong races, nothing to do.
What kind of upside does she have, Andy? A filly who was favored in a Grade 1 race already. Salima, based on what you saw this afternoon, what can we look forward to moving forward?
They're probably thinking of a race like, I guess they could think about the De La Rose, certainly the Walston Spa as well. So they're looking at graded stakes. They want to get that graded stakes win. They have not gotten a graded stakes win, and she runs like she could be a winner.
I like the variation of Peter Brandt's colors here. This horse owned by Stephanie Seymour Brandt, and similar, slightly different.
And I believe, and I think you may remember, her first win as an owner a few years ago got disqualified in the last race. Is that right?
First-time starter, Maiden, in the last race here, going 2 turns on the turf. Yeah.
Tough game. Can be a very tough game. Our opening day feature. And the 2-year-old fillies, the 4 defections, the Schuylerville first step towards the Adirondack, followed by the Grade 1 Spinaway. Morning line favorite towards the outside. Wine on tap, 5-2. Richie, final thoughts on the Schuylerville before we say goodbye?
I think she's quality. I think she's going to appreciate another furlong. A filly that looks like she's got not only the pedigree, but from a physical perspective, should continue to improve.
I like the 1 Carmelina to wire the field.
To be Pennsylvania bred from the inside. We saw it from Veequist a couple of years back in 2020. She won a Spinaway. She was an eventual Breeders' Cup Juvenile filly winner and a champion. Richie, this is what makes it exciting. The 2-year-old fillies, the future, what it means for it towards a Spinaway at the end of the year, and maybe a year-end championship.
Absolutely, and this is the first step to kind of point out the 2-year-old stakes going forward, right? The Spinaway obviously being the ultimate goal, Grade 1 at the end of the meet, but you also have the Adirondack.
Yeah, the Adirondack in the middle, the Frizette coming up at Belmont at Aqueduct, and a lot of good stuff coming up. Just getting started.
5-3-6-1 coverage continuing with Greg Wolf and the crew. Much more on opening day right here on Saratoga Live.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a war dancer? War Dancer. Proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The song of summer rings different in this quiet Adirondack town when the Triple Crown flies by, and Frankie had his turn to sing. The tune of 50,000 footsteps walk the 150-year-old path where ghosts of legends wander this hallowed ground. Now, a new dawn has risen, and the magic of this place comes alive. 40 days of suspense, excitement, agony, and triumph await. Legacy forever cemented in the annals of time. What song will be sung this time around? Welcome to Saratoga.
Opening day festivities continue at the most anticipated race meet in the country. Beautiful opening day here at Saratoga. Welcome to our FS2 coverage. Great to have you with us year after year at Saratoga. The best gather for the most competitive 7.5 weeks of racing in our sport. Many championships, they are decided right here on this racetrack, and we're going to bring you every step of the way, each and every race, all meet long. Proud to be with you here. I'm Greg Wolf. Bring in my partners here in just a moment. Today's feature is 2-year-old fillies. In the traditional opening day feature, the Schuylerville talented group will line up. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 5 through 10 still to come. Race 6 will start the late pick 5. We have the late pick 6, or the pick 6, I should say, coming up next. Schuylerville, Todd Pletcher, Dwayne Lucas, each with a record 6 victories in that race. Here with me, a man who has won just about every single big race there is in this country, the Hall of Famer Gary Stevens. We've been waiting all summer for this moment. Finally here, opening day at Saratoga.
Yeah, and I got here a little bit early into town, and to see this town come alive about 5 days ago, it's exciting. Doesn't really seem like we've been away since Labor Day last year.
Population of this town, it about triples in size every time this year for this racetrack season, and we're going to have a tremendous opening day, trying to beat the weather a little bit too. We have some weather coming in later, so we moved up post times. Let's take a look at the field for the Grade 3 Schuylerville, 105th running of this race for 2-year-old fillies. And Wine on Tap, Todd Pletcher tied with the man he came up under, Dwayne Lucas. They've each won this race 6 times before, and Wine on Tap for Pletcher looked very impressive
in her debut at Belmont.
Yeah, she really did. She really accelerated coming into the last 16th of a mile. And this filly, she's supposed to improve with more distance as time goes on. So for her to win first time out, she's going to improve again today with that experience under her belt. But watch her this last 16th of a mile, extending her stride there, just under a mild urging here. And in the last 50 yards, she really turns it on into another gear, but very impressive. In that victory, 5-2 on the morning line, she's probably going to be shorter than that this afternoon.
Yeah, and you know, just more in her pedigrees, you see her there. Probably 2 turns ultimately is what she's going to be best at. So to do that at 5 furlongs, you just give her extra credit.
Absolutely, and she's getting an extra furlong today. We should note this track, it's been laboring today, and we've had a huge tailwind down the backside, but that means we've got a huge headwind coming into the stretch, so keep that in mind as the day goes on.
Look at what Todd Pletcher, the Hall of Famer, who's won 14 training titles here at Saratoga, has done in this opening day feature. 6 victories, tied again with Dwayne Lucas. The last time he won it, though, back in 2016 with Sweet Loretta. Obviously, he comes in to today's Schuylerville with the filly to beat.
Yeah, he definitely does. And you mentioned that he's tied with his mentor, Dwayne Lucas. And Dwayne's got a filly that's pretty live in there, I think, today as well, Saratoga Secret. So who knows, maybe one of them will hold the record themselves by the end of this afternoon.
Yeah, potentially those two could be the top 2 choices in the race. A couple of scratches in that field as well. That'll be race 9 here on our opening day card. We got a whole crew with us, including Paddock's side. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca with us as well. Hey, guys.
Yeah, and the excitement builds, especially when it comes to the first 2-year-old stakes of the meet, Jonathan. We always look for these superstars to come out and shine early in the meet. And happy opening day for you, Saratoga, by the way.
Oh, man. Look, Saratoga is so much fun because of the 40 days. The 40 nights are fun as well. But also, the thing that gets me going is the 2-year-olds, right? Because who's going to be that next superstar that we see? You look back through all the years that we've been following racing, and they seem to always start here at Saratoga. So we'll see what happens in the Schuylerville. I'm excited about Wine on Tap. This is a situation where the guys touched on it a little bit. She's done what she's not supposed to do as a Tappet. Yeah. Going short, the way she did it, I think the added distance is going to really help her quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a very interesting race, Greg. When you look at the race, I thought it was wide open. You know, maybe the experience for a horse like Dwayne Lucas and Saratoga Secret, and I would think Butch Reed has 2 live 1 horses. And I also think the 11 on the outside for Marcassi, who's been a lot of buzz in the mornings, another horse that has a decent shot. I think it's a very, very competitive Schuylerville. Wouldn't you say, Jane?
I do. I agree. I think that if anyone's going to beat Wine on Tap, there's been some scratches in here. The 3, 4, 9, and 10 are out. I think the 1 on the inside, Carmelina, is a little bit interesting for Butch Reed. You get Jose Ortiz, you get the rail, a horse that has some tactical speed. And I think speed and experience are a very dangerous combination in these 2-year-old races.
And here's Carmelina, first time out. She won. You know, she's a daughter of Maximus Mischief, who is a son of Into Mischief, and she just completely decimated the field, and she came back with a nice figure.
And let's not forget, okay, you talked about the trainer, Butch Reed. There's another horse in here, the 8 Kiss for Luck, who's a half to Vequist, right? But Vequist was a horse that showed up here at Saratoga, won some big races as a 2-year-old, and then went on to win the Breeders' Cup. This is kind of Butch's thing now. He shows up with these 2-year-olds that have won at Parks, and then he takes them and moves them further along. I mean, I think that the 1 Carmelina is the other horse that you have to take into consideration. But let's not forget, Todd Pletcher wins this race often, more often than not.
Yeah, he really does win this race off. And I'll tell you what, Greg, here's the crazy part. Butch Reed, he's good with 2-year-olds. A lot of people forget he won the Breeders' Cup Marathon as well, when it was actually called the Breeders' Cup Marathon.
Yeah, it's really interesting that he has that highly regarded filly on the rail, but it's that other one who I think 30-1 morning line Kiss for Luck. That's the half to Vequist, who was a champion.
Exactly, and you know, these 2-year-olds, they can jump up, surprise you, leaps and bounds, especially this time of the year, and we see it happen often here at Saratoga.
Schuylerville, traditional day opening feature for 2-year-old fillies still to come. Back in race 4. Chad Brown, it's one of the last 2 training titles here, 5 of the last 7, and he is on the board. Salima for a man who in his first ever Saratoga meeting, Flavien Prat last summer, wound up tied for second in the standings.
Yeah, and don't be surprised. This is the first of many for this combination of Chad Brown and Flavien Prat. His filly set just off the pace and comes home powerfully to win very impressively today. So nice victory for her coming out of the American Oaks in her last start at Santa Anita. And she was fresh and ready to roll today.
This was her starting point, so she may have some big things to come. Salima, 4-year-old debut today. 4 for 6 lifetime now, 5.36 finish. Chad Brown runs first and third. They're in that 4th race. As we move on to race 5, it's the start of the pick 6. On our opening day card here on this Thursday afternoon, mile and an eighth, $20,000 claiming race. These mile and an eighth races here at Saratoga can be very taxing.
They can be, and I mentioned early on in the show that this track is tiring today. We've got that tailwind down the backside, headwind down the stretch, so it takes its toll even more when that wind is hitting them.
Favorite, Portos, Linda Rice with a contender as well, and Dust Devil from Pat Reynolds. Flavien Prat going to try and win another. There's Luis Saez. He challenged Ramon Dominguez single meet Saratoga record a couple summers ago with his 64 wins to take the title. He could be in the mix again this year. We'll be back.
Enjoy a group outing this summer at Saratoga Racecourse. Reservations are now available for the climate-controlled Paddock Suite accommodating 80 guests and for large-scale corporate gatherings at the rail at the 1863 Club. Head down the stretch to the Stella Artois Spa verandas for groups of 50 or tailgate at the turn with a carload of friends. For casual outdoor gatherings undercover featuring buffet lunch with Prosecco offerings, enjoy the Mia Netto Easy Goer. Visit NYRA.com/Saratoga to book your group outing today.
We are back. Good to have you with us on opening day here at Saratoga as we get set for the pick 6 on this Thursday opening day card. We're going to go 2 turns, mile and an eighth, $20,000 claiming race. Let's head to the paddock to Acacia Clement.
And Greg, we'll start with the horse that's taking all of the money, and that's Portos, who's taking a significant drop in class from Graded Stakes Company all the way down to this $20,000 level. Now, you do see some aggressive drops in class when we get to Saratoga with trying to find a relatively easy spot for a horse to get a win. I totally understand that. But this is a really big drop in class and a little bit of a concern. That said, this is a horse that's actually turning back in distance. So as we've often discussed with these mile and an eighth races, it can be so physically taxing and demanding on a horse, and some of them just really struggle down to the wire. We know with Portos that's not going to be a problem as he comes out of finishing 4th in the Excelsior, going the 9 furlongs 2 back, and then 5th in the Grade 2 Brooklyn, going a mile and a half. Very laid back in here. And I will say, since Tom Morley has had him, he's done great with his weight and the condition he carries from race to race. The number 2, Dust Devil, will have his second start for trainer Pat Reynolds and a little bit of a drop in class as well. I know, yes, he got run down last time out and he finished second behind Last Chance at Glory, who's been in pretty good form. But I like this horse. In the second start for Pat, he is a horse that has really done well. He's looks dappled out from head to toe, so healthy in here, and physically he's convincing as far as being able to get the distance and in his demeanor as well. He's also a horse that I don't think would be pace compromised. He's not a quick early type, but Flavien Prat can have him not too far off of it if need be. The number 3, Pit Boss, should be one that's forward early, and I was wondering, looking at his form, about the distance. I know he's run okay at the mile and an eighth before, and being a Union Rags, this is the most fit I've seen him as far as his muscle mass and his strength is concerned. He's done well too, bulking up, as Javier Castellano will look for his 3rd win today. So head over, Paul and JK.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. This is a race that it could be a tiny bit of tricky. You got to read the 6 here, JK, on the drop, whether you like this horse at 6-5 or not. I know you like the 2 here, Dust Devil. Flavien Prat, second time for him and Patty Reynolds.
Yeah, I'm going to pick the 2, but I think the conversation is more about the 6, Portos, right? So I understand when you look down the past performances and you see Brooklyn, Excelsior, you're like, ooh, stakes horse dropping in class. Okay, yes, I agree with you, but this horse has not been running that much faster than these other horses in here, right? That's why I ended up landing on the 2, Dust Devil, because Dust Devil's not far off from a speed figure standpoint. Speed figures, we talked about all the time. It's like a quarterback rating. The higher, the better. The higher, the faster, yeah. Right? And Dust Devil is right in the same arena as the 6, Portos, who, I get it, 100% understand people leaning on this horse as a class dropper. But he's not that much faster than the rest of them.
I kind of get where JK's going there, Wolfie. Are you guessing a little bit here at 6-5? Do you want to take that short of a price on this big of a drop?
Guys, thank you. Portos. Yeah, 6-5 right now. You know he'll be plenty fit, though, having gone a mile and a half last time out. This mile and a half can be tough here at Saratoga, this deep track. Joining us, one of the top trainers in the country, Grade 1 winner here at Saratoga as well, Tom Amis.
Yeah, better late than never. It's good to be here, guys. It's good to be at Saratoga. Wonderful day so far. I know we got some weather coming in this evening. Hopefully you get the card in without a problem.
Yeah, again, post times, they have moved up a little bit as a result. Here's Bold Victory to kick off the post parade.
Victory, a horse that actually last time this horse was in for 25 in the Linda Rice Barn did not run bad, coming in from Finger Lakes.
Dust Devil 5-2 here, second off the claim.
Flavien Prat aboard. I love Flavien in these spots. He finds himself forward while the rest of them are grabbing.
Pit Boss has the ability to be forward as well.
I thought he was a player in here. Then you go back and you look, and over the last 2 years, he's 2 for 20, and one of those wins was on the mud.
John Velasquez, Mount Travers at 20-1.
Another long shot here that likes to run second and third a little bit more than he likes to win.
Here's Porto, 6-5 favorite. Will cut back in distance.
This appears to be a big drop on paper. Does get Lasix here today, but the speed figures are right in line with a lot of these.
Some major back class for a graded stakes winner here, but getting up there in age, 9-year-old Silver Dust.
Yeah, did Jason Barkley, very sharp trainer, used to be under Wesley Ward. He claims this one put blinkers on, so I would think they're going to be aggressive. This horse is 0 for 13 the last 2 years. They need to put him in the race.
Cut the cord. He just went gate to wire in a race at Finger Lakes for Jeremiah Engelhardt.
You're right, Wolfie. He did go gate to wire, but the pace was extremely slow. Kendrick going to try to walk the dog on the front end.
And here's another 9-year-old here. This is a 13-time winner, 235.
Yeah, you're right, Greg. This horse has got $700,000 in the bank. So classy old horse. He's caught the rail the last 2 times. Now he gets the outside. You get the dangerous Joel Rosario. You just never know when Joel is going to get hot. And when he gets hot, he gets red hot.
Well, 2-1, second choice on the board. There he is. That's the 2, Dust Devil. So Flavian Pratt for Pat Reynolds. Let's take a look back on June 25th, one of the best races he's ever run.
Yeah, watch this ride closely that Flavian Pratt gives the Dust Devil. He looks like he's hopelessly beat, and it looks like he's just going to coast him on in. But all of a sudden, Dust Devil starts to pick up horses, and you can see Flavian start to get more desperate and thinking, maybe I can win this race. He starts to ride him here. I think the race is more impressive than the actual finish, which was a close finish near the finish line, Gary. But to me, he's all of a sudden realizing he has a chance to possibly get there.
Yeah, and he's proved already that he likes this track here. He ran last August, going 1 mile and 1/8 here. He finished second that day. And off that last race, that was 1 mile and 1/16 at Belmont Park. He's getting another extra half a furlong. Today we talked about this track can be very testing, very tiring, and I think he's going to be the one that benefits the most from that.
One of the better races he has ever run. We'll see if he can repeat it here at Saratoga. He's actually run decent here at Saratoga in the past, only a couple of starts here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Dust Devil's my top pick, not only based on his last race, but the extra 16th of a mile we're talking about. And I think it's important to note on our heavy favorite, the 6-horse Portos. There's a rule here in New York that if you haven't run in over 30 days, you must have at least one workout to show in your form. Portos has regular workouts throughout his form, but because this race and on the big drop off the longer layoff only shows one work instead of more than that, it tells me that maybe, just maybe, that's important to note in terms of vulnerability for a horse that continues to work regularly up to this point.
7-5 favorite despite that lot of weight, all but Paul for our analysts siding with Dust Devil. Slight second choice here at 2-1. And the pick 6 pool, first pick 6 of the Saratoga summer. 157,000 and growing in that pool. Pace-wise in this race, and you know, these longer races, 2 turns, does it be beneficial to be forward?
Well, I think the track last year played against the rail early on in the meet. It was a deep racetrack, but there's a significant scratch in this race. The 1A Steiner, who was going to add to the pace. It really boils down to the 3 Pit Boss, who's a speed horse, and only if Silver Dust, who has some gate issues, is able to get from the gate well. Watch the 7, Silver Dust. With an scratch outside of him, he's only got a couple of horses to load after him, but he's not an easy horse in the gate. If Silver Dust doesn't get a forward position with blinkers on today, it's all Pit Boss on the lead, and that makes him dangerous at 12-1.
Yeah, and you talk about Silver Dust and his gait issues, and he's 9 years old. It's not like it's something that's new. He does it all the time. He'll find himself leaning back, and he lunges at the start. He does it to himself, and he's done it time and time again. But when he does get away, he will be part of the, if he gets away, be part of the pace factor.
Start of the pick 6. Let's go upstairs. The new voice of Saratoga, Frank Mirahmadi, with the call.
Thank you, Greg. The last one to load will be 235 to the outside stall. Walking up under Joel Rosario. They're in the gate. A little bit of movement from Silver Dust. And they're off, and Silver Dust comes out smoothly. So does 235 on the outside. Cut the Cord is in between them, and Pit Boss up and on the pace too. So it's a real scramble for the early lead. Mount Travers is next, followed by Dust Devil, who's down on the inside about 4 lengths off the lead. Now Silver Dust is 3 wide and toward the back of the field, racing about 6 lengths off that pacemaker. The 2 trailers are Portos and another 2 back to Bold Victory. 235 with the pedal to the metal, opens up through an opening quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. It's a 5-length advantage. Cut the Cord, a joint second, racing on the outside of Pit Boss, who's at the rail in 3rd. Mount Travers in between horses, 4th and 7 lengths off the lead. Silver Dust goes by him. Down at the rail, Dust Devil patiently handled at this stage. Another 1.5 lengths back to Portos, and then it's Bold Victory. The half in 48 and 2/5 seconds. 235 has been there throughout. The lead down to 2.5 with less than a half mile to travel. Cut the Cord has moved into second clearly, with Pit Boss on the rail. Asked for a bit more in 3rd. Portos in the thick of it 4th on the outside, as is Dust Devil, who's traveling kindly at this stage, trying to move up between horses, 5 lengths off the lead. Another 3 back to Silver Dust, followed by Bold Victory. 1:13 and 3 for 3/4. They're at the top of the stretch. 2:35 wandering to the center of the track. Now confronted by Portos on the outside. In the meantime, Dust Devil has come through and cut the cord. Dust Devil, with a furlong left to go, has opened up. And it's Dust Devil. Here comes Cut the Cord with another try. Dust Devil, Flavian Pratt with a double. Cut the Cord 3/4 back second, followed by Portos in third, and 2:35 was fourth.
Flavian Pratt back-to-back. Dust Devil wins for the 6th time in his career. Pat Reynolds second off the claim.
Yeah, Flavian Pratt, he gave him a brilliant ride, saved ground all the way, had those horses he was tracking back behind. He was loaded for bear when he came into the stretch. When he pushed the button, it was over with in a hurry, Tom.
Yeah, it was. When you watch those horses turn for home, it's Dust Devil that makes them turn well, and our leader at the time, 2:35, that doesn't. He's getting out down the stretch, and he really gave a problem to Portos, the 6 horse, who finished third. I feel like if Portos had a cleaner trip, this would have been a lot closer finish.
Yeah, Pink Silk's outside. His trip gets impeded here as you see that 9 come out.
Yeah, I mean, he bore out pretty sharply coming off the turn. He started getting out about the 5/16 pole before they entered the stretch. And his rider, Joel Rosario, doing his best to keep him straight, but Portos, he took the worst of it.
Wide trip as well, impeded in the stretch. Big effort comes up short, though, in the end. And 9-5, Dust Devil with the victory. And Flavian Pratt with a multiple win afternoon through the first 5 races on the card.
Yeah, I think that was a good replay we watched of Dust Devil's last race. Set him up really well for this race today. Congratulations to the connections.
20-1 shot there. Cut the cord. Completing this exacta here. 2-8-6-9. It's Dust Devil, Pat Reynolds, 2B and 1C stable, winning owners. And again, Pratt, he goes back-to-back in his 2nd Saratoga meeting. We'll be back with more of the Late Pick 5 coming up.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000.
165,000.
160,000. Thank you.
A dual-surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our opening day coverage from Saratoga. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Race 5, first leg of this pick 6 in the books. And Flavian Pratt with back-to-back wins. Dust Devil starts the sequence at 9-5. Let's go to Acacia.
Pleased to be joined by winning trainer Pat Reynolds as Dust Devil gets the win. Pat, second time in your barn, and he's a horse that really seems to have done well with you.
so far he's run 2 good races for us, and we're pleased. He got claimed, but that's the game up here. You know, you're not getting away with anything in this place. So put him in where he had a good shot. The guy rode him great. Flavian just turf, dirt, doesn't matter. He's a great rider. He waited for the right opportunity, swept in, and held everybody safe. Picture perfect.
He got a great trip, but he also finished up nicely today, too. And can you expound a little bit on managing your horses, finding the right spot for them to be successful?
I think it's a question of managing the owners. You know, the guys that want to fall in love with them, they don't know all the work that goes in. These fellas were with Pete Ferriola years ago. 2 B's and 1 C, 2 brothers, 1 cousin. So they know what the score is, and they said, run these horses with it. The bills are so high, you got to do that. So.
And there's so many things that go into it that people don't realize, too. All of the training, all of the finding the right spot, and then you have to hand the keys over to your rider.
Yeah, well, we were pretty confident after he rode him so well the first time, and he's a decent moving horse, so a high-profile guy's not going to get scared of him. And he did his job, we all did our jobs, and we got lucky.
And in the winner's circle, congratulations.
Right, thanks, Acacia.
Good way to start the meet, Greg.
Always feels good to get on the board early on opening day, and Pat Reynolds does just that. Dust Devil, $5.70 for the win. That exacta with cut the cord 20 to 1 underneath. $66.25 early pick 5. You see, $764, and very good chance we can do better than that in the late pick 5, which is coming up next. Race 6 will kick it off. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the grass in a New York bred allowance optional claiming field. Running with scissors, very sharp turf form. Coming in a 3-time winner, David Jacobson, a Rat Ortiz Jr., last year's winner of this meet, trying to get his first win.
I like that. Running with scissors, very sharp. Dangerous.
He's been sharp. We'll see if he can do it here at 2 to 1. Meanwhile, Flavian Pratt, back-to-back wins. He has just made an immediate impact since he's moved to the East Coast.
He certainly has, and he's got backing from everyone. When you've got Chad Brown in your corner, you're riding fillies like in Italia. For one, the first grade 1 of the meet here tomorrow, or on Saturday. And like Patty just said, he's great on the turf, he's great on the dirt, and his confidence level keeps getting better and better. And I don't think we've seen actually the best of Flavian Pratt yet. When you watch him in the weighing room, he's always studying, always learning something new. He watches the other riders, and that was one reason that he came here. He wants a challenge. I like that in him, that he wanted that challenge. Comes to probably the toughest riding colony in the United States, North America, if not the world. It's a stacked deck that he came into and immediately made an impact last year, finishing second in the jockey standings.
Making this already probably the deepest jockey colony there is, even deeper coming out here.
He's got all the skills. You know, he's smart. He rides a smart race. He's strong. He can finish on a horse. Surface doesn't matter, as Gary said. He's a top rider, as so many are that are here.
Beautiful Thursday afternoon here in upstate New York. Chad Brown already on the board this afternoon with a victory and a race that he has owned in the last few years. He'll try and win another. He's got 4 of 5 that will line up in the Grade 1 Diana. First Grade 1 of the meet on Saturday. We'll have a preview coming up.
They're off and the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Forte sneaks right on the inside of Green Jack. Forte has come under a ride now, and he's going 3 wide, and he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure, and he's coming up after Cape Rock. The 2 of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, Cape Rock along the rail, and Forte has upset Cape Rock to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. What are you waiting for?
On the Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 is one of the country's earliest Pick 5s, making it the perfect way to get your wagering day started. With a 12:40 post on weekends and 2 p.m. start on Fridays, the Win Early Pick 5 is home to 6-figure pools and a low 15% takeout. Start your day winning early. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early Pick 5. Win early, win often.
On the outside, it is Rushing Fall. It's Mean Mary, Rushing Fall. Now nothing between them as they pass the 8th pole. On the outside, Rushing Fall. Mean Mary on the inside. A terrific finish here in the Diana. Rushing Fall now has the lead in deep stretch, and Rushing Fall has won it.
2020 Diana, it was Rushing Fall's time to shine after her stablemate had beat her in the very same race the year before, championship season for this incredible filly who finished 11 for 15 in her career for Chad Brown, continuing his dominance in this race. He has won 6 of the last 7 runnings of the Grade 1 Diana. He'll have 4 of the 5 entered on Saturday. Incredible.
Think about that. I mean, I can't recall a big race of Grade 1 where one trainer has had 80% of the field. And when you're looking at this field and you look at the big favorite in Italian, undefeated this year, both Grade 1 stakes, and a horse that wants to be on the lead, do you honestly believe that Chad Brown has talked or hasn't talked to the other riders and said, I don't care where you are placed in the race, but you better not be on the lead challenging in Italian? I mean, what treasuries pay what, 4%? You'll get a better return in a couple of minutes in tomorrow's race if you bet on in Italian to win, because she's going to be on the lead uncontested. The outside horse of Mark Cassie's doesn't have the speed to go with her. She's going to get it all her own way, just as she did back at Belmont.
And just as she did last year in this race, in the Diana last year, he controlled the pace last year. She didn't dawdle on the lead last year. She set amazing fractions and then kicked on, won by 1.5 lengths last year. And I don't think any of the riders, even if they wanted, even if they had ideas of going to the lead, they're not fast enough to be in front of the filly.
Well, Team Chad Brown is going to have a huddle before the race, no matter what they display in the paddock, and that's not going to happen.
She is the top turf female in the country right now, as Gary mentioned, guys. She won this race last year, so we know 1 mile and 1/8 well within her scope. And with the exception of that narrow defeat in the Breeders' Cup, she just wins Grade 1 after Grade 1 after Grade 1.
Yeah, and she's the kind of now, you know, the mare that if the faster she goes, the better she is. So when in a shorter field, Jonathan, I would still think they want to go faster fractions, just run them off their feet, because if you slow the horse down a little bit, maybe it includes all the other horses. But you got an interesting take on this race.
Well, look, here's the thing. I've said before, I've been on record of saying on my podcast that, like, I don't believe that In Italian will lose another race this year. I think she'll win this race. I think she'll win whatever race she runs in, probably at Keeneland, I would imagine, leading up to the Breeders' Cup. And then she'll win the Breeders' Cup, filly and mare turf. And if they run her in the mile, I'm still standing by the idea that she won't lose. Okay. She's tactical, she's forward, and she finishes like a good horse. And, you know, we've talked about it, and you're going to hear it a lot for the next couple of days. Chad's got 4 in here, and there's only 1 Mark Cassie. There's only 5 in the Grade 1 Diana. You want to run against In Italian? I don't want to run against. If I owned a Grade 2, Grade 1 type of horse, I wouldn't want to run against In Italian. And I wanted to throw this question to Tom, who has horses in his barn that I would imagine that, you know, are turf horses. You might get some Grade 1 placing. There's softer spots. And this idea that Chad is like taken over and he's got 4. He entered 4. They could have entered more. They decided not to.
Before we go to Tom, the other 2 are not slouches, Tom.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem. It's not just In Italian, but it's what else in the field. But it is a Grade 1, and these are fillies or mares. So if they can place in a race like this, top 3 finish, it enhances their value so much more off the racetrack when they go to be a mom that it makes it tempting with a very small field to put one in here and hope for a top 3 finish.
So from that regard, are you a little surprised that more don't say, hey, let's take a shot and try and get a placing here?
Well, here's the problem. The other Chad Brown horses are pretty darn good.
Yeah, one of them's a Grade 1 winner as well. Market segmentation coming off that victory in the Grade 1 New York last time out. It does appear, though, 2 to 5 on the morning line in Italian has this race wrapped up. But you never know.
Look, I don't recommend this, but like I said, treasuries pay 4% annually. You're going to get more than that tomorrow in Italian with a win bet if you decide to go that way.
It'll be our first Grade 1 of the meet, one of the most prestigious turf events there is for fillies and mares in the country. We will see it live on Saturday on our FS1 coverage. Right now it's back to today's opening day coverage. And our 6th race start of this late pick 5. 5.5 furlongs on the grass. New York breds, allowance optional claiming field, and again, running with scissors, 8-5 favorite. Had won 2 in a row on the lawn before getting beat last time out. Let's head back to Acacia.
And we'll start, before we get to running with scissors, Greg, with the number 6, Yarrow, because I think it's an interesting layer as to how this race might play out. We saw Yarrow aggressively handled and put on the front end 2 starts back, and then last time not aggressively handled out of the gate at all. Today we'll be adding a pair of blinkers, and I grabbed a set from the Paddock judge's office, as there are all kinds of different equipment in the Paddock judge's office in case there's anybody that has an equipment malfunction or forgets the proper equipment that they've entered with. And so this is what we call a cheater cup. It's a very thin piece of plastic that goes around the horse's eye to limit their peripheral vision. And oftentimes you'll see this type of blinker applied for a horse that they want to be a little bit sharper out of the gate or have a little bit more focus late. I think both of these are relevant for Yarrow, a horse that can be a touch flat-footed out of the gate at times and also can win by a very slim margin, as he did at Saratoga last time out. So the blinkers, I think, are a very interesting equipment change for Yarrow today. And while he's not going to be on the lead, I hope he's more forward than he was last time out. As far as the 2 running with scissors does go, he comes back into New York bred company, and he won those 2 races in a row pretty impressively. And then last time out, it looked to me physically like the racing had kind of caught up with him. His weight just wasn't as good. His coat, his coloring wasn't as good. And I'll keep an eye on him out on the racetrack, but today it looks like it's back to what he was 2 starts back in May, when he was just a happy horse. And when you have a horse that's in good form, and especially going back to his fellow state-bred company, that's a very dangerous proposition. Paul and JK, what do you think about the favorite?
Well, Acacia, I'm a happy horse player. It's opening day at Saratoga. If you're miserable right now, you should probably talk to somebody about that. I love the 2 horse, Paul, so much, but I'm going to save it for later. I love the 2. Who do you like in here?
Well, listen, the 2's the horse to beat. You know, sometimes he's his own enemy because of the gate. But I'm going to give you some statistics here. Irad is 7 for 15, 47% the last 60 days when he rides for Jacobson. For comparison, he's 13 for 33, 39% with Chad Brown with a 188 ROI. His ROI is 2.53 with Jacobson. So just put it this way: when Irad gets on the David Jacobson horse, they're live as can be.
Yeah. So listen. Feel free to rewind that, because he was saying something that means something. It was a lot. You know, we're talking numbers and stuff. But look, running with scissors, I think, is going to be extremely tough in here. Let's talk a little bit about the 7 Phantom Smoke. Trivia question: Phantom Smoke won a race here last summer. And it's not a trivia question, it's a trivia fact, was the 1,000th win of West Point Thoroughbreds.
Yes, it was.
Phantom Smoke.
And it was a theme of last year. Horses breaking through the gate were coming back to win. He broke through the gate that day and still won the race. I just think that of all the horses here, I like him because he's won at this racetrack. He's run 3 good races over this turf course. You get Flavian Pratt, who's hot right now. I think the horse can be a little bit forward, so he would probably be my choice.
Wolfie, I told you, I love the 2 running with scissors. I know you've occasionally played a pick 5 in your life. If you've ever listened to me before, please single.
He's single. That is an ultimate trust play in what could be a wide open first leg of this pick 5. I'll think about it during the break, JK. $649,000 in this pick 5 pool. On the post break for you when we come back.
Precocity.
Strategic speed. Some speed at 2, but can carry it on through their later careers.
Improbable, full of run. Improbable, now a Grade 1 winner.
It is a complete runaway, an authoritative run.
It's improbable to win the Whitney.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back with you on our FS2 coverage. Opening day of the Saratoga season, presented in part where you can play all the action at Naira Bets. If you've not already, get signed up, started. Play along with us all summer long at NairaBets.com as they come down Champions Way. And we get set for our post parade here in our first late pick 5 of the meet. And we'll kick it off. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the grass coming up at this New York bred allowance optional claiming field. 9-5 favorite. Running with Scissors, man who won this meet last year, Rad Ortiz Jr., our reigning Eclipse Award-winning rider. There he is on the 2, trying to get his first winner of the afternoon in this race coming up on the favorite. And we're still early on, but starting to get to a point where it becomes a story that a Rad has not won yet. Maybe too early, but we're getting close.
Too early. Too early.
Yeah, I have a feeling he's gonna break out just about any time right now.
Call to post in the background, and we'll kick things off here in a moment with a horse who's only been on the turf once in his 49 race career. That's Foolish Ghost.
Yeah, a horse that's 11 for 49, like you said, Greg, and an 8-year-old that's getting on the turf for the second time.
Here's a Rad Ortiz on the favorite, 9-5, running with Scissors.
Yeah, I think after this race, we'll be able to stop that silly conversation about Irad not winning yet. I love this horse, and at some point, I'm going to tell you why.
JK, by the way, 32-1, bar 14.
Take off a 5-year-old gelding gemologist. Kendrick Carmouche almost caused an upset in the last race with a big long shot.
Here's Rough Draft, lightly raced but talented.
Yeah, one of those horses that's going to make me really angry, I think, if I'm wrong about the 2. The only horse I think can beat him.
Winner's Laugh, 20-1 shot. We'll skip. We actually go to the 6 here. This is Yarrow, blinkers on.
This horse does like Saratoga, but horse ran against Running with Scissors 2 back. Running with Scissors was clearly better that day.
There's the 7, Phantom Smoke. Flavian Pratt trying to win 3 in a row.
Yeah, I think the cutback helps this horse the most. Now, this horse did open up a big lead last year, about 2-3 lengths, and Running with Scissors ran him down. Maybe with Flavian Pratt aboard, looking for a triple on the day, could be the key.
Here's the 5. Winner's Laugh, off since March. Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, a 6-year-old that's only run 10 times is now going to get on the dirt for the first time. And there you see the 9, Me and Sap, at 32-1. Big long shot, Greg. But it is 3 for 21 lifetime. All 3 wins are on the turf.
And officially, here is the 5. So big price, Paulie already talked about. And Horatio de Paz trains big price horse trying the turf for the first time coming up. So 8-5 favorite. Obviously lots to like with Running with Scissors in here. And David Jacobson with a 13-time winner. In fact, has been first or second in 20 of 50 lifetime starts.
Yeah, and listen, he claimed this horse 6 races back. That claimed him for $45,000. It was a state-bred race, the same as this is today. His last race was not against New York breds. It was in open company, but he's dropping back in for the claiming price that he claimed him for last year. That's another reason to like him. I don't know if I love him quite as much as JK does, but I like him a lot.
Let's talk about his vulnerability. So this is a 6 furlong turf race. He's much the best that day. Has a great trip from the rail. He's running a football field shorter today. That would not be what is his best races. And when you look at this race and you recognize that the 1 Foolish Ghost and the 5 Winner's Lap are the speed, they have no experience on the grass. They don't have to show that speed on the grass. And if they don't, then it's going to be a paceless race. Does that help running with scissors, backing up a 16th of a mile or a football field?
Meanwhile, there is a look at the 7 in here, Phantom Smoke. Phantom Smoke for Mike Maselli, and there's Pratt.
Yeah, now this is a horse that if the pace is weak and those dirt horses don't show the same speed on the turf early, this is a horse that's a major player in this race, Phantom Smoke. And I think he is going to be better positioned than Running for Scissors when they turn for home.
Let's go to Acacia.
And wrapping up on Phantom Smoke, he's a horse that carries a lot of condition, and it takes racing to really get him fit, as this is a horse that I thought did not look 100% fit last time out and much more tucked up today. And given the fact that that was off of a layoff, this is going to be the better spot for him to run. And just wanted to mention too, Greg, I'm sticking with my horses I picked in the handicapping show this morning, talking horses. So Yarrow, top selection, but on track, running with scissors, was the clear standout.
All right, Acacia, thank you. And the public agrees 8-5. Rad Ortiz Jr. for David Jacobson. Started the late pick 5 on our opening day card here at Saratoga. Let's go to Frank Mirahmadi.
Just one more left to load, Greg, and that's me and Sap to the outside. Walking in. They're in the gate. And they're off. It was an even start. Phantom Smoke has speed. Here's Winner's Laugh now, a little bit quicker. Winner's Laugh is up to take the lead. Foolish Ghost, Yarrow is close up in the early stages, and Rough Draft is in between those two. At the back of the field, Running with Scissors, Me and Sap is 5 lengths off the pace, and Bar 14 at the back of the field. It's Winner's Laugh heading into the far turn, leading the way by a half length. Phantom Smoke right behind in second, the opening quarter in 21 4/5 seconds. Yarrow a 3 wide third. At the rail, Foolish Ghost Running with Scissors advancing. Red Cap on the outside will have to go wide, but Running with Scissors is in the thick of it as the field turns for home. Winner's Laugh is in front, coming to the furlong pole. Running with Scissors on the outside. Yarrow in between them, 44 4 for the half. Yarrow now gets to the lead. On the outside, Running with Scissors takes second, followed by Winner's Laugh, battling it out for third with Phantom Smoke. Yarrow, a clear-cut W by 2.5 lengths. Running with Scissors second, followed by Winner's Laugh and Phantom Smoke.
Yarrow turns the tables on Running with Scissors, who had beat him back in April at Aqueduct, wins it 3-1.
Yeah, and he was 3 wide going around the turn. The blinker's on today with that extension blinker there. You see him out in the 3 path. He stayed straight and true coming into the stretch and really didn't reach his best stride until right in this area.
I think Yarrow's a different horse this year. I mean, Yarrow was gelded at the end of last year after his November 20th race. You look at his form this year, you know, right off the bench, he had a race in the cutback in distance to 5.5 furlongs. Really made a big difference for our winner, Yarrow. Big race here today from him.
And a horse who had won at this 5.5 before does it again here at Saratoga. Manny Franco for Christophe Clement, Mary Lakes Farm, homebred. Picks up the 3rd win of his career. And 2 that we expected to see doing battle down the stretch are right there. But it's Yarrow out battling Running with Scissors, who had to go wide around that turn.
Yeah, he never had an excuse. So, I mean, they went sensible fractions early on. They weren't too slow. They weren't too fast. But he was in the race at the time he needed to be, had every chance to run your winner down and couldn't do it.
Perfect position on the outside, turning for home. A pace that backed up, which is exactly what Running with Scissors is looking for.
And there is Christophe Clement, one of the top trainers in our sport. Always such a good feeling, you know, brought it up earlier, Tom, how much, you know, for a lot of these trainers too that expect to be in the mix to get a win on this opening day card.
Is he wringing his hands? He has a way of doing that after he wins. We're not down low enough to see that, but it sure looks like that's what he's doing. Yeah, look, that's rare air, that winner's circle at Saratoga for a lot of us. But Chris Clement has hit it many times.
So difficult, so coveted to win at this race meet. Clement, Manny Franco, Mary Lakes Farm do it here with Yarrow to start off the pick 5. Wins it 3-1, 6-2, 5-7 finish. We'll be back with prices right after this.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. With a picture-perfect pedigree, this son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Back with you on our opening day coverage from Saratoga on FS2. Good to have you with us. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Manny Franco, Christophe Clement, purple and white silks at Mary Lakes Farm, and Yarrow with the victory here at 3-1 to start off this late pick 5 sequence. Let's go to Acacia.
So happy to be joined by Penny Hallman of Mary Lakes Farm as Yarrow kicks off the meet in a good fashion. Penny, blinkers on, really seems to have made a difference for this horse.
Yeah, it really helped because he just needed that little extra edge, and he was amazing.
He's a horse that has shown he likes Saratoga too, and oftentimes though he gives you a little bit of a heart attack with some slim margins. Today it was, you knew he was the winner.
Exactly. I mean, Christophe knows what he's doing. I mean, everything is up to Christophe. He's fabulous to be an owner for.
And you have a wonderful, long relationship with Christophe too, and you're in your signature purple, I know, of the Mary Lakes Farm. How special seeing your colors in the winner's circle at Saratoga?
It really is, because like I said, it means my father, and my father meant everything to me, and you know, this is for him, and I just want to do him proud, you know, on top of everything else. So it's nice to see it, and something you bred is even better.
Absolutely, and I'm sure he's very proud. Congratulations on the win here.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
The wind is taking over in the winner's circle, but it doesn't matter, Greg, when you're getting your picture taken.
It does not at all in any kind of weather here at Saratoga. That's where you want to be. $8.80 for the win for Yarrow. Clement, Manny Franco, Mary Lakes Farm, 6-2-5 finish. Winners laugh first time on the turf at 22-1, completing that trifecta. Late pick 4 coming up next. And so is the first edition this summer of Kart Talk with Jonathan Kinchin. Who's going to be in that golf cart with him? We'll have it for you next.
It's a domineering the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie preservationist Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKenzie's in front.
McKenzie, they've done it. McKenzie has it by 2. It's McKenzie in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Trice wins Holyoke Bluegrass.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our opening day of Saratoga Live. We're going to be with you all summer long. Good to have you with us on our FS2 coverage. Well, a close second to the anticipation of opening day here at Saratoga is the first Jonathan Kinchin Kart Talk of the summer. It's a coveted spot in that golf cart with JK, his first guest of the season, one of the great race callers in the country, and the new voice of Saratoga, the Mirror Man, Frank Mirahmadi.
The Mirror Man at the spa. I didn't know if I would ever say that, but I like it. It sounds good.
Thank you, my man. Very excited.
You know, I was hanging out with you during your journey of that competition you guys had to get the job at Santa Anita. That didn't work out the first time around from you. Then you had some health issues that came up. And to think about it now, you are the race caller at Santa Anita, and you're also the race caller at Saratoga Racetrack.
To get that job a couple years later at Santa Anita, which was always my dream because I grew up in Southern California. I was going there in the 70s. You know, before I was 10, I was a big racing fan. So to then have this opportunity here, and it comes with a lot of responsibility, as you know. This is a serious job, and it's time for me to come with it. You know, they say the old line, put up or shut up, right?
You've been more than a fan since before you were 10.
No doubt. You know, look, I grew up in LA, so born and raised. There were Dodger games, Rams games. I just wanted to go to Santa Anita or Hollywood Park. We lived in Beverly Hills, so it was about a 15-minute drive to Hollywood Park. Every single day that I was out at the races as a youngster made me more of a fan.
When I hear your calls, it's a race caller who is speaking to a fan that wants to be excited, and I love that about your calls.
I appreciate that, and interestingly, I started my career imitating others, so I was kind of a jokester. And I take pride now in being very serious about it with one objective, celebrating winners, Jonathan. That's what it's really all about. I want to do them justice.
What kind of honor is it for you to step into a booth that was occupied by Tom Durkin, and then your other job at Santa Anita to occupy a booth that was occupied by a legend and Trevor Denman? I mean, some pretty big shoes to fill.
They're unfillable shoes, and that's not just some hype speech I'm delivering. The good news is I have no shot of ever being the best guy to call races at Saratoga, not even close. The only thing Tom does better than me, he's got a better voice, a better vocabulary, and a better delivery, but other than that, I might give him a run for his money. The guy is an absolute legend, and he has done in his storytelling what no one can or will ever do, because it's all seamless.
Well, you've hinted at it a few times, and there's no way we're going to let you get out of here without some impressions. So I'm going to just rapid fire you here and give us what you got. Let's go. You started with Trevor Didman. Let's go Trevor Didman.
They come for home in the Travers, and let's see, who does Jonathan Kinchin have?
Marv Albert.
No question. I'm sitting here with JK in one of these shirts, and the only question I can ask, do they make a size 4X for yours truly? Because there is no way I'm fitting into the average man's shirt.
Let's go Rodney Dangerfield.
I tell you, I'm okay now, but last week was a rough shape. I went to my psychiatrist. I said, Doc, I don't know what to do. I'm depressed. She said, don't worry about it. You're not worth it. I said, I want a second opinion. She said, okay, you're ugly too.
De Niro?
What I say to you, Jonathan, don't ask me tough questions. I haven't even called a racist mean. You're all over me like gravy on rice. What's the matter with you?
Dave Johnson.
And down the stretch they come.
And the coach, Dwayne Lucas.
Well, we've always felt that this is the kind of place where the greatness comes to the top. And so what we do in our program, we of course have the North, the South, the East, and the West, but our program is focused on championships. And the championships begin right here in Saratoga Springs, and I gotta believe we'll be double tough.
Frank, we appreciate you. We're proud of you. We're excited to hear you call, and good luck on Thursday and for the next 8 weeks.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you so much. I'll tell you one thing I've learned is that it's not fake. You really are driving around. You know those movie, the green screen? I never knew if it was just the green screen.
Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway Farm. We got to get, can we just have a special hour show where Frank does impressions the whole time? Great to have him here. Truly great race caller. His impressions are off the chain. We're trying to keep it together on set here. There he is, live look at Frank up in the booth, settling in here on day one as the new voice of this historic racetrack.
Is that him apologizing to Lucas?
I feel like Lucas is his best impression. They're all great, but we couldn't keep it together with that one.
You know what? We've known each other for a long, long time. Very close, great friends. But every time he starts in with this, he's given me some Wayne Lucas speeches as if, okay, all right, I can't do it. I can't do Wayne, but you just heard him do Wayne Lucas, and he's had some set downs with me.
Those race calls, that is Hall of Fame lineup right there.
Did he ever crank call you and tell you had a mount, and you found out later it wasn't Dwayne?
Now that we could have some fun with.
Well, there he is, Frank settling in. Great to have him here. And it looks like he's enjoying things here on the opening day of the meet. New voice in Saratoga. Dream job, obviously. Talked about that disappointment a few years back when he was up for that job at Santa Anita, Southern California. Initially didn't work out, but things have a way of coming around when you are persistent, and well-deserved for Frank Mirahmadi. Race 7 coming up next. 7 furlongs on the main track, $50,000 starter allowance race, and one of the more competitive races on this opening day card.
It sure is. And, you know, the two horses that really come into play here, the 10, a Brigadier. You want to say that for me there?
Obrigada.
And the horse right inside of her, Condiment Girl. Those two horses both come from Ellis, and there's been a tremendous speed bias at Ellis since the beginning of the meet, particularly at the beginning of the meet. So although those races look really, really good, perhaps they're enhanced a little bit by how that track was in their last starts.
And don't be coy with us, Tom. There's a filly on the outside here, too, from your barn at 9-2. Need some money.
Yeah, named well. We all need some money. Owned by Ron Groney of Husker Vinyl, if you want your vinyl fences done. And they have an internet presence. And a little-known fact about Ron, he was a very good bowler back in the day. Just missed qualifying for the U.S. Open. He missed a 6-10 split in the 8th set and had to give the lead to Roy Munson and Ernie McCracken. Big Earn won it and went on to win the Open.
With that, we go to Acacia.
I know who I want on my team if I'm ever part of a bowling match. But, Tom, I like your horse in here, Need Some Money, who will make the second start for Tom's barn. And this is a filly watching her recent races. I know that she's not one that's the quickest out of the gate. And I see some very sharp workouts coming into here. She was wide trying that day. And while she couldn't reach the top two, she did keep on and ran on well. In her physical, she looks like a filly that wants every bit of the 7 furlongs. I like this distance for her. She is, as Tom's horses always are, completely dappled out. To me, she makes a favorable impression in this spot. We'll see what kind of trip she can work out from that far outside, but I really do think that we're going to see her take a step forward and hopefully be a little bit quicker out of the gate as Tyler Gaffalione will take the call. The number 5, Saforadata, is one of 2 for trainer Rick Dutrow in this spot, and she's going to cut back in distance, which I like. She has a little bit of good leg to her, but she's a little bit more of what we call shorter coupled, in that she's compact, a shorter back, rounded out in her hindquarters. And while they add the blinkers, it's a pretty full blinker cut, much bigger than those cheater blinkers I talked about last race. That, to me, suggests with the turn back in distance and the blinkers that they want to make sure that she gets out of the gate quickly and gets into the game. And yes, she's a little bit tough to trust because she's had 4 second-place finishes in the row, but I think the fact that she's second off the bench, second time for this barn, and especially getting a little bit less distance will bode well for her. The number 10, Obrigada. A very intriguing claim because she broke her maiden, then won for $20,000 in a non-winners of 2 condition, then was claimed for $50,000. She's in great form, but yet again, she's stepping up in class. So I wasn't 100% sure what to do with her. She also has to show that she can go the 7 furlongs for the first time, and she is a smaller type of filly. That said, I mean, she won pretty comfortably, and she's been in, like I said, in good form. And Linda Rice is so sharp in the way that she claims, in that she points horses to certain spots when picking them up. So leave this one out, I think, at your own peril. As JK and Paul, this is a tricky race.
Yeah, look, I mean, occasionally all the races are tricky here, at least to my eye. That's what's great about Saratoga. I like the 10 a lot in here, Paulie. I felt like this horse made a lot of sense switching to Linda Rice, who has been on fire as of late, winning the Belmont meet. How did you see this race?
Well, you know, the 10 I thought was a very competitive filly in here. And you make a good point that, you know, 3 different racetracks. She's won on 3 different racetracks. So you give her a plus now shipping here. I thought the 9, Condiment Girl, was very interesting. A horse that can maybe get loose on the front end. You know, Robert Medina had this horse. Horse broke his maiden, or her maiden, for 30 at Keelan. And, you know, this is probably right around her level, and I think she can go to the front end. Christian Torres trying his hand here at Saratoga. I thought you were getting the price, but a lot of the money is landing on the Richard Dutrow runner.
Paul, before I talk about the 9, Condiment Girl, your favorite condiment? Mine is, I enjoy a honey mustard.
Honey mustard?
Okay.
My favorite condiment? Ketchup.
Ketchup.
Yeah.
All right, Condiment Girl. Tom mentioned it. He talked about it being a speed-favoring racetrack at Ellis. Think about this if you're at home. When you're at the beach and part of the water, you know, the sand gets a little bit wet, it's easier to walk on than the dry sand. It's not that pronounced on racetracks, but I think when there is a bias, think a little bit more about one horse running on the wet sand, one running on the dry sand. One's a little bit harder than the other. So what I think Tom was talking about when he talks about the bias at Ellis, Condiment Girl was on the front end, you know, down on the inside where it was a little bit easier to run. So she ran better than maybe she'll run here today.
I can see where you guys are going. I get that. You know, the time before that when she won the 10 non-2, I thought she stopped the clock in good fashion. Listen, she's going to have to run a tiny bit better maybe to beat this group, but if she gets loose on the front end, but if the 10 might stay on her back, you know, and then the 5, cutting back in distance, is the horse you got to worry about with Irad and Rick Dutrow, and that horse right now is 5-2. And then again, you mentioned Tom's horse. She's a dangerous horse. If you remember last year, a lot of the horses that were shipping in from Churchill and from Kentucky did very well. But how do you read that this year when Churchill closed down early? You know what I mean?
Well, there's one guy that's not too far away from us that I guarantee could always find the right place on the racetrack, and that's Gary Stevens. Look, when there's a bias, you got to try to play to it, and I think that's what happened last time with the 9 Condiment Girl.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Yeah, you're right. When I was riding, even if I wasn't riding any horses prior in the day, say I took a red-eye flight in here to New York and rode later on in my career, and I would only have 2 or 3 mounts, I was in the room early watching every single race. A track will change throughout the day, but when you've got a consistent bias like they were talking about at Ellis Park. It doesn't take too much more studying, but when tracks change throughout the day because of wind conditions or a lot of different things, you've got to pay attention to it. And obviously, Condiment Girl played into her hands in her last race, but who's to say that she's not just gotten better since joining Robertino Diodoro's barn?
By the way, I just want to let J.K. Pauly know, guys, be on alert. We got Munson a few minutes ago. We didn't even realize it. Tom pulling out the Kingpin reference would need some money, so stay sharp.
I got both in my hands.
Post parade coming up in a moment here for the 7th at Saratoga. Starts this pick 4. And a trainer who had been gone from this sport for a decade. A very harsh penalty for Rick Dutrow. Came back with the very first horse that he entered, and he won. Saw Foradata, and he's got the current favorite now at 2-1.
And this filly that I like in here, just for that fact, I like that she's shortening up in distance. Blinkers going on, sharpen her up a little bit. She's not the need the lead type. So that's who I'm going with here. Second time for Rick Dutrow. Pretty much all the same reasons that Acacia said in the paddock.
Coming onto the track shortly. And, blinkers going on. South Foradata going to shorten up in distance just a little bit. But we talk about the pace in here, Tom. Certainly we know the 9 wants to go. But Obligata coming out of that last race, those were fast fractions as well, was not far off it.
I think Obligata is the horse to beat, and I think she's more valid than the 9 Condiment Girl. And those are both the 2 speed horses, I think, from the outside. Real quickly before we get to the post parade, just a few comments about my horse, Need Some Money, who I claimed, and I rarely run horses back quickly off the claim, but I did with her because the conditions were just right. And I wish I'd taken a little more time with her. But she is a horse that wants to be on the outside, that wants to go around horses. The track today is playing to that to some extent. I don't want to be all the way out there, but that's where I am. And so the instructions were simple to Tyler when we talked this morning. Keep her outside, try to make a move outside. So hopefully we can save some ground and make an outside move.
We'll start with Into Happiness Hall of Famer John Velasquez. Mark Hennig first off the claim.
Yeah, off a layoff, won and smashed the 40 non-winners at 2 lifetime by almost 13 lengths last time out. So this horse might have got confidence.
Matt Cantromasi with Carbon has Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, broke slow last time. Most of this horse's best races are on a sloppy racetrack.
Long shot Miscreant.
Yeah, horse that's only been on the dirt twice and slower numbers.
My Girl Jow to a new barn.
Yeah, moving to a new barn, but that barn only 8% in 2023.
Here's the favorite for Rick Dutrow.
Yeah, on the cutback. Look for this horse late in the race.
Kendrick Carmouche on a long shot. Graceful Rose.
Horse won an off-the-turf event in an open maiden special weight, this New York bred.
Part of an uncoupled entry for the Dutrow barn. Here's Mersal off the claim.
Yeah, this horse got claimed out. The race that horse got claimed out of actually was pretty good. A couple of horses have won out of it.
Couple of speedsters we will see next. Condiment Girl went gate to wire in that Ellis win, the 9.
I would think Christian Torres is going to try to take the initiative for Robertino Diodoro. Took this horse off Robert Medina. This horse has been looking for 3 in a row.
And this trainer, one of the best claiming trainers in the sport. Here is Obligata. Linda Rice coming off a 4th consecutive training title on the NYRA circuit.
Absolutely. It's not an easy meet to win. She did it, and I think she might mean business with this horse as well.
And here is Tom Amos's Need Some Money, has Tyler Gaffleone.
This horse has run back-to-back very good races. He took this horse off Sarah Hamilton. In the races you go back to, very dangerous horse, a filly by Street Sense that has some upside, and you get Tyler Gaffleone and is getting bet here a little bit.
Back to the 9. There's the speedy Condiment Girl. And usually anytime, especially when we talk about hot springs and Oaklawn Park, with this barn in particular, Robertino Diodoro, anything he claims, always dangerous.
Yeah, always dangerous. And he runs them in the right spot, which is what makes him dangerous. Condiment Girl, you saw her warming up at a fast pace without the pony. That's usually a sign that they want to be up close, if not on the lead. They're revving her engine a little bit in the warm-up.
Well, Jose Ortiz, he'll ride for Linda Rice here on Obligata. 7 of the last 8 riding titles have been won by these 2 brothers. Just incredible. Irad's won 4. Jose has won 3 of them. The only other rider to win over the last 8 years. Luis Saez back in 2021. These guys are dominant. We've talked about it on the show a lot during America's Day at the Races during the Belmont meet. Hard to find two more dominant, certainly brothers in any sport. I know the Williams sisters have been incredibly dominant, but in terms of brothers, I don't know if it gets any better.
Let me tell you about riding with your brother. I was fortunate enough to be able to ride with my brother on and off throughout my career, but when I was riding with him on a full-time basis, he's my older brother. A lot of people don't know that. He has a lot of success on the circuits that he was on, but man, I love nothing more than beating my big brother. If I wasn't riding a race, I was rooting for him. And if I couldn't win, I was rooting for him, and I'm sure vice versa. But he was my biggest cheerleader throughout my career, still continued to be my coach at the end. But I guarantee you that these two make each other better.
And we expect them, I mean, year in, year out. We see them battle here at Saratoga. We see them battle at the Belmont meet. It came down actually to the final race at the Belmont meeting. And Arad Ortiz Jr. had a chance to tie his brother. He had a suspension late in the meet as well that cost him. Wound up coming up one shy, so Jose Ortiz able to win that Belmont Spring Summer meet.
Well, we use the term students of the game so much, maybe overly, but they are both students of the game and loved that picture of Jose Ortiz that they showed just now. Those were Joel Polidi's silks after winning the Kentucky Oaks on Serengeti Empress.
For Tom Amoss, of course, what a win that was. It's his favorite race, in case you didn't know. Let's go to Acacia.
I wanted to touch on quickly Condiment Girl, and I thought Tom brought up a really interesting point about the track at Ellis. And while she's stepping up in class in here today, much like Obrigada, you can't fault the fact that she's in terrific form. I was a touch concerned about her back in the paddock, but Christian Torres took her away from the pony and gave her a lovely warm-up, which I really liked how she was moving after that, and she kind of calmed all my fears. And I knew Christian back at the start of his career when he was apprenticed down at Gulfstream cutting his teeth, and this is a kid that's always had talent, and just really happy to see him having successes on the big stage, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Loading up. Here we go. Start of this pick 4 on our opening day Saratoga card on our FS2 coverage. There's Miscreant, Jose Lizcano. Stepping in again, the speed we expect to see outside. The 9 Condiment Girl, the 10 Obrigada. And our own Tom Amoss with the 11 Needs Some Money. Would love to see that pace setup of those two. Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard. Let's go upstairs. Frank Mirahmadi, take it away.
Thanks, Greg. We're waiting on Safora Dada and Need Some Money. Safora Dada is in. Need Some Money to the outside. Takes up her spot. They're in the gate. And they're off. Need Some Money out quickly. Here's Condiment Girl, though. Condiment Girl takes command early. Graceful Rose now moving into second, followed by Mersal, a close-up third as they get to the main track. My Girl Jal on the inside in fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Joined at the rail by Carbon, who's in just a little bit tight, but moving up willingly, finding a tiny seam and taking advantage. Obrigada is not far behind, just 3.5 or so off the pacemaker, followed by Safora Dada. Need Some Money is next. A break of 3, back to Miscreant, and it's a distance to Into Happiness. Around the far turn, the opening quarter went in 22 4/5 seconds. And they're still chasing Condiment Girl, who leads the way by just about a head, pressed hard on the outside by Mersal, who's coming, and in between them, Graceful Rose. Graceful Rose takes a very narrow lead. On the outside, Mersal moves to engage in second. These two arrive at the top of the stretch together. Condiment Girl is down at the rail in third. Here's Safora Dada coming alive in the center of the track. Mersal on the outside, up to take the lead inside the final 1/8 of a mile. Graceful Rose on the extreme outside. Into Happiness, who was so far back, is flying late, and Into Happiness blows by them all. Into Happiness wins it by almost 3. Safora Dada was second, then it was Mersal in third, and a close photo for fourth.
This filly was about as far back as Zenyatta in that Breeders' Cup Classic against Blame. Looked like just wasn't running today, and all of a sudden pours it on in the stretch for the win.
I've got to be honest with you. I have no idea how far back she was because I quit watching her. And first time that Johnny Velasquez has ridden this filly, she's never run with this style. being that far back before. First time off the claim for Mark Hennig. I was watching her in the paddock as they were putting the saddle on her. She was rearing up, being a little bit unruly, and I was thinking to myself, that Johnny's not going to enjoy this a whole lot. Well, he's enjoying it right now.
First off the claim for Mark Hennig. A really big win off the pace for the one horse. And when we go back to the start of this race, watch the 10 horse, Obrigada. This is a horse that stumbles right out of the gate, loses position. The 10 we're talking about, she's completely out of position. And when that happens, it's race over.
Yeah, I mean, to overcome that, she put herself back up in the race, but it takes a lot out of them when they stumble that bad. She went clear down to her front knees, feet went everywhere. Ground just broke out from under her front feet when she left there. And Jose did a heck of a job of staying on her back. I thought she was going all the way down.
Into happiness, there's Mark Hennig. Off the claim victory, was a dominant winner, and Hennig claimed her out of that victory for 40,000 non-winners at 2. And she wins right back. She was about in Albany in the early stages of this race. Somehow gets up to win at 7-1. 1-5-8-7. Winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, John Velasquez. First winner of the afternoon for him on the opening day card. We'll have the prices when we come back.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Maiden coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold off Maiden. Maiden has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Maiden to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Nominate.
Nominate now.
Nominate now.
Nominate now.
Have you nominated yet?
Nominate now.
Don't miss out. Nominate today.
Nomina hoy para los premios de la industria.
Nominate now.
Nominate your employees today.
Who are your unsung heroes?
Have you nominated?
Visit TIEA.org and nominate a deserving candidate today.
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
We are back in our opening day coverage from the premier meet in the country here at Saratoga. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all. Play with us all summer long in Naira Bets. Get signed up at nairabets.com. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. John Velasquez, still as strong as ever into his 50s here. At 7-1 on this filly by Into Mischief. First off the claim for trainer Mark Hennig. Let's go to Acacia.
And Mark joining me here. Mark, Into Happiness, coming from way off of it. And the first thing you said to me was, that's not how we drew the race up on paper.
Yeah, we kind of figured that she might be
you know, the two outside horses, 9 and 10, were going to break and show speed, and we could kind of tip out and stalk. But when they broke, I was like, oh, this is going to be tough from here. But I was really happy with the way Johnny just stayed to the task. We talked about how she likes to run on the outside, and, you know, I think they, on a day like this with a strong headwind up the stretch, you know, horse tipping out at the quarter pole has a chance.
She came running late, so strong. Talk me through your emotions of that stretch.
That was great. I mean, you know, it's always nice to get off the duck at Saratoga, and to do it on the first day is a big plus.
You claimed her last time when she had a big blowout win when dropping in class. What were the appeals of claiming this filly?
Well, she's got a lot of pedigree. That was part of it. And, you know, she was a big favorite that day. I think a race like that builds one's confidence, and we didn't have to do much with her, actually, between then and now. So, you know, it was just a matter of keeping her in good shape and leading her back over here.
Right into the winner's circle. Congratulations, Mark.
Thanks, Keisha.
Into happiness, into getting her picture taken, Greg.
Wins for the third time in her career. Thank you, Acacia. Back-to-back victories now. And 7-1 upset to start off the pick 4. Sa Foradada winds up second. Mersala 19-1 completes that trifecta for the Dutro barn off the claim. As we'll move into race 8 next. Take a look at how this pick 5 has played out to this point. With still a long way to go, but 2 legs in. Yarrow beating a favorite, and now a 7-1 upset with Into Happiness. And still some wide open races to come, including this 8th race next. Mile over the inner turf, 50,000 starter allowance. Completely wide open group here, although the 4 are being bet like My Sea Cottage here is a standout for Mark Casse. 9-5 early on in the wagering to this point. On a beautiful afternoon, still blue skies, but we know a storm is a-coming. But to this point, everything A-okay.
Well, you're not calling the all clear, are you?
Not all clear.
It looks better than it did. I just looked at the weather. It's looking better than it was looking when we went on air today. So
his picks in the weather were really good last year, so I'm going to go with what he's saying.
Got a future as a weatherman. Yeah. This 8th race, mile on the turf, 2 turns coming up here on the grass. We know it's all about getting a trip, saving ground on the grass. We'll be back, closer look at this 8th when we return, approaching the 9-minute mark to post. Fans enjoying the opening day festivities from the summer place to be. We'll be back.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulf Street, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action Friday through Sunday. Fridays features a 2 p.m. first post, while weekend action begins at 12:40, kicking off the win early pick 5. Home to full, competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site, be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
My favorite part
Oh, Saratoga is the horses. It's the best horses are here.
It's a good feeling when you come here, you know. I love it when everybody comes to Saratoga.
It's great racing, great people. It's an event. Everybody comes here from around the country, and the whole world is watching.
You can hear the crowd, and you come back. You see a lot of kids. They want goggles. They want to say hi. They want to shake your hand.
The horses is special here. They get good treatments here, and they get lots of grass, lots of carrots, and they're happy to get lots of kisses.
Saratoga is the best meet in America, and I think the fans make it very special.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
You've been here at least once in your life. It's hard not to love it. It keeps you coming back. Special place here in upstate New York. And our opening day coverage continues here on FS2. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual. Unusually well. Race 8 is next on this opening Thursday of the meet here. Mile over the inner turf. $50,000 starter allowance. Coming up next in this group, and the 8-5 favorite, My Sea Cottage. But as we take a look at the 9 here, that's Foliage. Tyler Gaffleone for Joe Sharp. It's a pretty wide open race coming up, and these turf races usually are a little more wide open.
No, they are. And I think for our favorite, My Sea Cottage, the 4-horse, one of the things that sometimes gets by us when we're handicapping is the dimensions of these tracks. So if you look at My Sea Cottage and you're going to play Beyer speed figures, or any for that matter, and you look at those last 2 speed figures, although this horse was very competitive, you see they're not quite as good as the 3 before it. And the difference is that those races at Belmont Park at 1 mile and a 16th, that's a 1-turn race. But you go back behind that to Gulfstream Park, to those 3 races, those are 2-turn races. They're improved races. They're good races. This horse is getting back to 2 turns. I think that's going to be a big help.
That's a sharp betting public, too, that plays these New York races. And they have that one at 3-2. Mark Cassibarn, Arad Ortiz Jr. will team up as we head to the paddock with J.K. and Paulie.
Yeah, I think more J.K. More of My Sea Cottage being 3-2 is, I think a lot of the public's thinking this horse is going to get to the front end and maybe control things.
Well, I mean, you know, one of the things to keep in mind is when you're on the inner turf, it's tighter turns.
Yes.
So I think that it's harder to kind of do things, it's harder to make moves, it's harder to tip out, and you know, you got gravity pulling you one direction, and physics comes into play. I think if you can get on the front end and save ground on both turns, and you're not really put in an uncomfortable position, it works out well. And I think that's what My Sea Cottage, the 4-horse, looks like in here. But you know, the other thing about this horse is, like, you know, it runs well on the front end, but could still sit in behind in that pocket.
Yeah.
Right? If we're going to talk about turf racing, let's just talk about that pocket trip, Paulie. It's that inside trip where you're right in behind the leaders, tucked in on the rails, saving ground, but having a horse to follow that kind of helps you shut your engine off a little bit.
The thing about the 4 that worries me a tiny bit, and it's not a worry, right? You go from Jose to his brother Irad, but I consider Jose as the type of guy that lets his horses roll, where Irad's used to riding a lot of Chad's horses. So you're right, the 4 might not go to the front end. You look at some other horse in here, who you interested mostly? Do you like the 4? Or?
No, I like the 4. I forget who I pick sometimes because I play a lot of multi-race bets. I picked the 4. Okay. I almost picked the 3.
Okay, time out. I'm with you. The 3 at 19-1 is ridiculous. Go ahead, make your point.
So I picked the 3-2 shot, but the internet, I want you to know that I like the 3 as well. This horse for the Canarmasis has been closing in his slow paces in his last 7 races. You think about it. Horses on the front end are saving energy if they're going slow, on a slow pace. This horse, Frontman, has been far back trying to catch those horses that still have a lot of energy. I think the Canarmasis do an outstanding job. And if you look all the way back to July 21st of 2021, this horse, Frontman, ran well on the inner turf. I think horses that like the inner turf are a sneaky, sneaky betting angle at this meet because it's a little bit different than what they see downstate at Belmont.
Okay, one last question before we throw it to the other set. Now, the 6 Unleash the Power. What do we do with these Churchill Down races, with all this stuff going on? And then the 10 Consultant, we're going to get to Maggie a little bit, the Maryland girl, the Maryland bred, the 10, who's run some good races at Laurel.
I like the 6 Unleash the Power. Al Stahl brings him over here ready to run. But in a race with a bunch of horses that look the same, Maggie is the one I need to help me figure this out.
Well, JK, I'm going to look at the one that doesn't look the same of this group. Which one of these does not belong? Well, that would be the outside runner in number 12, Chileno. He's trying the turf for the first time, first off the claim for trainer Linda Rice, and she has done well. I spoke to her back at the Belmont meet, and I asked her, the first experiment and go around claiming horses out of Kentucky didn't go so well 2 or 3 years ago, but this year it felt as though she claimed the right horses and found the right spots for them. So with this horse coming in and trying the turf right off the bat for the new barn, I think there's purpose in it. Now, Gunrunner has not been a particularly good turf influence, but on the bottom side, the dam won, albeit in her native Chile, and one of the half siblings won on turf as well. And this guy physically very much has a turf look to him. And furthermore, Steve Asmussen isn't synonymous with turf as a trainer. He likes to run his horses more so on the dirt, rightfully so. There's more races for them. You don't have to deal with the weather either. But I think it's very interesting that Linda brings this horse back here with the look that he has of being turf bent and protects him as well first off the bench. First off the claim, I should say, as number 6 is Unleash the Power. He's coming in for trainer Al Stahl. Always interested in Al's horses that he brings up here, particularly because they just always look really good. They come over looking in fine fettle. He also, too, seems to target this meet and often will have success with the horses he brings here. This guy, you could not ask for a horse to be better turned out than what Unleash the Power is. In his last 2 races, it really feels as though the light bulb has gone off. He was kind of squeezed back at the start, then he got over to the rail, and he got up to 3rd on the backside, and he really tried hard, but the 2 horses that finished in front of him, they were more forwardly placed throughout the running, and ultimately he may have just been 3rd best, but I like him as he stacks up against this crew here, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. There's a look at Mike Maker talking strategy with his pilot on the 2 Born to Gambler, Manny Franco, who already has a win on today's card. Back to Unleash the Power. So here's the 6, trained by Al Stahl. Luis Saez will ride today, and this is the last start back at Churchill Downs.
He's going to check right out of the gate here and lose his position. But then Corey Lannery down, there he is right there, down the backside, has an opening on the rail, and he's able to put him back in a very, very good spot behind the leaders, as we'll see when they turn down the backside. The thing that I think's interesting about Unleash the Power is when he gets clear down the stretch and looks like he has a lot of horse, he just kind of finishes average. And if you look at that pedigree, the mom was a horse. You'll see him get clear right here. He's got no excuse from here on in. The mom was a sprinter on the turf, and we're going a mile today. That's got to be the ultimate limit for Unleash the Power, the 6 horse, if he can get quite that far.
I read that race a different way when I watched that replay. I thought he had more trouble than just that one check out of the gate. He had to steady again hard when he was into that first turn, and he lost all position there, and then there was no pace in the race whatsoever. Okay, so he makes up all this ground from having only a couple of horses outrun up into 3rd or 4th place up against no pace. Then he had to sit and wait. So he made 2 different moves during the race, and I don't think he had any gas left in the tank.
Yeah.
I agree with the distance, maybe limitation. This is as far as he wants to go. I think if he gets a good setup in here, he's actually my pick to win this race.
He certainly used energy down the backside to get back in right position. There's no question about that. And that could have cost his finish as well.
Post parade coming up momentarily for a competitive 8th on this opening day card. There he is. Unleash the Power. Luis Saez won this meet back in 2021. The only one not named Ortiz in the last 8 years to do it. And he gave that record of Ramon Dominguez of 68 wins a real run for the money. 64 wins that year.
That was some kind of meet.
Meanwhile, here's the one Maggie was talking about. Chileno, and Jose Ortiz will hop aboard. First time on the grass. Difficult post to overcome, being that far outside.
It's not ideal, that's for sure. You know, no good on the inner turf here. I don't like it. The first turn, it comes up fairly quick when you're down in there, and if you get sprung out wide, it's even more costly. You've got to use sometimes more than what you want to use, or take back further than you want to take back to get down inside and save ground. If you don't save ground around this first turn on the inner turf course, you're in big trouble unless you're on much the best.
First time off the claim for Linda Rice. One of many horses she claimed out of Kentucky in April, May, and June, and is now going to run up here. She spent well over $1 million in Kentucky and brought those horses up to New York. Did great with them. It won her the title. It won her the training title at Belmont.
First Belmont training title she's won outright. She actually tied before with Todd Pletcher, but now she has won 4 consecutive training titles on the NYRA circuit. You got to think at some point, you know, your horses are going to run out of conditions. You're going to come up against it. And obviously it's a lot tougher here, but she started off this meet right off the bat in the opener with a win again.
She did. She's got a lot of horses, and if you look at her entries through the weekend, she's entered very aggressively. This title is on her mind.
Here comes our post parade. And as they come through the tunnel, we're going to kick things off here in a moment with a big long shot. Then Darian, you know, Coyle's last few years, her philosophy was kind of wait, sit back first couple of weeks and maybe get things a little easier. But no, she's going after it early, Linda Rice we're talking about. Here's Thunderian, 41-1.
Yeah, getting on the lawn again. Got on the lawn for the first time in a long time and showed a little bit of speed at 59-1, 41-1 today.
One of the best claiming trainers in the game, Mike Maker with Born a Gambler.
Yeah, this horse has really started to take a couple steps forward for Mike Maker since entering his barn.
Another one coming off a win. Here's Frontman for the Cantor Mossy barn.
Yeah, nice win. And a horse that's 6 right now, you just worry about, is he going to regress? If not, 14-1's kind of nice.
Still the favorite. Here's My Sea Cottage, Gerard Ortiz Jr.
I understand the problem with this horse being 9-5 in a race that feels wide open. This is without a doubt the best horse in this race.
3-year-old cackling older horses here, Kingfish Stevens.
I thought this horse was a tiny bit live. He's drawn some really outside posts, and, you know, he draws a little bit middle with the blinkers going on.
Here's a horse we showed you in that Churchill Downs effort, Unleash the Power.
Yeah, look, I like this horse in here a lot. Al Stahl shows up. Last time I saw Al Stahl, he was ruining my Zenyatta tattoo.
22-1, here's Dream Point with Flavian Pratt.
Yeah, winner last time to break his maiden. Now we'll try winners for the first time. 0 for 25, so you never know if the light bulb goes on.
And of course, it was with that Blame win in the Classic. That's getting a lot of references today. American Grant, 31-1. We skipped to the 9, Foliage.
Yeah, Foliage won last time out, putting blinkers on for the first time at 6 furlongs. Now they're going to stretch out.
Here's the Maryland bred, Jose Lezcano on Consultant.
Not a lot of tactical speed, outside post, projects to get a poor trip.
And Chileno, first time on the turf. Blinkers coming off. Linda Rice off the claim.
Yeah, it's hard to play against Linda Rice. She was red hot down at Belmont, but she does have an outside draw on a horse getting back, trying to turf, for the first time.
Post time coming up for this 8th on the card. On our opening day coverage here from the premier meet in the country at Saratoga. We're going to be with you all summer long. And this one coming up, it has been a little surprising in a race that seemed, at least on paper, this wide open, that My Sea Cottage, such a short price, has been favored throughout.
Well, I think you hit it on the head, Greg. You said the betting public is so knowledgeable and so learned up here at Saratoga. And I think going back to the 2 turns has a lot to do with why My Sea Cottage is favored. Is it 9-5 good enough for me? Look, I like a price. You know that. And there are other alternatives in this race, particularly, what about the 10 Consultant? This is a horse, when we go to backtracks, we watch these replays on horses. This involves some trip handicapping, but this horse was on a winning trip at his last start at Laurel, and down the lane he started to lug in, and the rider basically could not ride him at that point. Bob Caceres already won a race at the meet. As a trainer, you watch these horses in their races that you run them in, and you fix the things you can fix. This is an easy fix. Change the bid on Consultant, get him to run straight. He's a player here.
And he's 11-1 right now with one of the best turf riders in the game, Jose Lezcano. Let's go back to Maggie.
Well, actually, to Tom's point, with Consultant, who looked fantastic in the paddock, he's wearing a very full cut blinker that I think they've closed him in just a bit more than that last Laurel race to hopefully assuage that habit of lugging in, lugging out. Another horse that's changing things up today is Kingfish Stevens, who formerly wore cheek pieces. Now he adds what cheek pieces essentially are, and that's a small shortcut blinker on today. So really not changing much, but guys, I love the appearance of number 6 in here, Unleash the Power, but I still am very interested as we're hearing that number 7, Dream Point, is a late scratch. Upon advice of the attending veterinarians, take out number 7, Dream Point. Luckily, not the horse I was going to say I'm still very interested in, and that's number 12, Chileno, who I still think should appreciate the surface change. He has that extra kind of bounce and cadence to his stride that I often see with turf runners. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. There's Flavien Prat walking off screen, so his Mount Dream Point scratched here, comes off the board. Would have been a big price in this spot anyway, so it doesn't change things a whole lot from a wagering standpoint.
No, it's almost a certainty that it was a consultation between Flavien on the horse and the state veterinarians that are watching these horses warm up as to whether she was going to have a good day going over the track. And you see Flavien walking with the state vet right there. Look, these horses and having them at their best on race day is so important, not only to the safety of the animal, the rider, the owners, the betting public. And so I applaud when this kind of thing happens, and the horse will run back another day.
First and foremost, always in this sport, safety of our equine athletes. And as a result, Dream Point here comes out. As we get a look here at the 5, Kingfish Stevens. So this is a horse that, yeah, those cheek pieces come off, but the blinkers go on. So essentially, sort of a same switch here.
That's like his name.
Why would you make a move like that as a trainer, Tom?
So I've never used cheek pieces, ever. It's kind of a, Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, it's more European than American.
It is.
And it's started to get its trend over here with a lot of the trainers. But if I want to limit a horse's vision so that they're seeing and focusing on what's ahead of them, it's blinkers for me.
I found a defect. We're getting too close to the start here to talk more about the cheek pieces. That's for another date.
9-5 favorite, My Sea Cottage. See if Arad Ortiz Jr. There he is, can notch his first win on this opening day card. Teaming up with Mark Casse. Frank Mirahmadi, the call.
Okay, Greg, here is Kingfish Stevens loading in. And the last one to load is Chileno. They're in the gate. And they're off. My Sea Cottage is sprinting right to the front. Unleash the Power has good speed too, and Kingfish Stevens in the top flight as well. They're followed by Born a Gambler along the rail in fourth, 4 lengths off an honest early tempo. Chileno in the yellow colors is on the outside of Frontman, who hugs the rail 7 lengths off the lead. It's 2 more back to Foliage, followed then by American Grant, who's toward the back of the field. Double digits behind the front runner. Consultant is next. The 2 trailers, Thunderian at the back of the field. My Sea Cottage goes through the opening quarter in 24 seconds flat, establishes a clear-cut advantage, racing in hand under Arad Ortiz Jr. Unleash the Power is in second. Kingfish Stevens eager along the rail as they come to the half-mile pole. Born a Gambler is still racing in fourth with 3 lengths to make up. Frontman is next. Another length and a half back to Chileno, who is followed by Foliage. Inside Consultant, American Grant, followed at the rail by Thunderian as they round the far turn. My Sea Cottage, Unleash the Power, trying to challenge the half, went in 48 3/5 seconds. Born a Gambler swings to the 3-path at the top of the stretch, and in behind them comes Kingfish Stevens. 1 more furlong for My Sea Cottage. Unleash the Power, chasing with determination, but still 2 lengths behind. In the center of the course, Frontman is rallying belatedly. It's My Sea Cottage taking them coast to coast. Unleash the Power second best. Kingfish Stevens was third. Then it was a photo between Frontman and Born a Gambler.
Great example in this race of why speed is so dangerous, especially here on this inner turf course. Arad Ortiz Jr., gate to wire win.
Did you say Arad Ortiz? Yeah, he's in the winner's circle. Again. And look, I mean, this race at the start, you knew what the tactics of My Sea Cottage were going to be. Irad went straight to the front, followed closely by Unleash the Power. They went around there in that fashion the whole way.
And they were going slow fractions for this turf course and in these conditions. Turf course is perfect right now. And Unleash the Power, Louis Saez, he saw what was on paper, and that My Sea Cottage was the only one with speed. He left there with intent to track him, but he had no excuse whatsoever. My Sea Cottage just much the best.
Tom, 24 for that opening quarter, and then even slowed it down even more in that second quarter.
Yeah, you know, I actually thought down the backside when My Sea Cottage was on the lead by himself that Louis Saez on Unleash the Power, who was sitting second, was going to do something with his hands, his way to communicate to the horse to go a little bit quicker. But he sat quietly the whole time. It's tough for a trainer to watch a race like that and know you've got a big favorite on the lead doing everything they want to do.
Did you loan Mark Casse the jacket you were wearing when you won the Kentucky Oaks? There's Mark Casse, My Sea Cottage.
I like it.
Or maybe he broke into your place.
Yeah, he forgot to steal the tie that I had.
Arad Ortiz Jr. for Casse, and a man he trains a lot of horses for, Gary Berber. My Sea Cottage at 9-5. And speed controls every step of the way here in this 8th race. 4-6, 5-3 finish. Here in the 8th, we're going to take a timeout. Man who won this meet last year, finally on the board in the 8th race on this opening day card. Well, the prices for you when we come back. One of the most highly anticipated 2-year-olds we're expecting to see coming up this weekend. Gold sweep for Steve Asmussen, the Hall of Famer. We'll see him on Saturday. We'll have a preview coming up.
They're off, and the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. And Forte sneaks right on the inside of the Jack. Forte has come under a ride now, and he's going 3 wide, and he's coming up on the outside of National Treasure, and he's coming up after Cape Rock. The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, Cape Rock along the rail, and Forte has upset Cape Rock to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Good to have you with us on our opening day coverage at the premier meet in the country here at Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by Hallandale at Alapa. 8th in the books. And the man who won this riding title last year on the board, Moran Ortiz Jr. for Mark Casse, owned by Gary Barber. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer Mark Casse, and we were just talking, Mark, about my Sea Cottage and how this condition here at Saratoga is just perfect for his running style.
Yeah, the quick turns. You know, he gets to use his speed, and then he can sprint away. And yeah, we've been waiting for this.
Finally, it pays off, your patience. But let's talk about your filly in the next, the Schuylerville at Sugar Treat. She overcame a lot of adversity in that debut, but it's a switch from the Tapeta to the dirt today. Talk about your feelings with the surface change.
Well, the truth is, we got her ready on dirt. We were ready to run her, and my assistant, Nick Tomlinson, said, well, the only thing is Tapeta. And I said, well, we bought her off of Tapeta because we bought her at the OBS sale. I said, she'll be fine on Tapeta. So we were more leaning towards dirt, and it just happened to be that was the Tapeta race. She overcame a lot for a first-time starter. You know, this is a different bunch of horses, but the fillies she beat came back and won easy. So I think she's live.
Well, wishing you the best of luck. Really interesting filly in the Schuylerville coming up next.
Thank you.
All right, Mark Casse gets a winner here on opening day. Maybe, you guys, you can go back-to-back.
She will have Sugar Treat, that outside post in the Schuylerville. She's a daughter of Entice, first winner for that new sire, who actually won his debut at Saratoga to win the Kentucky Jockey Club. The Gotham was second in the Wood on that Triple Crown Trail. My Sea Cottage, $5.60 for the win. 4-6-5 finish in the 8th, and our traditional opening day feature is next. 2-year-old fillies, Grade 3 Schuylerville. And one of the things that we love so much about this Saratoga meeting, seeing the future stars of the game, and we're going to see some here potentially.
Yeah, look, short on experience, long on talent is what we probably are going to see today. A lot of these horses that have only had one debut race, and when they put talent against talent, these aren't non-winners, maidens anymore. These are, you know, horses that have all come out of those maiden races. It's a collision of talent, and it'll be interesting to see who comes out on top and what kind of style they display. You know, if they display a style that can wait a little bit, I think that's preferred here because there are going to be a lot of horses gunning right out of the gate.
Meanwhile, we talked about the boys who we're going to see coming up on the Saturday card, Gary, and maybe the most impressive 2-year-old boy to this point, Gold Sweep. Just a devastating performance in that Tremont for Steve Asmussen. As we take a look at the field, it's going to line up at the Sanford Stakes, and he's 3-5 in the morning line for Saturday.
Yeah, and I think by far the most impressive maiden win that I've seen in the stake race in the Tremont. His second out of his career, had one start at Churchill Downs, came back and won for fun, and another one that should improve with added distance.
He reminds me so much of Gulfport, a very precocious young horse that Asmussen had last year. They're just at the sprint distance. They're so tactical, and they can turn it on so quickly down the stretch as Gold Sweep does. Tomorrow, Sanford is run through this horse, Gold Sweep. It's his race to win or lose.
Any kind of edge to, you talked about, we've heard a few trainers say it, Steve Asmussen, one of them, saying, especially this first week, it's a deeper sort of racetrack here to have a horse who has a couple of starts as a 2-year-old under their belt.
I think most definitely it helps when you're coming into this deeper racetrack. You know, we talked about the horses from Kentucky, ran well last year coming here, but Churchill has been closed. Ellis Park has been a little bit different type of racetrack. No question. And I love that Steve got him to Belmont Park for the Tremont for his second out of his life. So there's not a lot separating Belmont Park and Saratoga as far as surface switches.
Won that big race as a maiden. He won that race up in New York, no doubt, right? Didn't he get beat first time?
He did,
yeah. Broke his
so
maiden in the stake.
That's a lot of confidence the trainer has to move into stakes company as a maiden.
And you talked about a horse that, you know, he reminds you of from the St. Barn Gulfport, but we know what this racetrack is called. It's the Graveyard. And Gulfport, Damon's Mound got the better of him at this meet last year. See what happens. All these big favorites. Nothing is given. You got to earn it here at Saratoga. That is coming up on Saturday. 2-year-old fillies, though, next in the Grade 3 Schuylerville's. Fans taking the sights and enjoy opening day here at the spa. We have our opening day feature coming up next.
Hello. Yeah, I saw his second first crop leading sire. He's second crop leading sire now. We might have sold him a little early.
Here's Long Range Toddy.
Hello. Yeah, I know he's third crop leading sire. I'm glad we got that clause to buy him back. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see what I can do. Kenny, we've got to take Charge Indy back.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
A shot of the leader, left-handed whip. Maple Circle coming at her with a determined run, but time is running out. A Shadow's in front. A Shadow's the winner. A Shadow.
Oh, Shadow, she was a good one, winning in that sloppy racetrack at the Schuylerville for Pletcher, one of his 6 victories in this race, tied for the most all time with a man he came up under, Dwayne Lucas, and both those two with major players in this year's edition as we take a look at what Pletcher has done in this race. Last win coming in 2016 with Sweet Loretta.
6 wins in this race. That is so impressive for both Todd Pletcher and Wayne Lucas that both have entrance today in this same race. That is remarkable.
It's amazing, really.
So Pletcher last win back in 2016. There is his filly, Wine on Tap.
That's a looker there.
Daughter of Tappet, it's our Spendthrift Farm. 2-year-old race of the day coming up. And Wine on Tap for Pletcher opens up here at 6-5 on the board as the favorite.
It's interesting to me, Gary. So, you know, when you take Irad Ortiz, who's in demand, he rode the 6-horse, Asmussen's horse, Closing Act, to win the Astoria at Belmont. And he also rode Wine on Tap in a maiden win. In these big races, trainers, I don't care who they are, if a rider's won on a horse previously and he opts to stay on that horse, trainers understand. He's picking Todd Pletcher's horse, Wine on Tap, to ride over Closing Act.
Yeah, and I think we talked about it earlier, that this filly with her pedigree, winning at first asking, going 5 furlongs, was an achievement in itself, but not only that she won it, but the way that she won it.
Yeah, pedigree, guys, as we go to the paddock set, that should be even better as we get longer, but she won at 5 furlongs in that debut. She'll get an extra furlong today.
Yeah, you know, JK had mentioned this earlier. He wanted to talk about the 7 Wine on Tap. And, you know, it's key. Listen, this horse is a Tappet out of the quality road, and you don't see a lot of Tappets debut at 5 furlongs, JK, and be as sharp as she was out of the gate, too, as well.
Well, I mean, let's talk about Tappet, right? I mean, Tappet obviously one of the most dominant sires in the history of horse racing. But what the thing I like about the 7 Wine on Tap is that, in my opinion, she did something that she wasn't supposed to do, which was win first out at 5 furlongs. In the last 5 years, there's only been 16 children of Tappet, offspring of Tappet, that have tried to run 5 furlongs. 3 of them won, but only 16. Only 16, which tells me that these horses just aren't ready to run this distance as a 2-year-old. Yeah. You know, we talk about Tappet all the time in the Belmont Stakes. They win a ton of Belmont Stakes, like 1.5 miles. Well, you know, I think that what she did this day, going 5, suggests that she's got a lot of talent and she's a little bit different. I think going the extra furlong today, going the 6 furlongs, is going to hit her right in between the eyes.
I can't argue. You can't argue with anybody that Todd Pletcher is trained by, but you could almost make the same case for the 5, Saratoga Secret, a filly by Arrowgate, who won the Travers here in sub 2 minutes, and then out of a Fort Larned mare who won the Breeders' Cup Classic for Ian Wilkes. So a horse that's bred to run a mile in an 8.2 as well. Won first time out, was very sharp for Dwayne Lucas, and the horse has come back to work well. Now, the guys on the other set, and Gary made a great point. Like last year, the Churchill Downs horses were running well. Obviously, issues going on with that course. They're at Ellis. How do we take this race, JK?
Well, like Tom mentioned earlier, Ellis Park has been very favoring front-running horses, so we'll see how Saratoga Secret runs here. But I tell you what, when it's a 2-year-old race, when these horses are growing up and changing, there's only one person that I want to hear from. Mags?
Oh, JK, I'm blushing here in the paddock for this Schuylerville. Thank you so much. As we'll check in with some new faces when it comes to the NYRA circuit and begin with the Parks Invader, Carmelina. And we've seen Butch Reed ship horses in here to these 2-year-old stakes that we have at Saratoga with success in the past. And I like the comment line for how she won her first race, dominated, ridden out. I'd say on point. She's a little bit on the smaller side, but she looks quick. On the flip side, though, she's very classy acting. You know, you see as time goes on, sometimes with these young fillies, they'll start to get a little nervous, they'll start to get more revved up, especially ones that have that early speed. Not the case with her. I like her, but I don't love her coming in here with what I see from her in the paddock. As we'll check in with number 5, Saratoga Secret. I was back at the Lucas Barn early today, and it was funny. She was on it at 11 o'clock this morning, especially because the pony that Wayne has was brought out, and she was just staring, deadlocked, and screaming at the pony like, okay, my pony's here. I want to go. I want to go. But she has settled very nicely while being tacked, which I like to see. And I think it speaks to her competitiveness, her eagerness to get out there on the racetrack. She's very good looking, bigger filly, a lot more physically mature than many of her foes in here today. I have a lot of respect for her, and I know it's been a bit of a speed highway there at Ellis, and I respect that, but she was kind of doing it from the more outside, and it feels like the inside was really where you want it to be. So I think Saratoga Secret is on the right track here. And then I have been very much pleasantly surprised, as Mark Casse warned me, with what I see from number 11, Sugar Treat. He said she's a really good-looking filly. You're going to like her, and he was spot on. She is, and plus, she came in just really on the muscle, just very focused, and like he said, she overcame a lot to win that race on the Tapeta. And looking at the pedigree, it's a pedigree that can go many ways, that can run on many surfaces. But the overriding tone of it is that it's a precocious pedigree. It's filled with horses that win early and are just better than their foes early on in their careers. So I really like what I'm seeing from Sugar Treat, and she should have no problem getting over this main track here at the Spa, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. That was a quick look at the pilot who will be aboard, Flavian Pratt, trying to get his 3rd winner on this opening day card. Sugar Treat. She was in tight early, down on the inside, spun 3 wide around the turn. And really, she was prepped to run on dirt for that debut, as we heard from Mark Casse, but the race that came up was synthetic, and she was able to run down a lone leader that day to get that win.
She had a tough trip, no question about it. And because she's never been at dirt, oftentimes you want to look at that pedigree to see if she'll transfer that kind of race from the artificial surface to dirt. Her pedigree is strong for dirt, so there's going to be no issue there.
And the filly she ran down that day was alone on the lead, came right back in her next start, improved her speed figure by 8 points, and went gate to wire to break her maiden to flatter her form. Did that on synthetic. As we get a look at the 5, and there's a Dwayne Lucas filly daughter of Arrogate, Saratoga Secret, and Luis Saez will ride.
Yeah, she's classy acting, and I'll tell you, when Wayne has a first-time starter, win first time out, especially going with 5.5 with this pedigree that Saratoga Secret has, she's going to take a huge step forward today. Her buyer wasn't that quick when she broke her maiden, but it was quick enough. I expect her to take a big step forward today.
I think that's a great point, Gary. And I'm just going to ask you, it seems to me as an outsider looking in that the Wayne Lukas horses typically use those first races for education and are better second time back.
I rode for him for long enough with these young horses, going back a lot of years, about 35 years to be specific. And if I won on one for him first time out, that had pedigree to stretch out and go on, you knew that they were going to be very, very special.
There's another look at her. The dam was unraced. This is her first foal, and of course D. Wayne had the runner-up in this race last year with Summer Promise. This one taking plenty of support. 3-1 second choice on the board. As you get a look at Irad Ortiz Jr. adjusting those goggles on the favorite. We start off with Carmelina, 1 of 2 in the race for Butch Reed.
Yeah, horse that just ran off the screen first time out. Daughter Maximus Mischief, and was really impressive, getting played a little bit.
Butch Reed says, too, nothing phases her. She can take dirt in the face as well. Here's Becky's Joker, a first-time starter.
A first-time starter in a race like this, I'd need to see at least half the price.
Saratoga Secret for the coach, D. Wayne Lukas.
Yeah, and I would think the distance is going to be better. You know, this horse has Looking at Lee, who ran second in the Derby in her family, and she's also got another one in Blended Citizen, who was a Peter Pan winner.
Closing act, she's 2 for 2 for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, she's 2 for 2, she's undefeated, but her speed figures just aren't quite fast enough, in my opinion.
3-2 favorite. Todd Pletcher trying to win a 7th Schuylerville. Well, there she is.
Yeah, for MKW Racing, this filly by Tappet, trying to stay undefeated. She was 6-5 last time, 3-2 today.
Here's Kiss for Luck for Butch Reed as well. Half-sister to a champion Vequist to win the spin-away here. And here is Sugar Treat. Mark Cassie, debut win on synthetic. This will be the dirt debut coming up.
Yeah, you know, this horse got steadied a little bit. I don't know if she was green on the rail a little bit, but she kind of got steadied out of it. But then once Eddie Perez got her to the outside, she ran down that horse. You know, maybe draw on the 11 hole. You don't want to break into empty space. But I thought she was better than looked. And you're getting a pretty good price at 8-1.
Post time coming up for our opening day feature. Let's go to Acacia.
Trainer Butch Reed knows how to win this race, and he sends out 2 chances today. Let's start with Carmelina. I know she was actually a late scratch before the race that her stablemate won in May, and you handled her pretty carefully stepping around to the track. What did you see from her today?
Absolutely. We got a little bit of a chance. She's been up here for a week or so we got a little bit of a chance to get her familiar with her surroundings, but she's not used to all these people that have parked, so she did very well. I'm really excited about the way she handled it, and she went off good with the pony. So.
She seemed like a real lady out there today, and her first race was very impressive. How encouraging is a debut like that?
Oh, it's great. You know, I've been lucky enough to have a couple of running fillies the last few years, including the other horses' big sisters. So, yeah, it's exciting, and we're excited for the stallion, too, who I trained as a racehorse, and we own a nice piece of right now. So.
Yeah, Holy Bull winner, Maximus Mischief, and one that seemed to have so much promise, too. But talking about the other fillies, you mentioned Kiss for Luck, half to Vequist, who, of course, you trained. What can you tell us about her?
What a great filly, great head on her shoulders, you know, and I think as the distances get longer, she's really going to come to the fore.
We
a little bit of a rat horse, yeah.
We look forward to seeing both of them. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks.
Greg? Great insight there from Butch Reed. Looking forward to his 2 runners. But let's talk about the favorite, and that is number 7 in here, Wine on Tap. As JK was talking about, the fact that a progeny, and Paulie were talking about that a progeny of Tap, it was able to get up and do what she did first time out was astonishing. And talking with her owner, Irad Ortiz, after that effort, Irad was just saying that she broke so alertly that she actually surprised him. He wasn't expecting her to be that handy out of the gate. And then she rated comfortably. She was so kind. And then she just was push button, had so many gears. She looks fantastic. She looks much the same as what she did in that debut, if not a little stronger, which is always something to take as a positive. And furthermore, I think the extra furlong is only going to enhance her. So I have no problems with your 6-5 favorite. I just wanted a price in here, Greg, with number 11, Sugar Treat, because I really like what I saw.
Maggie, thanks. That's the Mark Casse filly to the outside. Favorite, though, is Wine on Tap. And guys, JK was talking about the influence of the sire. Tap It. And you do. You think Belmont, 1.5 miles, Tonalist, Creator, Taprit, Essential Quality. But this one won at 5 furlongs first time out.
And watching her warm up, she looks so elegant. She looks so classy. You couldn't help but fall in love with her in the warm up just now.
It's our traditional opening day feature. Potential stars in this 2-year-old filly division make their way to the gate. Let's go upstairs to Frank Mirahmadi.
Thank you very much, Greg, and the entire team. Here's closing act coming up. Wine on Tap. Kiss for Luck awaiting her turn. And the last one will be Sugar Treat. Going in, set for the 105th running of the Schuylerville. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Wine on Tap rockets right out of there. And so too Carmelina coming through, and Carmelina gets to the front. Saratoga Secret hustled up into second. Wine on Tap perfectly spotted third, followed by Closing Act in fourth. At the rail, Becky's Joker, followed by Kiss for Luck, who's 4 lengths off the lead, and Sugar Treat at the back of the field. Carmelina and Saratoga Secret going at it around the far turn, and they are now joined 3 wide by Wine on Tap, who's 3/4 behind in third. The opening quarter in a reasonable 22 2/5 seconds. Just behind them comes Becky's Joker, looming about 2.5 lengths off the pace. As the field gets to the top of the stretch, Saratoga Secret on the outside of Carmelina. Saratoga Secret, Carmelina, there's room in between for Becky's Joker, and quite a debut for her. Becky's Joker has taken command inside the final 1/8 of a mile, drifting wide, but pulling away. Becky's Joker, what a performance out of her. She will dazzle home and graduate with honors in the Schuylerville. Saratoga Secret was second. Closing Act in a photo with Wine on Tap. The running time, 1:12.52 seconds.
First time starter at 21-1. Becky's Joker, trained by Gary Contessa. Javier Castellano won 2/3 of this year's Triple Crown with a big one here on opening day.
What a year he's having, and congratulations to Gary Contessa. This filly's been training here at Saratoga since mid-May. Workout after workout, consistently. She fired off a bullet July 7th and 34 flat, blowing out for this race. Man, was she ready. She's in a great stalking position. She got the gap at the head of the stretch, and she's the real deal.
Fantastic training job by Gary Contessa to come in here as a first-time starter against these accomplished horses and walk away with a dominant win. There he is right there, eyes wide open for sure. And, you know, it was one of those races we talked about when speed comes together. These 3 favorites in the race, Carmelina, the 1, Saratoga Secret, the 5, Wine on Tap, they were all in perfect position at the head of the lane. They just couldn't finish the deal, and it's set up for someone to close, and that's exactly what our winner, Becky's Joker, did.
To pull away like this, not just breaking your maiden integrated stakes race, but this is the debut effort against some fillies that has shown some quality for some of the top barns in the country.
I can't help but think to myself, they knew going in what they had.
Oh, yeah.
You know, in practice, they knew what they had. She's got a bullet work, which is the fastest work at a distance in her last workout. But I have a strong feeling when Gary Contessa is asked, he'll tell you they knew what they had.
Second biggest price on the board at 21-1. High five in the fans. Nothing like it. Taking a big win here. The feature on opening day with a debut starter. Grade 3 victory to Becky's Joker and Javier Castellano. We'll be back.
going to win his first race, and he's going to do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mange coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold on Mange. Mange has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mange to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Breeders' Cup Juvenile. F. Trice wins Toyota Bluegrass.
Opening day feature in the books of the Grade 3 Schuylerville. Our opening day festivities brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the 102nd Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale of selected yearlings on August 7th and 8th. Where will you be? What a year it's been for Javier Castellano. Breakthrough wins in the Derby and the Belmont. And how about Gary Contessa won the Spinaway back in 2018 with Sipacan Harbor at 16-1. Pulls off another shocker with a first-time starter in the Schuylerville. Let's go to Acacia.
What a way to make a splash, that's for sure, as Gary joins me now. And Gary, this filly, Becky's Joker, she's a very big filly, but obviously she is very quick as well.
I am very lucky that she's so big because we bought her as a weanling with the intention of reselling her. And everybody said, nah, she's too big, she's too big. So then I got her to train, which is a beautiful thing. And she's never acted like a horse that's too big. She's very, very precocious, and she does everything you ask her to do.
It's such a great story of how things work out, too. And as many know, you stepped away from training, and you're back, and what a way to make a statement.
Really, I'm glad that I could make this statement. I'm just blessed. I really am. And this is my place. This is my happy place, and I'm so happy to be here.
A happy place for so many of us, and yet also you're running a first-time starter in our feature race, a 2-year-old graded stake. Tell me a little bit about the decision to put her in this spot.
Well, we talked about Maiden, stake, and I said to the owner, you know, I've done this before. I did it with Maiden Beauty, first-time starter. She won the stake a couple of years ago. And I just said, she's training like a stake horse, Lee. This might be a good opportunity to face some fillies that basically just broke their maiden, you know. So, you know, I had said in the beginning I wasn't afraid of anything that was in this race if it was in a maiden race. So why be afraid to run in here? And it turned out to be the right decision. You know, trainers make a lot of wrong decisions. We just made a right decision.
It all paid off. What a win. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Making a splash, and Greg, he is back.
Yeah, how about that for Gary Contessa, who's away from the game for a little while. Again, mentioned that big win in the spin away with another 2-year-old filly. Sippacan Harbor became just the 3rd ever Breeders' Cup starter for him. Does it again now, and still you train as well as you want. This is an aggressive spot to debut in.
They knew. Gary knew. That's what I take from that interview. Congratulations to the Connections. That's an awesome win.
$44 winner in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. And here we go.
I've got a feeling that he's going to go from those interviews in the winner's circle to go collect his share of that $44.40 that she paid.
Might take him a little while.
There for a while.
Yeah, right. I'm with you on that.
First of several upsets we're going to see all summer long coming in major races here. And all of a sudden, this late pick 5. Yeah, we had a 7-1 shot earlier, but it is wide open now.
Yeah, look, it was fairly formful, and then up jumps the Joker, and it's all over. That's a big number there.
Joke's on most of us.
Right.
Very few left alive in what's going to be a very lucrative pick 5 now, where I think a lot of people felt potentially in this last race they could lean a bit maybe on this 7 horse for Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, so we're looking forward here, and we're talking about a horse that, you know, when you look at that race 2 back, to me, I just thought, even though the finish was fairly average in that race, it was against so much better competition. This is a much milder field than anything the 7 horses faced.
And we'll get to this race. We have time. Let's talk about Javier Castellano for a minute. What an incredible year he continues to have, 45 years old.
Yeah, it's amazing. His whole attitude has changed over this season. I mean, I can see it in the way that he's riding, the confidence he has, and horses sense that confidence, and they'll run 10 steps faster for you when you're feeling that inside. I don't know what it is, how they know, but I experienced it a few times. And I saw Javier really down over probably the last season and a half. He got COVID real bad and had to sit out for quite a while with that. And it seemed like when he came back, things just didn't go right for him. And at this stage of his career, to have what he's had after being down and out and have the type of year that he's having right now, I'm happy for him, really, really happy for him. He's a super guy, and he deserves this. The type of year he's having, winning the Derby, the Belmont, and he just goes on the list. And today's just opening day. He's got 2 winners on the card already.
0 for 15 streak ends in the Kentucky Derby. 0 for 14 streak ends in the Belmont. I know the Belmont meant a lot to him too. Lives in Garden City, won so many stakes, over 800 stakes races in New York on that circuit. Basically his backyard, over 5,800 wins there, so it was a big one for him as well.
Yeah, and careful what you wish for, because coming up in the Travers, he has a choice to make, does he not? Is he going to ride the Kentucky Derby winner, or is he going to ride the Belmont Stakes winner? That's quite a dilemma, but one that I'm sure any jockey would like to have.
But you're not kidding. You can never have too many choices. They're gonna make him decide here in the near future.
Or Arcangelo. Yeah, it's going to be a tough decision. I believe that decision with Mage is coming tomorrow of what his prep is going to be for that Travers. Will it be the Haskell? Will it be the Jim Dandy here at Saratoga? We're going to take a timeout. When we return, the great Kelso, one of the all-time greats, 5-time Horse of the Year winner, held 9 track records in his career. More on Kelso when we come back.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as Ms. Big Bucks goes wire to wire to win the New York Stallion Stakes.
Ms. Big Bucks, who got the job done today.
Ruse also wire to wire.
Ruse, rough draft, one last try. Ruse holds on.
And Long Shot War Museum delivers at Monmouth.
War Museum is now in front. War Museum at 41-1.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. Breeders' Cup World Championships.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places.
Go back to where we were years and years and decades ago when it was just considered de rigueur that you could just send these horses to slaughter.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
Without the TAA to provide that oversight, there would be a big void in terms of making sure that we have this ongoing safe environment for our off-the-track racehorses.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Just the word aftercare has become part of the discussion, has been part of the vernacular in a way that it was not when I started this position around the start of 2013.
It's a daunting task that the TAA and its accredited organizations have taken on. And that's why the industry itself has got to fund it.
Every time I turn around across the country, you know, the TAA staff is there, and they're shaking hands and they're kissing babies, and they're doing the blocking and tackling right that needs to be done.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
Back with you on our opening day coverage at the premier meet in the country here at Saratoga. Our coverage brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Saturday's card, it is absolutely terrific. Greg Wolf, Gary Stevens, Tom Amos with you. Too many in the crew to mention to get everybody in, but we have other people with us as well. Who we'll get to. Grade 3 Kelso, part of that loaded card. Kelso, of course, one of the all-time greats, defeated more champions and Hall of Famers than any other racehorse, often carrying incredible handicaps, carried 130 pounds or more on 24 occasions in his career, and he won 13 of those races, 9 track records, and when he was early on as a juvenile, he was a scrawny, hard-to-handle horse, and he became one of the all-time greats. Of course, the Kelso will be run on Saturday, 9th on the card, grade 3, and look who's back. The great Casa Creed, who put together back-to-back grade 1 wins last summer, won the Jaipur at 6 furlongs, and then won one of the premier mile turf races in the country right here at Saratoga, the 4-star Dave.
Yeah, you watched him in the Jaipur here, Belmont Day, and you know, for Casa Creed, I just think going back to a 2-turn distance of a mile, which is the Kelso that's coming up, is really what he wants to do. So, you know, maybe sprinting, which this was, and you're looking at a very good filly on the lead there, and Caravel taking him basically from second to the wire there on front. I just think this is more what he wants to do, Gary.
I'm in agreement 100%. We know he likes Saratoga. He's only run 4 times up here. Won the 4-star Dave last year. He's won 2 out of those 4 with 2 third-place finishes. So he likes it up here, and he adapts. I just think he adapts better to these two-turn mile races than what he does in the one-turn sprint races. He needs a perfect setup. He normally needs to get through on traffic, and he can do things more to his liking with the 2-turn mile.
And it looks like there's plenty of speed to set it up for him in that race, too.
Oh, yeah. I mean, his major competition is probably going to be Annapolis coming from the 2-hole in that race. But Costa Creed is just such a steady horse at this distance. He's got to be the one to beat.
Nightcap coming up on our opening day card. Mile and a 16th on the turf. New York breds. $40,000 maiden claiming race. And that right there, the horse to beat. That is Aracima for Jorge Abreu. Big drop down in class. Let's go to Maggie.
And Greg, we'll check in with a horse actually that's coming back off of the layoff from 2 to 3. Is Here We Go Again. She's one that I only saw back in her debut, which was here at the spot, in which it was on the dirt against a pretty good filly in Maple Leaf Mel, and she actually flipped over that day on her way to the paddock. Today, as Rob Falcone takes over training, she's very calm. She's filled out. I like to see that. And 2, I think she wants to be forward, and I hope that the rider on her back, who frequently does put his horses in forward positions, does that, because I think this is a spot where she could be effective as she does take the drop in class back with New York breds in for the 40,000. I think she's pretty live here off the bench. As we'll go on to number 11, Pimanova, who's going to stretch out from the 7. She is a very one-paced individual, in my opinion. And now that she gets back out to a mile and a 16th, I think it's in the best interest of Connections, who do ride forwardly with Kendrick Carmouche, to put her in the game. She's just so laid back. She's so evenly framed that at least she's built more for these route races. But she's one that certainly had her chances. It's time to put up or shut up, as I'll do just that and throw it over to the paddock set, guys.
Paulie, if you're going to participate with us here at Saratoga this summer, you got to get used to this situation, right? The last race of the day is a $40,000 claimer on the grass, with a lot of questions of who's good, who wants to win, who doesn't. I always start these situations with, who are the maiden special weight horses? The horses that have been running protected, that are now dropping into maiden claiming, where they are now for sale. Who are those horses, and can they win this race? The 7 for Jorge Abreu is one of those horses.
And the other one is the 4. So they're both taking some money. But here's the replay from the 7 last time, or is this 2 back? Yeah, this is 2 back if I'm not mistaken. Listen, this horse has been right there at the wire. And there's nothing against Jalen Samuel, nothing against Katie Davis. This horse is going to Flavien Prat, which I would think would help a little bit. The one thing you can argue, she's a 4-year-old, these are 3-year-olds enough. So the 4-year-olds are carrying 124. Her main competition, maybe the 10 in here we go again, does get 6 pounds on her because she's a 3-year-old.
Now, look, I mean, she's got a little bit of a pace disadvantage because she comes from off of it. But I do think that there's no question, at least in my mind, that she's likely the best animal in this race. Now, there's race dynamics, right?
Yes.
Does she get stuck behind horses? Does she get stopped? Is she wide? There's a lot of things to consider. But if she can work out some sort of an okay trip, I think she is your winner. The question is, who's going to go to the front? Who's going to take advantage of this paceless race? And are they going to invite her into the race? Which is something we'll talk about a lot. When these paceless races happen, you have to take advantage if you're a front-end horse. Open up. Get the other horses off the bridle. Have them chase you around there a little bit. I don't see this group doing that to the 7. I think she's going to be sitting right there. And if they keep her close and connected, I think she'll blow by them all in the stretch.
Well, I think the interesting part about this race, I think all the speeds on the outside, JK, the 10, 11, and 12, at least for me, are the 3 horses that are going to try to at least go to the front. You don't really know with the 4. The 4 had a very, very bad start and just got eliminated right at the beginning of the race. So you see the gray right there. So you got to treat her kind of like a first-time starter. So is she going to show speed or not. But it looks like a 10, 11, 12. And the way Castellano's been riding, I would think he's going to push the 12 forward.
We talked about at the top about these maiden claiming races and trying to dissect them and understand what's happening, because they are, in my opinion, some of the hardest races to handicap. And I think that's why they end up being the last race on these cards all the time. Try to make these pick 5s a little bit more attractive, these pick 6s a little bit more attractive. The 10, here we go again. Another angle is a trainer change. So now what we see on paper from the 10, maybe something else can come. But the 14.
Who lands on the 14?
Right, exactly. A first-time starter and drawn towards the outside. Mags, can you help us out a little bit? Also eligibles. We forget about those sometimes.
To me. I did too. That's why you're throwing it back to me as I ride Ortiz is aboard at number 14, Thundara, for Phil Antonacci. And you want to talk about a nice pedigree on a maiden 40 for New York breds. She has it. She's by one of the perennial leading turf sires in English Channel, and she has a turf pedigree on the bottom. She looks like a turf horse. And furthermore, because she's English Channel, a lot of times those are very slightly framed fillies and or geldings, for that matter, that take a little bit of racing to kind of get stronger. She's a big, strong girl. She's fit. She's ready. I don't love, as I often say, horses wearing blinkers first time out, but Phil Antonacci, he's worked with Wesley Ward. And Wesley Ward is a guy who will put blinkers predominantly on 2-year-old first-time starters. She is wearing it. I don't know necessarily how to interpret that equipment, but I like what I see from her in her debut with a lovely pedigree to boot, Greg.
Interesting drawing in, and we should talk about where this race begins. This is on the Mellon Turf Course. There's 2 turf courses here at Saratoga, and the mile and a 16th configuration here, that first turn comes up fairly quick, so you can get punished from an outside post.
Oh, yeah, and the guys mentioned that the pace is probably going to come from the outside, from either the 10, here we go again, the 11, Pinanova, or the 12 for that matter, in Janie May. But there's other speed in here, too. I hear Jonathan talking, and I know he reminds me all the time that a lot of riders take hold on the grass. But you've got 3 horses in this race that are coming out of sprint races, and that's going to put speed into them going into. I see a crowded front end in this race and a real kind of jostling, trying to get to the lead and get a trip at this first turn.
It's called congestion. I see a lot of congestion going into that first turn and throughout.
Here comes our post parade. We'll start with 50 to 1 shot, Power and Glory.
Part of the pace, a 5-year-old now, but she has shown early speed in the past.
Charisse Jose Lezcano for Mark Hennig.
There is a dropper here for Maiden Special Weight, but hasn't done much running.
Stone of Destiny is only 1 start under her belt, and she drops in class as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably the Dave Donk that you want. You get Johnny Velasquez. This horse has only run 1 time Maiden Special Weight. Could be dangerous.
One of those sprinters stretching out April 1st.
I thought this horse at 26 to 1 was interesting. First time out here at Saratoga, Maiden Special Weight. The horse got bet to 6 to 1, been sprinting, now going to stretch out.
So are you, 82 to 1. Only Turf Try did not show a lot.
Yeah, hasn't done much as a racehorse. The trainer also only won 32 races out of 609 in the career, 5% trainer.
Unquestionably the one to beat. Here's Harrisima dropping in class.
Yeah, the drop in class. A lot of these other ones have dropped down the 40 besides the 10. That's the only other horse that hasn't dropped, and the horse makes a great appearance on the racetrack.
Yes, she does. There's Mary Catherine stretching out.
Yeah, hasn't done much running. Stretch outs drawn towards the outside. I'm always against those.
51 to 1. On the 8 with Jose Gomez. And here's Follow the Fed for Rudy Rodriguez.
You know, Follow the Fed here with Raylu Gutierrez. You know, Raylu's a forward rider, but this horse has had trouble at the gate. It's going to be very interesting what happens with this horse or where he lays early.
First time on the turf, here we go again. Tried to go gate to wire.
Like we talked about in the paddock, this is a trainer change. You get Luis Saez. There is an opportunity for this horse to take a step forward.
Here's the 12 we skip to, Jannie May, Castellano, and could see speed from this one.
Yeah, Jannie May drawn towards the outside, does have speed. If you're going to be drawn in the 12, at least have a little bit of tactical speed. This one does.
Here's the first-time starter. This also eligible that draws in with a Rad Ortiz Jr. at 9 to 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're probably getting a shorter price than you deserve because of the man sitting on this filly's back.
And we skipped over this one, Pimanova, brings potentially more speed to the party. Kendrick Carmouche for Danny Gargan.
Well, we know Kendrick's MO, right? He likes to be forward, and I would think from the 11 slot, knowing that there's speed from the outside, I would think he's got to push and then maybe land in a good spot. So I would think him and Castellano have to send. But Tom makes a good point. Does anybody send on their inside and they get hung out wide on the turn?
So center your screen. There's the favorite. First time in for a claiming tag, and Flavien Prat trying to have a 3-win opening day here at Saratoga.
Yeah, he started off the meet the way you want to start a meet off, and every chance there. This race is so wide open. Trying to handicap it, full field, big field on the Mellon Turf course. It's going to be crowded going into that first turn with all the speed being on the outside. I took a flyer in here. I mean, a big flyer. I went with the 1 horse, Power and Glory, just for one reason. She ran up here at Saratoga last year on the turf. She's New York bred. It was open company. And I ran thorough manager numbers on this race just to see who did what. And she ran a 15 when she ran here at Saratoga in open company in a maiden special. And anyway, why not take a flyer?
Let's quickly talk about the 4, Stone of Destiny. Johnny Velasquez rode her the first time. She got sandwiched out of the gate. He made her rate down the backside. It was a total educational trip when he thought he probably couldn't get there after getting slammed around at the gate as much as he did. He's back on the 4, Stone of Destiny today. Look for her to run a much more professional race today.
7-2 on Stone of Destiny. So that second start of her career coming up, she'll get a softer spot here. Although not that soft a spot with the presence of the 7. Because Aracima really has run pretty well against better company, but you're starting to see all those opportunities rack up. But now she gets in against softer group for the first time, and definitely a deserving favorite here at 3-2.
Yes.
Yeah. No easy spots at Saratoga. You think you're in the right spot, and the form comes out, and you're like, okay, I'm going to get my mouth bloodied again. I'm going to get a bloody lip after this race. You get beat up here, no question about it.
But it makes it that more precious when you have those big moments where you break through. Like,
no doubt.
Like you did in the ballerina.
Oh, that was beautiful. Really a beautiful moment.
With Serengeti Empress and that grade 1 win. 3-2 favorite in our finale here on opening day. That's Aracima, the 7. Flavien Prat trying to get his 3rd winner of the afternoon, teaming up with trainer Jorge Abreu. Let's go upstairs to Frank Mirahmadi.
Thanks, Greg. We have the last few left to load. So are you, with some help from the assistant starters. Is now set. And that leaves us with Aracima and Thundara to the outside. One more to close out the opening day program at Saratoga Racecourse. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Aracima dwelt and is a distant trailer. Jenny May is very quick. Here we go again, is showing good early speed. Stone of Destiny, the gray, is into contention along with Charisse. And on the inside, Power of Glory. So they round the first turn, and it's Here We Go Again, prompted and passed by Jenny May. Jenny May takes the lead. The long shot leader over Here We Go Again in second. It's 2 more lengths back to Stone of Destiny in third. The opening quarter went in 23 and 3/5 seconds. Down at the rail, Power and Glory is next. Pimenova on the far outside moves up to take the 4th spot and about 4 lengths off the lead. That group followed by Mary Catherine on the inside of Thundara. Then it's another length and a half back to Charisse. April 1st is next. It's 3 lengths back to Follow the Fed. So Are You is second to last. And slow starting Aracima trails. 47 and 4 for the half as they move into the far turn. And it's Jenny May who has a 2-length lead. Stone of Destiny, good trip now moving up on the outside. Coming after this front runner now, within about a length and a half of the lead. Then it's Pimenova racing in third. About 3 lengths off the pace is Pimenova, but under serious pressure. Passed on the outside as the field turns for home. Jenny May just keeps on going. Has a 2-length lead on the outside. Here comes Thundara to challenge. And Thundara with a big bid from the back of the field. Trying to make a late bid is Arasima, and it's a huge late bid. Arasima trying to do the unthinkable, but it's a little too late as Thundara will win it by 2.5. Arasima, very unlucky second. Then it was Jenny May in third, followed by Charisse.
First-time starter in from the also eligible list, Irad Ortiz Jr. on Thundara for Phil Antonacci. Winner in the debut of the Daughter of English Channel.
Yeah, so if you're a Irad Ortiz fan, which he has many of them, if you can get what she go off at 7-1?
8-1.
8-1.
You did good.
Super strong turf pedigree and a great training accomplishment to take a first-time starter, going a mile and 16th on the grass, and coming away a winner here. And maybe, just maybe, with a sharper break, our big favorite, the 7-horse, would have won this race.
Yeah, I mean,
because that was a huge effort.
She just stood there when the gates opened, got herself beat, and then put in that huge run late.
Even entering the stretch, didn't look like the favorite had much of a chance.
No.
Puts in a huge run. Flavien Prat did all he could. Maggie mentioned this one to keep your eye on Thundara, and wins first time out. And 2 today for Irad Ortiz Jr. 8-1 to close this card. 14-7, 12-2. Let's go to Maggie.
No, you won last. Here with winning trainer Phil Antonacci. Phil, how excited were you to get in off the AEs with this one?
Oh, that was good. I mean, we, you know, she's always been a filly she's a real turf filly, so it's been kind of hard to read in the morning. And she had just done enough. She's an honest filly, and Irad gave her a great ride, and just happy for the whole team.
You know what I found impressive? She got left a little bit, but she quickly found her stride.
Yeah, no, yeah, she's very smart filly. Like, first-time starter, we don't have them really cranked out that much. So, you know, just kind of happy with the performance and happy for the team. They put in a lot of work, and it's kind of been up and down spring so far, a lot of sickness and stuff like that. So 2 years in a row opening day win, so we're happy about that.
That's an awesome accomplishment. Congratulations here. It always feels good to get the first one under your belt.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, as Thundara powers home under Irad Ortiz to get the win first time out. Phil's got a lot of fans, guys.
Don't expect to see this man on 8-1 shots getting it done. Irad Ortiz Jr. on this circuit notoriously gets overbet. This one forgot a little bit. First-time starter, gets in from the also eligible list. Brings the upset here, 8-1 to close things out here on opening day.
Yeah, I mean, gets lucky, draws into the race, and brave Phillip to run her from that wide post position on the Mellon turf course, but job well done to all.
And again, back to Arasima, Tom, just a little bit unlucky. She might have been best in here with that poor start.
Yeah, I mean, look, in horse racing, you can't give everybody a head start in the race. It's just too much to overcome if you're at the right level. And for Arasima to run second, finishing strongly on the rail, that was a big effort. But again, this training job of a first-time starter going a mile and 16th on the turf is spectacular. Great job of getting this horse to the winner's circle.
So 8-1 to close things out here on opening day. And look at that, those post times move forward. Well done by the New York Racing Association. We beat the weather here on opening day.
Yeah, I want to thank them for that.
We may even get out of here before the rain comes down. A good thing, because I don't think any of us brought an umbrella.
Yeah, or handicap for the dirt late in the card, probably, you know. But, I mean, really, think about it. They moved up post time. They did the handicappers and the fans, and the horse was a big favor. But because it just makes everything go as it should. The races are run as they should. A lot of people start handicapping the day before or a couple days out like us.
Pick 5, $30,000.
Oh my.
$615, and we already, one day in, have a carryover in the pick 6 for day 2 of the meet.
2 first-time starters involved in our pick 5, right?
How about that?
Right.
One of them in a grade 3 of the feature.
Oh yeah, I forgot that.
Yeah, Becky's Joker. If you put this combination together, you were richly rewarded with more than $30,600 in your account. Yarrow started it off. We thought 7-1. Okay, a little upset. It was a lot more fireworks to come. The biggest of all, of course, that first-time starter for Gary Contessa. And again, this is the meet where we see things like that happen quite often on big stages.
Yeah, the preparation that these trainers, the whole teams do for the start of Saratoga, the prestige of winning graded races here at the meet, and with what they pulled off today, and Gary talking about, you know, it was all an accident at the end of it. They bought the filly to resell, called pin hooking, and they thought she was too big to pin hook. They kept her. Gary got the trainer. Great story.
Yeah, Schuylerville winner. I mean, pretty spectacular day. I enjoyed it. How about you guys?
Terrific day, absolutely. The crowd was tremendous. And, you know, a couple of the big names we expect to see in the mix here throughout the meet. Irad Ortiz Jr., Flavien Prat with multiple win days here.
Yeah, for sure. And you were worried about Irad. He got 2 in the bag. Eventually, during the day, Flavien 2 wins. Jose had 1 today, I believe. So the ones that were expected, Luis Saez, tee up winner today. I don't know if he did early on.
I believe.
I think he did early on.
Early on? Okay.
Not 100% sure.
He wasn't really worried about Irad. Greg was not worried about Irad.
I said going into the meet, he was odds-on to win this title.
Yeah.
We've got 39 days left.
Got a long way
to go. But making his presence felt already on this opening day card with a couple of victories. We're back tomorrow. FS2 coverage begins at 1 Eastern. We're on from 1 to 6:30 on our Friday coverage, Coronation Cup, where Wesley Ward should have a big presence. Love Reigns we'll see in that race on Friday. We hope to see you back tomorrow with the first Friday of the meet. Gets bigger and bigger each day moving forward. 29,000 plus waiting all summer long to burst through those gates, and they enjoyed it here on opening day for a terrific Thursday card to kick things off. And we got some fireworks as well in our traditional opening day feature. How about a first-time starter, Becky's Joker for Gary Contessa and Javier Castellano in the Schuylerville.